I like it. It's okay. Really good. We're doing really good.
Hey, so am I staying in the middle seat for the heats? Is this where Color's gonna be, or is he gonna be where Bruno's gonna be?
Yeah. So,
Yeah.
Yeah. So you stay there.
Say middle seat.
Okay, okay.
Rafael Teixeira.
Teixeira. From the state of Espírito Santo.
Espírito Santo.
Yes,
Yeah.
right next to Rio.
I competed with
Going north.
with Rafa. He won 2 events. He won Acapulco.
Yeah.
And then he won a Coldwater Classic in
It
Santa
was
Cruz.
so emotional here at the QS 5000 because last season at the Challenger Series he didn't
Make a heat.
one heat.
It's kind of gnarly.
Yeah. And he surfs good on the QS 5000.
His technique,
Yeah, yeah.
amazing.
Flawless.
Marco Fernandez.
Yes.
The guy's still doing these.
Yeah.
He won't retire.
Because of the Z, in Portuguese we say Fernandes.
Oh, Fernandez. Okay.
Yeah. If it was an S, we say Fernandes. Por favor. Oh, he's beautiful. Oh.
Check. Hey, like I know everyone's watching. I just wanted to check my hair. Yeah.
Nothing left to lose now. Everything to prove now. Long as I'm alive, I'ma fight back. My fire never cools down. I'm about to catch fire. Yeah, I'm about to catch fire. Get ready for the new me. Get ready for the new me. Tryna hold me down and I go high. Tryna put me out and I go wild. I'm a fighter, a survivor. Stand back,
Bom dia, good morning, and welcome to the WSL Dawn Patrol Show from beautiful Brazil. This is the site of the Corona Saquarema Pro, presented by Banco Do Brasil, the iconic church on the headland there, as we sweep to Itaúna Beach. That's where we're having competition today. I'm Kaipo, joined by Mitchell Salazar, as well as Bruno Bokuyova. Thank you so much for joining me. Bruno, this is a special place for competition. A lot of competitions going down here.
Oh, it's a big arena, the biggest arena of Brazilian surfing. We call it Maracanã for this reason. Ever since the late 70s, we have competitions here, and this is the place to be.
Yeah, wave-rich region, a lot going on here. Oftentimes contestable, Mitchell.
Yeah, it is today for sure. Wouldn't be surprised to see competition underway, but how beautiful is this place though, Kaipo? First time ever in Brazil, and I'm loving every single minute of it.
That's right, this is your first time. Welcome. And
Yeah.
this is actually one of my favorite stops. We're here every year for the championship tour, but now we have number 6 in the Challenger Series, returning here to Itaúna, and it is an important event in the scope of things because this is the pathway for a place on the 2023 Championship Tour. It all goes down here, and we may be qualifying a couple of surfers here in Brazil for that tour.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see a few of the men qualify here. For the women, it's a lot more complicated. Only 5 of them qualify at the end of the season. But yeah, number 6 out of 7, big time show here, Kaipo.
Well, I'm excited, so let's see what the day is going to bring. For that, I'm going to go to Maria Paps. She is with Travis Logie from Tours and Competition.
Thank you, Kaipo. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Travis. So what's the official call for today?
Morning, Maria. Good news. We're on. 8:05 a.m. start with the men's round 1. We're going to do heats 1 to 18 today, so that should get us to around just after 5 p.m. today. So big day.
Big day. So how important is to bring the Challenger Series for the first time here to Brazil?
Oh, it's huge. I mean, surfing and competitive surfing is so huge in this country, and it's great to bring the national heroes here so the local crew can get to watch their heroes, and also just to showcase Brazil to the rest of the world, everybody watching online, to see this beautiful place and this amazing wave. So it's a huge event for us and for the surfers.
Oh, and can you give us an overview of the forecast for this week?
Yeah, sure. So today it's waves in sort of the medium size range, and it'll hold like that through most of the day with the wind picking up. Tomorrow and the next day, the next 2 days, looks like it's probably going to be really big and windy, so we'll have to see how we go. But after that, for the rest of the window, the swell kind of comes down to a nice medium size with more favorable winds. So it's quite a promising outlook for the back end of the window.
Okay, thank you, Travis. Back to you guys in the booth.
Obrigado, Maíra. And there you go. We got the call. It's on. We're taking advantage of this time right now. Plenty contestable waves out there. A little bit of ruffle on the water, but we should see some action.
100%, and with 30-minute heats too, 4 people out there, I think it's a big enough playing field for them to really spread out and get those waves. There's both rights and lefts on offer out there too, Kaipo, so I think it's good for 4 people.
Yeah, we'll get going. And you know, the surf culture in Brazil, we have all the stars that we know about, but we have another generation that we're going to see some new faces in Brazilian surfers in this competition, aren't we?
For sure. For example, Gabriel Klausner, he won a kind of a triple crown that we did with 3 QS's 1,000 points, and he won the triple crown. That's the reason why he's here, honored by Corona with the wild card, and it's going to be good for him.
Yeah, some new names, but one name that the whole surf world knows about, 3-time world champ Gabe Medina. He's going to be in the draw. Mitchell, we're going to see Medina return to the jersey right here at the Challenger Series.
Yeah, kind of crazy that we're here for this, Kaipo. Honestly, when I saw his name in the draw, I was like, whoa, like the beach is going to get packed when he surfs. But huge opportunity for everybody else to compete against him too and make a name, you know?
Yeah. Well, if you remember back a couple of months ago to the Oi Rio Pro, Gabe Medina did injure himself out here in competition, had to settle for a 17th in competition, but it was a minor injury. He's recovered 100%. But let's take a look back at Gabe's performance last time he hit the water here at Itaúna. Medina, always a crowd favorite. People come out in droves to see one of the best surfers in the world, and it's an attack like that consistently finding some gems with Gabe Medina. But a contusion to the knee took him out in that heat where he lost to a charging Callum Robson. So an upset there for Gabe Medina and Bruno. I think Gabe, he's going to come back, and we know that he likes to put on a show. This is going to be his chance.
Oh, for sure. He's a monster, man. He's a competitive drive that he has is amazing. So he's back on.
Yeah.
Take a look at the heat here. There's going to be, in this opening round, heat number 8 is going to be Gabriel Medina, Crosby Colapinto, the Kiwi, Kehu Butler, and then, Bruno, you were talking about the youngster, Gabriel Klausner is going to have a big chance to make a name for himself when he is faced up against Medina in that heat.
Medina is his hero, so he's going to have a good chance to surf against him, and it's a great opportunity.
Huge opportunity, a lot on the line, and when we talk about what's on the line is really those spots for the men. The top 10 move into the 2023 Championship Tour. 3 of those 10 spots have already been spoken for. We're going to dive into the CS rankings. When we return from a break, so we'll take a quick break, and we're going to be back with more of the Dawn Patrol Day 1 here at the Corona Saquarema Open, presented by Banco Do Brasil. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Dawn Patrol here at the Corona Saquarema Pro, presented by Banco Do Brasil. Stop number 6 of 7 on the World Surf League Challenger Series. And we got the news, you guys, that competition is going to be underway. We're going to start with the men's opening round. Again, I'm Kaipo, there's Mitchell and Bruno talking you through the action. And guys, when we went to break, we're going to talk about the rankings. Where is everyone standing coming into this event number 6 on the Challenger Series? And for that, let's dig into the Challenger Series rankings at the start of this event and see who's above the cut line and who needs to do some work. Here we go with our rankings. We already know that 3 of our surfers have already qualified. Leonardo Fioravanti, Rio Waida, and Ryan Calnan. They got their spots on the championship tour for next year. But Liam O'Brien, Mitchell, Zeke Lau, and Dylan Moffitt, they could qualify right here in Brazil.
And so could Ian Gentile with a win too, but there's a couple of people within the 15-16 range. I really like Imai Kalani Duvall's chances. And how about the local boys? Joao Chianca, too, number 18, under 10,000 points. Luca Messina's number 19. And Mateo Zerdi, he's also a big favorite here. I mean, 10,000 points is a huge difference, Kaipo. That catapults you right back up in the top 5.
Yeah, sure does. So that's going to keep it nice and tight and exciting. And that's why this event is so meaningful, Bruno.
Oh, for sure, man. 10,000 points, it's a lot of stuff. So can do big time for everyone.
Yeah, big time for everyone, and some local favorites, I think, and some surfers that, you know, are up and coming. They're young surfers, but they've already made a big splash on the championship tour. I'm talking about Mateus Hurdy. He's had a couple of different wild cards, and he's really, when he's been given those wild cards, he's done a great job. Semifinals in 2021, quarterfinals here, just coming off the Oi Rio Pro as a wild card.
That's it. In Mexico, 3rd, and 5th here in Rio. So he's ready for the job, huh?
Yeah, for sure.
Well, with that being said, let's hear from Mateus Hurdy. I want to hear about his mindset when he enters competition.
I'm Matheus Hurdy. I'm 21 years old. I'm from Florianópolis, Brazil. If I want to qualify, for sure, I don't want to be one more guy out there. You know, I don't want to be the guy that would just go finish it and, you know, do the turns and then finish it. I might not make the cut or whatever, but I'll try my best every single heat and I'll not hold back. I'll do airs. I'll try to get deep. I'll try to do whatever it takes.
I love what I'm hearing from Mateus, Mitchell, is that he's not going to hold back. He's not going to put, you know, the competition head on. He's going to go for it every single time he gets to his feet.
Yeah, and it's hard to overlook the fact that he's only 20 years old, too. It's just incredible. But, I mean, what's impressive to me is that he's not only been a World Pro Junior champion before, he has the skills and qualities that make up for a championship tour surfers, too. You look at his skills in the air, you look at his skills in the rail, and he's going to get much better in barrel riding, too, Kaipo.
Bruno, my belief is this young man deserves to be on the championship tour.
Oh, for sure. He comes from a surfing family. We have to remember he's a nephew of Guilherme Erdi, a former city surfer, and his father is a great surfer also, Alexandre Erdi. So he has the skills, he has the experience, he has the culture flowing on his veins.
Well, just a couple of months ago, he showed that he's got what it takes. He entered the Oi Rio Pro as a wild card, and he made it all the way to the quarterfinals with some explosive surfing. Let's take a look at Mateus's performance from the Oi Rio Pro. Running down the beach, a lot of energy, and a lot of energy off the lip and in the sky, Mitchell.
No, and that heat, he knocked out number 5 in the world, Kanoe Igarashi, too, when Kanoe was looking for a spot to qualify for the Rip Curl WSL Finals, too. But how about that hang time, too, in the air? Beautiful rotation, great maneuver selection there. And then this wave, to me, the one with the 2 airs where he knocked out Jack Robinson at the end of the heat, that guy ended up number 3 in the world. Impressive there for Mateus.
He can do it on the forehand, he can do it on the backhand, he can do it in the air, he can do it on the face. A disappointing Jack Robinson, but a big performance once again from the youngster Mateus Hurdy, and we're going to see him in competition here as we roll through. This is our contest site, and we're going to take a break, though. We got more of this Dawn Patrol show for you. When we return, we're going to talk about women's Challenger Series rankings and some possibilities that can happen for the ladies. Be right back after this break. Welcome back to Dawn Patrol here at the Corona Saquarema Pro presented by Banco Do Brasil. And we got the word that competition is going to get underway today, day one of the waiting period. I'm Kaipo with Mitchell and Bruno talking you through the anticipation of the first day of competition here. When we left, we said we were going to talk about the women and their rankings. Remember, top 5 women at the end of the year on the Challenger Series graduate to the 2023 Championship Tour. No spots locked up as of yet, but we got some forerunners already breaking away from the pack as we take a look at our women's Challenger Series rankings. And you can see, Mitchell, 28,000 points from Macy Callahan. She's got a strong lead, as well as Molly Picklum.
Yeah, the only thing in comparison to the men, though, there's only 5 spots available here. So Macy Callahan and Caitlin Simmers are not here at this event. I don't know why, but it's a huge opportunity for both Betty Lou and Nikki Van Dyke to move up in the rankings. And obviously Molly Picklum at number 2 right now. He's got a chance of qualifying here, Kipes.
Yeah, Bruno, I want to talk about Molly Picklum in a bit because she was a rookie on tour in 2022 on the Championship Tour. She did not get past that mid-season cut, but she switched gears, got on the Challenger Series, and did some damage, and she looks really good for requalification.
Oh, for sure. She's solid, huh? She's showing her skills, and she's building momentum. So she's right next to the CT level, huh?
Yeah, really the next level of performance coming from this young lady out of Australia. Let's hear a little bit from Molly and her thoughts about competition and what goes through that competitive mind of the young Australian.
My name's Molly Picklum, I'm 19 years old and I'm from Central Coast, New South Wales, Australia. To get back on the Championship Tour, I feel like is a goal for every surfer in one of these events. We don't enter events, well, I don't personally, to lose, you know. I feel like to show my best and to be my best is to be on the tour versing the best. And yeah, I don't know, I just really thrive on such a big stage and pushing myself to the max. I think it's so hard on there and I really like testing myself, so that's where Championship Tour is my absolute goal.
Yeah, Molly Picklum, I mean, the competitive IQ's there, Mitch,
Yeah.
but the progressive performance that she has
Absolutely
is incredible.
Yeah, I think that's her X factor, personally. She's got an incredible air game, great use of the rail, and when we talk about progression, it's not necessarily just in the air. She can do it anywhere, Kaipo.
Yeah, she sure can. Well, she's made 2 finals already on the Challenger Series. Let's take a look back at those performances, those 2 final performances by Molly Picklum. It all started in the first event at Snapper Rocks. As we look at Molly, kicked it off in a big way here with a runner-up finish, Mitchell, at the opening event. Stop number 1 on the Challenger Series here at the Superbank.
Yeah, and it wasn't perfect Snapper Rocks either. Big, stormy, a lot of water moving around. She ended up getting second to Caitlin Simmers in that event. And then moved on to event number 3 in Bolito, got the win over there against Macy Callahan, and moved her right back up into the top 5, Kipes.
Yeah, and that sweet chair up the beach, Bruno, nothing better than that.
Oh, yeah.
And in addition to that, 10,000 qualifying points for her. So that's really vaulted Molly Picklum up the rankings. Looking really good for, like I said, a spot on the 2023 Championship Tour.
Yeah, the glory, the feelings, but the points, the money.
Yeah.
2 sides of the job, like, of the game, huh?
It's everything. I can't wait to see Molly, but gosh, we got a little bit more. We're anticipating the start of competition, and we got more coming to you here on the Dawn Patrol, so stick around. We'll be back with more action, and we're anticipating the start. Day number 1 here at the Corona Saquarema Pro, presented by Banco Do Brasil. We'll be right back after this message. Are you seeing this strange image with several planets flying here on Itaúna Beach? This is a provocation for us to remember that our planet Earth is a limited edition. There's only one of it. And if we continue to consume plastics the way we are today, we will soon lose it. That's why Corona will recycle a plastic bottle for every bottle of Corona sold, which should represent more than 287 million bottles recycled just this year. Let's go together for a better world. And welcome back to Dawn Patrol. We already got the message that competition is going to be on today at Itaúna Beach. Opening round of the men's going to get underway. We're anticipating that start of that opening round. I'm Kaipo with Mitchell and Bruno, and I can't wait to get this going. And we're going to start off with, actually, the first heat's already chock full of great surfers.
It's a banger. And the second one, too. Joao Chianca, the local boys serving in the second heat, too. This is going to be a great day of competition, Kaipo. I'm looking forward to it. And I'm liking that the swell showed up this morning, too. It's a lot bigger than yesterday.
Yeah, Bruno. We're anticipating the swell to increase throughout the day. We'll be watching the winds, of course. There's been a storm front coming in and out. But the great news is we got a lot of swell in the forecast.
Yeah, we are guaranteed with good waves for the entire window period. The swell will increase through the afternoon, so we're ready to go.
We are ready to go. And let's take a look at where we're at on the globe for stop number 6 on the Challenger Series, right here in Brazil, right outside of Rio de Janeiro. We're going to zoom up into space and focus right on down to the wonderful surf town of Saquarema, Mitch.
Yeah, just, I want to say, an hour and a half, maybe 2 hours north of the city of Rio de Janeiro. And Saquarema here, a little bay, and there's 2 different surf spots that are really the most popular ones. Barrinha, where the big right is, and Itaúna, where we're at right now. And these 2 spots, Kaipo, definitely get a lot of consistency for this area of Rio.
Yeah, you can see the continental shelf here and open to Atlantic swells coming through. And just the setup of the beach, where we can see the sandbars created by this river outlet bringing sand out. Longshore current brings it from Barrinha down to Itaúna, filling in, and you can see the swell lines and the sandbanks throughout this wonderful beach. And it really is a focal point of Brazilian surfing, isn't it, Bruno?
Yeah, the classic point is Itaúna. We have the A-frame, we have the rights going to the channel, and then we have good lefts going all the way through, long lefts, with the proper swell, of course.
Very consistent and a variety of surf here in this stretch. Beautiful looking from above.
Hey, I'm loving this. It reminds me a lot of the East Coast of the United States, Florida as well. The sand has something here where it almost squeals when you step on it. You can hear that little sand kind of go between your toes, but it's a beautiful place. I'm really excited to be here. I hope the sun does come out, though. It's been overcast the last 2 days.
Yeah, well, we're planning on the sun coming out, but I like that you're talking about the sand quality because, Bruno, what that makes, that finer sand really compacts into some great sand bars. So we got a variety of different peaks that we're going to be available today.
And we have the thing about the backwash. People have to be aware of the backwash, the power of the backwash here. So it's an issue always to be.
Yeah.
Well, we got a first heat of the day coming up for us, and it looks like it is a great heat with Jadson Andre, Alan Cleland Jr., Mikey McDonough, as well as Doug Silva. That's going to be the opener for today's competition, and we're just moments away from the start of that heat. There you can see all the names on the bottom there, with Jadson Andre, obviously the top seed and the veteran, but a young Alan Cleland Jr., he's been making a name for himself. And Mikey McDonough out of Australia, Mitchell, he's been a workhorse when it comes to competition. And this is actually going to be my first kind of view at Douglas Silva out of Brazil. A new name for me. We'll see what Douglas is going to bring to the plate.
Yeah, this kid rips. He's from the northern part of Brazil. 2 goofy footers up against 2 regular footers in this heat, Kaipo. And I think we're going to see the experience of Jadson Andre come into play. His only CT win did come in Brazil, and that was in the southern part in Santa Catarina. And as you see there, Alan Cleland Jr., second-generation professional surfer himself. His father, Alan Sr., a great surfer, but Al's number 43 right now in the rankings. Huge opportunity for him to catapult within at least the top 15. If he makes it to the quarters or better, he's going to be within striking distance for qualification in Haleiwa, but you know that he's going to want a big result here at Saquarema, Kaipo.
Yeah. And it is a little tossed up as we see the ruffle on the water. And really, the wind factor is going to be something that's come into play today. As well as we know about this break as well is the backwash, managing the backwash here.
There's this big berm happening right now, and it's quite normal for Saquarema, as I've been told. I think Kaoni, Monteiro, Joao, they have to surf in this thing kind of almost every day, but with the increase in swell that we've seen from yesterday into this morning, it's way more noticeable. And as you can see there, it's quite windy. That wind is supposed to pick up even more, and we do have some dark clouds coming in. Wouldn't be surprised to see some rain later this afternoon, but it looks to me like this is really going to be a war of attrition in terms of finding those good waves within those 30 minutes, getting those 2 scores that'll probably get you around 12 points. I would think that's going to get you through today, but I wouldn't be surprised to see 1 maneuver waves score well this morning, Kaipo.
Yeah, it's going to be kind of, the classic beach break grind for this opening round. And unlike previously when we had QS 10,000s in the past years, since the start of the Challenger Series, we don't have a seeding. We don't have a tiered seeding anymore in the Challenger Series. You start from the round of 96.
Everybody does.
Even the top seed, right?
Yeah.
And you can lose one surf and pack in your bags.
And that's the interesting thing about Gabe surfing in this event, too. He is considered a high seed. He's right in the middle of the pack in heat number 8. And if you look at the rest of the field, they're probably going to match up 2 heats down the line. So those top seeds on the Challenger Series that actually need points to qualify, they're going up against the 3-time world champion. And he could do some damage here at this event, Kaipo.
Yeah, he can do nothing but eat up valuable
points.
Challenger Series points. So that's going to be another point of contention, another conversation that we're going to have and see how much points surfers, like CT surfers that are in this event, like a Jadson Andre, like a Samuel Pupo, like a Miguel Pupo, or like a Gabe Medina, how many points they're going to take off the board and not going to factor into the math when we come to the year-end rankings.
Yeah, and as a surfer from the Challenger Series, you can't be thinking that way, right?
No.
You got to go up against whoever. And eventually you're going to face them anyways once you reach the championship tour. So I think that kind of mentality is way too old school. And personally, I feel like if you want to be the best, you got to beat the best too, Kaipo.
And that's the mantra, I'm sure, that's going to be playing through all of these surfers' heads throughout this competition. Again, this is stop number 6 on a 7-stop Challenger Series. Our surfers take the best 4 results for their year-end ranking. For the men, we take the top 10. For the women, we take the top 5. When we look at the men's scenario right now, Mitch, we already have 3 of those spots on the rankings already taken. Leo Fioravanti, Rio Waida, and Ryan Calnan already have their place on the championship tour.
So 2 requalified, 1 brand new CT surfer in Rio Waida, the first Indonesian ever to qualify too. Huge result for both him and I think surfing in Asia too. But there's a couple of people from different regions worldwide that I'm actually very excited to see compete here at Saquarema. I think this kind of beach break type surf benefits them. Nolan Raposa, Cole Hauschman, Tyler Gunter, those are just the Americans. Levi Slosson's another kid too from North America that I'm excited to see. But there's a couple of Australians too that I think this wave benefits them quite a bit. I think Liam O'Brien's one of them. He comes from those beach breaks over on the Gold Coast. He's going to be hard to beat out here, and he's number 4 in the rankings too.
Yeah. Well, it is official. You can see the clock starting to tick down. We start with 30 minutes on the clock, and we start winding that clock down. So heat number 1 is well on its way right now. As we start this heat, we also start, Mitchell, with open priority amongst the 4 surfers. Priority not established as of yet.
Right, and that only happens in a 4-person heat once 3 people have actually caught a wave or if there's been a block, you know. But at this point, I think all 4 of these surfers understand priority, know how to use it well enough. But look at positioning for Jadson. He's definitely looking at that bigger left on the outside. And now way on the inside, he's probably going to look to start off with a small score first and get on the board. But it's a good heat, though. I mean, you go out there, you're a guinea pig of the event. You don't know what to expect in terms of scoring. The swell's picking up. It's going to get quite big. And you go out there, the water temp dropped. It's a little colder outside, too, Kaipo. Conditions are unruly, and it'll test these surfers out there right now.
Yeah, certainly. Yeah, I mean, this is when your first exchange a lot of times will set the emotion or the tempo of the entire heat. So it's really important to kind of get a good wave under your belt early in the heat and establish that momentum.
And into a groove, too. And it could even happen for the whole event, too. You know, when Jadson won his CT event in 2010, he beat the biggest of names, and he was only a rookie that year. And I know that was in Santa Catarina, but it's still at home. And I think handling that pressure, and I think for Brazilians in this event specifically, it's going to come down to whether or not they're able to control their emotions in the 30 minutes that they have in the water. For everybody else, you got to go out there and choose the diamonds in the rough. And I'm talking about both Alan Cleland and Mikey McDonough in this heat. McDonough's a great surfer, younger one. He's in the kind of the mid-pack of the rankings right now. Kaipo, he needs a big result here.
Yeah, and this is going to be a big opportunity for the young Australian. So there he is in the white jersey, Mikey McDonough. And I'm sure a lot of eyes are happening right now in the competitors area. As you talked about, this is kind of that guinea pig heat. So it'd be wise for the fellow competitors to really be checking out both the bank takeoff spots. What's exactly going on out there at Itauno?
Absolutely. I saw a lot of coaches on the beach this morning. I had a chat with local boy Pedro Jovalino. He said, "This is my Maracanã, Mitch. I'm here to make a statement, and I want to do well with the surfers that I have in the event now."
Early on, a quick snap by Douglas Silva and a little wax test. And that's going to not be one of his top two rides, just a start for Douglas. So he'll go in the back of the line when we go to priority. What went wrong here?
Well, I mean, first wave of the event, first wave of the heat. Just seemed like he was trying to set things up a bit too much right there. Tough section, as I said, that wind's picking up strongly. You have to really commit to those sections, Kaipo, and I think less is more today. Shouldn't be looking at the amount of maneuvers, but more the real selection of those sections where you're using those maneuvers.
I like the less is more approach out here. Just,
right?
you know, one or two dynamic maneuvers are going to get you a score, correct?
I feel like this wave reminds me so much of a mixture of, I want to say Ehukai Beach Park. It has that kind of power and intensity, and it also brings something like Newport Beach or Huntington to it too. A lot of water moving. It's kind of punchy, but at the same time, it always has that backwash on it too. But you know, it's one of those waves that it changes heat through heat. It's very tide dependent too. This place usually wants a medium to a lower tide, also depending on the size. But as you see right now, I think there's been plenty of waves during the free surfs where these surfers are going to wait for those more quality ones on the outside.
Well, this is a big heat for Alan Cleland Jr. He's out there in the blue jersey coming into this event, number 43 on the rankings. So not out of mathematically not out of a possibility. No. He can still qualify. You know, we got two more events happening here and then Haleiwa. So Alan Cleland Jr. still has an opportunity to qualify through this Challenger Series. If he's got to put on a tremendous performance. He's got to make double finals day. But I think the young man from Mexico can do it.
I think so. I think so too, Kaipo. And coming from Pascuales, it's a heavy beach break. I think this wave benefits his style of surfing. And if you notice his best results, they've been at beach breaks before. And you wouldn't think so knowing how good of a barrel rider he is. But you know, he's great in small waves too, and I think people tend to underestimate his skills in these types of conditions. He made the final of the U.S. Open Pro Junior one year, and it was a stacked one too, got third. But then when he qualified for the Challenger Series, and you look at the talent pool in North America, especially with the Americans, he had to beat a lot of great guys to get into the qualification scene for the Challenger Series, and that came down to the last event of the season in Barbados too.
Yeah, and you know what, when we talk about Alan Cleland Jr., you think, and you mentioned it, you touched on it, is that you think of him as this like big barrel rider, right? Because that's where you see the iconic images of this young man. But in recent years, I feel he's really turned up his performance when it comes to progressive and performance surfing, and that's what's going to be on tap today. I mean, today's all about turns and airs. You're not going to be finding any barrels out there. We're going to take that off the plate right now.
Yeah, and he's never traveled with anybody besides his dad or his friends. And I think that to me is something interesting still. I think Al Senior knows how valuable his input and how valuable that information that he had being a pro surfer himself is to his kid nowadays. And you competed with his father. You know how good of a surfer he is, and Al is probably even better now. Ooh, Superman attempt.
Little Superman attempt from Douglas Silva. So yet another incomplete, scratching into this one. This is Jadson Andre. And Jaddy throws the tail, spins it around in some difficult water, no problem. So just a one maneuver wave for Jadson Andre, but a pretty dynamic maneuver.
Yeah, good progression, tough section right there too with the white water coming down on him. Should be an interesting score, Kaipo. That's really going to set the scale for at least this heat, but I would say the entire day too. A set wave, waited patiently for that one. 6 minutes had gone by, and he decided to go on it. But there you see his rank in the Challenger Series 55, requalified through the CT. So this event really just kind of a warm-up event for the CT coming up in January at Pipeline. And 32 years of age, he's been around a while.
Been around a while, and I've said it before, when you talk about the spirit animal of the Brazilian Storm, this is it right here. Jadson Andre, the energy that he brings to the beach in support of the rest of his fellow countrymen is always tremendous.
Yeah, a nice rotation here too. You can see the way he used that white water to his benefit. That thing pushed him out in front afterwards once he was rotating. And oh, it seems like Silva might have actually dinged his board or maybe even creased it on that Superman attempt. And goes to show you maybe the lack of experience in big events like this one, Kaipo, where you don't necessarily need to go for those big maneuvers unless you're really up against the wall. And right now, only having the 2 on the board, Silva going to look to get back out there with 22 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, 1.5 and a 0.57 to his credit, so he's going to have to dig deeper and get a lot more as we follow Douglas Silva on the paddle back out. We're still waiting and anticipating opening score for Jadson Andre. I think that's going to be the first meaningful score in this matchup, and we'll see how high it goes. Answer is it goes to a 4.17 opener for Jaddy.
Yeah, and I think those mid-range scores are probably going to be backup waves for a lot of these surfers in these heats. A 4, you know, you match that up with a 7, that's 11 points already. So I think, you know, around that 11, 12-point range should be something you should be aiming for, a couple of 6s. But I think in reality, once you go up against those higher seeds, you should be expecting them to put up a lot higher numbers too, Kaipo. Say you're going up against Mateos and Gabe, you know what they're capable of, and you need to be putting on your best surfing.
This is true. Here we go. Cleland, little tap off on the backhand, and quick to another. So getting fits 2 turns in there for Alan Cleland Jr. That was some smooth surfing and just looking very calm in his approach.
Yeah, and first wave of the heat too, so a tough one really to control your emotions right there. Nice combo on the left here for Junior, and you see him catch this wave. Non-priority situation between him and Mikey McDonough, so Mikey has to give way right there. Nice little snap to start things off and a better second one, so should be a decent score, probably going to be around Jadson's 4. And you see the drone angle right here where he was able to garner enough speed, but you can see that backwash really playing a big factor in the decision-making on these waves, Kipes.
So we'll be waiting for that score for Alan Cleland Jr. We'll see if he betters the score that was already presented by Jadson Andre. Jadson with a 4.17. We're down to 20 minutes in this heat, so we're third way through this heat. A little bit of a slow start
for now, and you know, as I said before, there's a lot on the line. Second to last event, 3.33 there for Cleland. So as I said before, they're really going to take into consideration those big sections that I wouldn't even be surprised to see a 5 or a 6 from one big turn to Kaipo. And 20 minutes to go, I think they definitely set the scale, and they know what to expect with the kind of quality of waves that they have out there. I will say one thing, though, that I did see in the free surfs both yesterday and this morning. There is availability for those high progression maneuvers despite the wind there, because the wind's coming into the left, and we know how good a lot of those regular footers are going into the winds, into the wind for the left. And, you know, wouldn't be surprised to see a few of these surfers in this heat do it. Maybe Jadson here.
Jadson has to navigate through that backwash on the takeoff, and quick hook there. You can see the bounciness right in the shore break there for Jadson Andre. He's going to back up his 4.17.
Might even be better than the 4.17 too. I mean, the second turn was quality. Got a little hung up due to that backwash though, but I mean, that's going to be a factor that's going to be presented on almost every wave ridden so far. And here you see the replay. Just a little setup tag right there, but how's that bottom turn for the second one too? Nice quality turn right there up in the pocket. So probably going to be around his first score, maybe a little bit better or just under.
Yeah, and what that showed me too is your pace and your approach out here at this bank. You really need to be paying attention to the backwash and surfing around, through, or with the backwash.
And it takes attention away from what you're trying to do before thinking of that too. So you kind of have to be in two minds at the same time. And I think that's why maneuver selection out here is so important, because you're thinking about one thing the whole time, and then all of a sudden backwash pops up and it changes your whole perspective on what to do on a wave.
Yeah, and it certainly will alter your line of approach. Here we go, Alan Cleland Jr. Nice snap to begin with. Winds up, one more tap off the top. He's gonna get a third one in and a finish. So well-orchestrated wave for the surfer representing Mexico. Douglas Silva right behind him. He chooses the backhand this time. Winds up down the line, quick off the top there, negotiates around that backwash, has to cut it short there, but gets a finish. So that's his best wave so far in this heat. Douglas Silva in the green jersey.
Decent exchange right there, Kaipo. Probably going to say that Cleveland's going to get the better of the two. And Silva on the backhand here. I've seen this kid surf before, and I was impressed, but he's riding kind of a different board for these kind of conditions. It looks very narrow, you know, a little bit longer too, and he did have the switch. You know, his first board did get buckled. And then Cleveland right here, nice little tag. The second one a little bit better, but his pacing on the wave, to me, was the most impressive thing. A lot of experience for this young competitor out of Pascuales. And you see him coming from that big, heavy beach break in the central part of Mexico. He knows what he's doing out here at a beach break like this, a more playful one, if you could call it.
Yeah, he had some light feet getting through those sections, and that's what it's going to call for. I mean, those dead sections in between peaks, you're really going to have to, you know, put on your tap shoes in a way and be able to kind of scoot through there, continue your forward momentum so that you can take full advantage of what's out there.
Absolutely right, and you want to present the wave well to the judges too. And you see right here, scores coming through. It seems like they're going to be around the same scores that they had previously, Kaipo.
Yeah, well, we're still waiting for that score for Alan Cleland Jr. And as we're waiting for those scores, we're going to take a quick break, but we'll be back with the conclusion of the opening heat of the day when we return. I got crazy static right now. And welcome back to the Corona Saquarema Pro presented by Banco Do Brasil. We're in the opening round for the men. heat number 1 out in the water. Jadson Andre out in the lead in that opening heat. Alan Cleland Jr. score came through for Alan when we went to that break, a 4.03. I'm Kaipo along with Mitchell Salazar. And it looks like Jadson Andre, as we expected, taking the lead in this heat.
Yeah, experience definitely prevails out here, Kaipo, and he has first priority 2 out there in the water at the moment. And Alan Cleland Jr. drops his best score of 4.03. That has him in second place. And so far, Mikey McDonough in fourth. Nothing better than just a throwaway of a 0.3. Time's winding down, Kaipo. 14 minutes to go on the clock. And you're seeing him distance himself quite a bit from the other 3 surfers. And this is a huge chance for Alan in second place right now to get his best wave under priority of Jadson and maybe break away from the other 2 surfers in green and white.
Wow, and you know what? Given these challenging conditions, this also is a recipe perhaps for a shocker. And right now, a bit of a shocker happening to the young Australian, Mikey McDonough. He's just got a fractional score in the scoreboard right now. You can see a 0.3, and he's back in 4th priority. So he's really going to have to wind things up in these final 12 minutes.
Yeah, and unfortunately for him, the surfer in the lead and even in second too, they don't have anything better than 7 points in their heat total. So it's completely wide open still. A 5 puts you right back into it. Even, I mean, a 6 would do even better, but you can't be thinking that way. You need to break things up within 2 waves, and maybe he's got a chance right here, Kaipo.
Yep, just a quick up and out for McDonough. So it's going to continue to get lost out there at the bank here at Itauna. Paddled now, and we turn our attention to Jadson Andre. Finds the left here. Jaddy winds up off the bottom, snaps off the top. Another quick turn off the top. Make it 3 for Jadson Andre. Why not 4 to finish off? So Jadson Andre showing why he is the top seed in this heat. Found that wave and executed on it. Douglas Silva right behind him. And coming up short there, looks like Silva was to a good start, but could not finish off that wave. That's going to hurt his chances.
Well, best wave of the heat for sure for Jadson right here, and a priority now with Allen. And 12 minutes to go. This was not only great use of priority, but it also shows you the amount of experience that Jadson has in big heats. And this was Mikey's opener, I believe, or his last one. So just the 1 throw tail should be, you know, a small score, relatively speaking, in terms of the heat. And then Douglas, just the 1 and done, wasn't able to get into the final section. But how about this wave selection for Jadson, Kaipo? Great first turn right there, sending a lot of spray outside. And I love the pace that he had on this one. Great maneuver selection the entire time, and fits in the 2 for 1 at the end too. Real springy surfing right there from Jadson.
Yeah, a tricky lineup here at Itauna, but there's some locals that know exactly where to sit, and one of those locals is a top performer, former Championship Tour member, and pretty much the pride of Saquarema, Raoni Montero. I believe Raoni right now is with Maida. Take it away.
Hi guys, I'm
Looks
here
like we're gonna
at
get
Area
back to here we go.
with Raoni Montero, local legend. So how important is to have this kind of competition, very nice level here in your hometown?
Bom dia. And it's great to see all the guys competing on high level of surfing. They are the best surfers at the moment, the best competitors. So it's really great to watch the guys and being part of the CS event. I qualified last year, but I didn't go to any events because of my daughter. She has born, and I had to stay home taking care of family. So, but I'm here at home, and I'm going to compete this event. I'm so happy. I'm stoked, and I don't know. I'm just thinking about go out there and surf, and I've been watching the guys. Everybody's ripping, so I'm trying to rip as well, to surf good, to actually hopefully trying to do my best out there. And I don't know. It's just great to see everybody ripping on that level of surfing, and I'm here in between of those guys, and being part of this. So I'm 40 years old right now, so I'm not 20 anymore. And that makes me more proud of myself. And yeah, I just want to feel comfortable out there with my equipment and just show everybody that I can do good in bad conditions, because it's really bad out there right now. The wind is really strong. This is not the conditions that we want to see, that we expect to surf, but we are professional surfers. We are ready to surf anything, so yeah, let's go out there.
Okay, thank you, Raoni. Good luck in your heat. Back to you guys in the booth.
Thank you, Maida. And back to straight in action here with Jadson Andre.
Wow.
A couple of fast pace off the tops there for the Goofy Foot. Jadson's previous score is 6.33, the highest scoring wave so far in this heat, and looks like Jadson's building momentum throughout this heat.
For sure, and you know it's cold out there too. I think a lot of these surfers don't really expect it to be cold in this time of the year here in Rio.
Mikey McDonough, again, just not finding that wave or that face that he needs right now. He did score a 4.33 on his previous wave. Just needs a 3.03, McDonough does, to get into that second place and advancing position. Don't think that was a 3.03, though.
It was just the one setup, right? So I doubt it, too. And this is Jadson wave. How about that first turn? And these last two goes for the floater. And that last one, ladies and gentlemen, was as hard as it gets. That section's coming down on him. He doesn't have a lot of speed coming out of that floater, and somehow he was able to go up into the lip for that. And this is the 4.33 of Mikey, so decent combo on the back end. They scored it well, and then the last one doesn't seem like it's going to be the score as you were mentioning, but the real question now, what are both Douglas Silva and Alan Cleland doing in order to either keep that second place position or move up into it? Because with 7 minutes to go, McDonough's doing his job right now, Kaipo. He's looking for those two scores to move him up into the top two spots.
Yeah, again, the situation, Mikey McDonough, we're waiting for a score for him, but he does need a 3.03 to take over that second place and advancing position off of Alan Cleland Jr. And the number we're still anticipating, Judge number 5 has not put in the number yet, so we cannot confirm the last score and see if the situation changes at all in the water. Alan Cleland Jr., you can see him in the blue jersey, paddling and listening intently for that number to see where he's going to be sitting when that number drops.
Absolutely. It's the smart strategy, and knowing how dangerous and good McDonough is in different kinds of conditions, the same thing I'd be doing right now, Kaipo. This is a young kid from Australia that, you know this generation is going to be much better than the one previous, and a kid with a lot of talent in different kind of conditions, but he's also very adaptable. And something that Cleveland has done so far this year, I think it's been really the best competitive year for him in his young 20 years of age. So he's got a lot to learn, but he's got to learn something right now in this next 6 minutes. It's got to be go over and sit on your opponent.
Yeah. Well, he's going to hear, Alan, that Mikey McDonough did not get what he required. So Alan Cleland remains in second place and advancing position. Let's take a look at our recap as we count what happened so far in this heat. And it's been Jadson Andre. He started off with a great solid maneuver spinning out of that reverse.
Yeah, and it's tough to do that first wave of the heat too. A 4.17 there, and then Cleland responded with this wave. His best so far, 4.03 Kaipo. And he's kind of been in that mid-range, those average scores the whole time in this heat. He's kind of been doing just enough to be in second place, but how about Jadson? He's been bettering his scores, as you've been saying, with every single wave. And this last one, the best of the event so far, 6.67 for the great combo.
Yeah. Jaddy baby came to play. And here he goes, live action and throwing that trademark. Jadson Andre air reverse, had to kick the board away there, but no harm, no foul. Andre's still on top of the pack in our final 5 minutes. Alan Cleland, currently in second place, looking to better his low of a 3.33. Couple of quick turns on the backhand. Did he get the job done?
I don't know. It's going to be close, but I don't know about that decision-making right there with first priority.
Yeah.
You know, just under 5 minutes, you know what McDonough needs, and Silva doesn't need much either. And this was a wave that I didn't personally think from the get-go looked like it was going to be a great one. You know, decent first tag, but the second one not really a critical section. He's probably going to go outside and try to get something better than his low 3, and Jadson going big right there for the attempt.
Looking into the competitors area, Liam O'Brien likes what he saw.
Well, they're definitely supporting Mikey. Mikey, excuse me. They got a real tight contingent there, the Aussies. If you see them, and the event in United States showed that with Macy Callahan's win too.
And you're right, Mikey did get, in that flurry of waves, just to update the viewers, Mikey McDonough did get a wave in that flurry. So we're waiting for 3 scores to populate our screen. Jadson Andre, that was a throwaway. Alan Cleland, did he increase his lead over Mikey McDonough? And then Mikey McDonough, we're waiting for his score. Did he get the 3.03 if the situation remains the same? As heat number 2, running to the water, that's Evan Geiselman. He'll be out there in the blue jersey for the second heat of the day.
One of the hopefuls for the Stars and Stripes too, and had the semifinal finish at the U.S. Open. Needs 2 big results in order for him to qualify for 2023 Kipes.
Yeah, and you know, just a perennial, a qualifying series surfer, Evan Geiselman. But he can do it in so many different ways, Geiselman. He can do it in the air. He can do it in barrels. He's got a really sharp backhand. So we'll see how that translates. Well, score did come in for Mikey McDonough on his last wave, and that was a 3.77. McDonough goes into second in advancing position right now. Alan Cleland, was that a strategic error by taking that wave and not holding on to priority?
Absolutely. And here's McDonough on another one.
Late charge from the Australian. Glides through the lip, manages the backwash there for the completion. Looking to better his 3.77. That is his low score. But Mikey McDonough, after having, well, we were talking about a shocker.
Yeah.
At the first, I'm
20 minutes.
2/3 of this heat, focused himself, and he got right back in the game.
It's the mental fortitude, and now here's the heat leader, Jadson, again.
Jaddy looking for a ramp, finds the ramp, throws it up there, and plants the landing, but the backwash gets the best of him.
Well, now it's really like a decision whether or not that was a good decision making by Mikey to go on that last one and maybe better than 3.77. It was a bigger section, but really in top 2 priority slots, should you be going on that wave with 3 minutes to go? Probably not. You should be waiting on the outside, just knowing that you're making it through the heat right now. And as of right now, if you're Cleland, a minute 40 to go, you should be going on the first chance that you get, especially knowing that Silva has higher priority than you too.
I agree. Alan Cleland has got to get busy right now. He's a 4.08.
One turn. Here he goes.
This is it. Really important for the surfer from Mexico. And has to throw that away. That's going to do nothing but move him down in priority and eat up time. So really looking like things were going his way at the beginning of this heat, but just this is the theme I think that we're going to see today, Mitchell.
100%.
Things can change in an instant.
In a blink of an eye, and if you make one mistake against these high-quality competitors, it doesn't matter if it's the person number 1 in the rankings or somebody in the hundreds. Everybody can make you pay here, Kaipo.
Douglas Silva, he's not out of the game yet. He's a 5.5, and that's going to help him right there. Timed it with the backwash. A 5.5 gets Douglas Silva into second place. That was a lot of pop in that air.
Yeah.
Some great spin and a solid landing.
Yeah, and great hang time, too. Spent a lot of time in the air, and to me, this is a no-doubter. I think he gets the score unanimously here, and look at this. As you mentioned, the backwash, not once, but twice on this wave. Beautiful rotation. Really never moved or displaced his body when he didn't need to, and this section presented itself right there, too, and I really like the way he was able to manufacture the air and gain some speed with the first 2 pumps. Great rotation and beautiful projection. This to me should be more than the 5.5, Kaipo.
Oh, the plot has thickened, and the theme of the day, what's the theme? That anything can happen out here at Itaúna in this beach break. So we're going to be waiting for that score for Douglas Silva. He needs a 5.5, and he gets a 7.83. Douglas Silva, buzzer beater, gets into second place, and he will advance into the round of 48 along with Jadson Andre. So it is
a Brazilian sweep in the opening heat of the day.
Kind of crazy right there, going up against the 2 experienced veterans in Cleland and McDonough, and I think they maybe underestimated him a bit at the end, but good use of priority, and what a clutch performance by this young kid from Brazil in green.
Clutch is the word, and had a little bit of equipment issue early on in the heat, but made up for it when he needed to. Great surfing by Douglas Silva as he makes his way back into the beach. And he's going to get the good news that he is on to the round of 48. There's all the numbers on the bottom of your screen. More coming your way from Itaúna. We're just getting the day started. This is the Corona Saquarema Pro. Thank you for joining us. Opening day here at the Corona Saquarema Pro, presented by Banco Do Brasil. We're in the men's opening round, the round of 96, heat number 2, out in the water. Local boy, João Chianca in the red jersey. Evan Gileselman, representing the United States, is out there in blue. Keanu Kajiyama in white is the representing Japan, and Kalani Ball representing Australia out in the green jersey.
Yeah, I love this heat. A couple of great surfers that have been on the Challenger Series for quite some time now. Evan Gileselman, to me, really the standout in these kind of conditions out of this heat. But don't count out local boy. João Chianca needs a big result here, Kaipo.
Yeah, he sure does, and he's got the hometown crowd behind him. As we see, this is going to be the opening ride for Keanu Kajiyama. Japanese surfer gets a nice little snap to begin and goes down. So as we wait for the score for Keanu Kajiyama, we're going to hear from our first heat winner, Jadson Andre. He's against the glass.
Yeah, Jadson, first heat of the day, tricky conditions, but you managed to find good ones. How was it?
Yeah, today waves are not easy to surf. It's pretty bumpy out there. And the first heat of the day is always a challenging one. Yeah, I mean, I was just lucky enough to find the right waves, you know. I was like, I just want to make sure that I was going to get the right waves. And also, I really wanted to make that heat, you know. I think the last 4 contests here in Saquarema, I think I lost all the heats in first round. So that hit really means a lot for me. I know that's not my goal. You guys know my goal is definitely the CT. But for personal reason, I really needed to make this hit, and I'm stoked that I made it.
Yeah, competing here at home with no pressure, how are you feeling for the rest of the comp?
Yeah, it's going to be my last contest of the year. And I know there is nothing in line. I mean, there is no pressure. I don't need results, etc. But I'm here for a reason, and I definitely don't want to talk about it. But I'm gonna try my best, and I hope I can keep advancing, just get the right waves, try to surf well, and also I'd love to take this opportunity to say hello to my lady back home. We've been going through a lot of things. Also, Luciana, she's been helping me a lot. Also, Auntie Simone, and love you guys. Thanks for all the support.
Okay, thanks, Jetty. Back to you guys in the booth.
All right, well, congratulations, Jadson Andre. We will see him in round 2, the round of 48, along with a young upstart, Douglas Silva, who, again, came in with a clutch performance in that opening heat.
Yeah, literally the last minute, but sounded quite emotional there, Kaipo, don't you think? He, personal reasons, competing here, didn't want to talk about them, and we're going to respect the privacy, but it did seem like this event matters quite a lot to him.
Here we go. We're rolling with Kalani Ball. Live action in the green jersey, getting a couple off the tops there. On the left, Evan Geiselman with a quick spin and goes complete on that air reverse for Geiselman. So a couple of nice waves. We'll be waiting for scores for both Evan as well as Kalani. Quick up and out for the local boy, Joao Chianca Chombinho.
Dude, Evan, New Smyrna Beach in the house. And, we talk about brother duo. I would have to say 2 of the best in the history of professional surfing. I think Garo Geiselman is probably one of the most underrated surfers in the world. And Evan has been around for a long time doing these kind of maneuvers. Beautiful projection down the line. Nice spin. Good amount of speed, too. That should be a great score for right now. And then Kalani has had a couple of waves in the scoreline already. A couple of scores in the 3s, so nothing major. But decent 2-turn combo right there on the backhand. They've been keeping those scores down this morning, Kaipo. And then this was Joao's first wave. Score came in as a 5.33 and a decent 2-turn combo. Nice tail slide right there at the end with a difficult section due to the backwash. So, 23 minutes on the clock. You're going to think that Evan and Joao are going to have a decent score on their board. And I think anything better than a 5 is something that you got to consider is going to be in your scoreline at the end of this heat. And then this was the last one during the replays. Nice little carve off at the top right there, and an even better second one. So you can definitely see local knowledge prevailing here, and he already's going to have 2 decent scores in the first 7 minutes of this heat, Kaipo.
Yeah, quick to work there, and that's really going to be. But we saw in the last heat, anything can happen.
Absolutely.
So this is going to be hard-fought battles through each of these 30-minute heats.
Well, a lot of experience by all 4 surfers, too. You see Geiselman, who comes from a beach break originally in New Smyrna in Florida in the United States. Joao from here, from Saquarema, knows how to surf a beach break, and obviously great in heavy barrels, too. And Keanu Kamiyama has been a surfer that I've been seeing on my radar for quite some time. Won the ISA Juniors in 2019 in Huntington.
Kalani Ball on the backhand and an illustration of the challenge with the backwash. Just got exploded at the end of that ride.
Dude, that was gnarly. It seemed like a roller coaster ride right there at the end.
Evan Geiselman, he's going to have to negotiate through some of the backwash.
Oh, man.
Nice little tail throw in control. Evan Geiselman kicks out.
He looks poised. He looks very calm, and he looks in tune with both his equipment and really this wave right here at Itaúna right now, Kaipo. And as I said before, that one maneuver of the air probably going to score well, but I think it's the combination of both things that's really going to be rewarded highly here at a beach break like this. And going back to the situation with Kalani Ball right there, that backwash is for real. That thing, not only is it going to prevent you from actually completing your maneuvers, it could be injury prone right there at the end too. Here's Evan's last wave. Nice setup turn right there. More of a knifing stab right there. And then the tail slide at the end. That should be his backup. But yeah, this is an interesting heat. Kalani's been looking at the lefts mostly. He does have it right in the scoreline though. And Joao, his best wave on the left, but his second best was on the right. So the rights to me are a lot more difficult due to that south wind on the face. The lefts are standing up a bit more.
21 minutes on the countdown. Scores still owed to us for Joao as well as Evan. But both surfers looking strong in their opening account. Big air for Kalani Ball. And that was unfortunate. That would have been a game changer if he was able to ride out of that one.
100%. Probably would have been the best score of the event so far. And boy, a bad fall right there too. It seems like he kind of landed with his back on the water and dangerous. He had the one fall with the backwash right before this, and now this one. Those are 2 waves back to back that kind of influence your decision making in a heat, Kaipo. Here's the replay. Gained some speed, and look at that rotation, but see how he landed kind of with that lower back part of his body on the whitewater. Man, those are some stingers, and if you're not careful, could definitely misplace a little bit of vertebrae back there too.
Yeah. Definitely a way that you could hurt yourself. So still waiting for scores to give you the update here, but Joao Chianca is fulfilling what we would expect for him, as the local boy spends a lot of time surfing here in Itauna, as well as Barinha, as well as on the other side, the left off the other side of the church. So he's got I mean, but then again, the conversation with someone like Joao Chianca is also, we know he's talented, we know he knows how to surf competition, but sometimes having to perform in your hometown can either, that can play mind games with you a little bit,
Well, best example for me, John Florence had not won the Pipe Masters up until last season.
Yeah, right?
Like, isn't that crazy? John Florence, who to me is the Prince of Pipeline, had not won that event before. He had won every single other event up until that one. Gabe Medina has not won a CT event in Brazil. Felipe has really only been the one dominant person that you think of. Okay, he's been dominant at home. I think Mick Fanning a few years at Snapper Rocks. But really, besides that, the Australians had difficulties competing at home, too. And it goes to show you the amount of pressure that these surfers go through in these big competitive scenes.
This is true. Nothing's a given, as we see Kalani Ball running the beach, repositioning himself, and paddling back out. Ball in third place, needs a 5.3. Looks like he did a little bit of a board change with that beach run, so we'll see if the change in equipment is going to be a change of fortune for Kalani Ball. Again, he needs a 6.09 if he wants to get into second place. Joao Chianca in first, Evan Geiselman in second.
Tall kid, too, Kalani Ball, and rides quite short boards for how tall he is.
And Keanu Kajiyama, and that is not going to help the Japanese surfer. He's going to remain in fourth. He needs a 7.53, so he needs a big number, but he's got 18 minutes on the clock, plenty of time counting down right now. Swell looks like it's filling in just a bit as well.
For sure. It's been picking up throughout this heat as well, and it seems like Joao caught a wave during the replays too, and as we're seeing Kalani paddle back out, I also think another thing that's going to be a big factor for today is not only positioning, but how well you're positioned during the clutch moments during a heat too, Kaipo. We saw that in the last heat with both Alan Cleland and Mikey McDonough. They weren't aware of how dangerous Silva was in that last heat, and obviously they pay the price for it. But now with surfers both like Ball and Kamiyama, if you're Joao Chianca, the local boy, and if you're Evan Geiselman, the real great surfer in beach breaks, you can't take into consideration that these two guys can't perform at a wave like this when size is increasing out there, Kaipo.
Yeah, that's a really great point that you're making there, Mitch. Joao Chianca with what I like to call heat control. Got the lead and is holding down #1 priority. Now, he's got plenty of time on the clock, so it's not like he can hold on to that priority for the remainder of the heat, but definitely in control right now, because he's going to get another pick when a quality wave comes through here at Itauna Beach. Can Chianca stay in front? We'll find out at the back half of this heat when we return.
Visit Saquarema and fall in love with the city, which is naturally beautiful. Saquarema City Hall, hard work and respect.
And we are back at Itaúna Beach. This is the Corona Saquarema Pro, presented by Banco Do Brasil. Opening round for men today, out in the water. First day of the waiting period in heat number 2 with the local boy, João Chianca, with the lead over the pack. I'm Kaipo, joined by Mitch, talking you through the action here.
How's this Brazilian jazz funk we got going in the background? I'm digging it. Early morning, we need a little get me up when we don't have the coffee here in the booth. But you know, I was about to mention to you, Kaipo, before the break, it was a bummer that we weren't able to see João Chianca compete at home during the CT event, because I feel like, you know, he would have had a good chance of making it far. We know that it was the first time in history that the quarterfinals onwards were all Brazilian surfers on the men's side, and I think he probably would have been one of those 8 surfers going into finals day too.
Hey, in my opinion, João Chianca really did kind of just get, you know, the short straw, if you would, in the hand in his rookie year at the championship tour. He belongs on that tour. We'll see if he can climb his way back. Here's a replay of Kalani Ball, and this happened during the break, and that wave for Ball earned him a 3.2. He's still in 3rd place. These are 6.83 to move into 2nd and advancing position. Again, 4-man heats in this round. Top 2 advance into the next round, the round of 48.
Yeah, and both Ball and Kamiyama are needing some big scores, 6.83, 8.27. I would think something close to a 7 is what Ball is looking for right now, and here he goes.
Rolling through that first turn, Kalani Ball snaps aggressively. Second turn, a little bit of taper on this wave. That's going to give him a little bit of a challenge to get the number acquired. Does a good job of surfing it for what it's worth, but question is, was that a 6.83?
Absolutely not, but it should be his best wave, though, personally. 12:30 to go on the clock, and it's going to diminish the requirement, Kaipo, so should make things less difficult for Kalani. And great wave selection right here, too. Nice left, strong first turn. Love the extension of the bottom turn, too, with the first 2 maneuvers. And, you know, just finished this wave off as it was tapering off, as you mentioned. And, you know, good use of that wave from Kalani. Should not only be his best wave, but I think mentally should put him in a way better spot in the last 12 minutes of the heat.
Looking at our competitors area and the Australian support squad. Replay here of João Chianca's last wave. That was a 6.13 for Chianca.
He looks in tune, Kaipo. He's finding those waves, and as I told you before, I think the rights are super hard to surf, but he's found the more cleaner of the rights out there this morning.
Keanu Kamiyama, the Japanese competitor, working his way down the line. Big tail throw there. And the backwash again is a hazard for the Japanese surfer. Coming unstuck there. João Chianca, again, no harm, no foul. He still will remain in the lead with 11 minutes on the clock and counting down.
Seems to me, Kaipo, I don't know about yourself, but it just seems that Keanu's probably trying to do a bit too much out there for how conditions are right now. Maybe a bit too much pressure on his shoulders, as we see João. Good first turn, but comes unglued on the second one. Maybe just trying to keep Evan off of that wave. And right here, this is what I'm talking about. It seems like every single one of Keanu's waves, he's been trying to go for big turns on sections that aren't really there. And I feel like if you're trying to force maneuvers in a flatter section, that's usually what's going to happen. You're going to fall.
I agree with you on that, is that these particular conditions, you really have to navigate to the choice parts of the wave, just like that.
Oh.
One more turn for Ball. He's on his way right now. 3 big turns. Makes a signal to the beach, says, give me the number. The number is a 5.71 to turn the heat for Kalani Ball and get into that 2nd place and advancing position.
I'm going to quote Cuba Gooding Jr. on this one and Jerry Maguire. Show me the money. Kalani Ball ripped this wave for what it was worth, and great first maneuver, nice bottom turn. Love the variation on the second one, too. More of a carve snap and straight up into the lip on the third. To me, that should easily be the 5.71 and a bit more, too. And Geiselman, who, to me, had been surfing a perfect heat, basically, up until that point, and nothing really he can do. He's been sitting with first or second priority the whole time on the other side of the beach. I think Evan's still been doing his own thing. But Kalani Ball just found that wave and somehow was able to make things happen here, Kaipo. Should be a situation change right now.
Anticipating the number for Kalani Ball. Again, a reminder, you can see in the third column on your screen that 5.71 is what he needs to overtake Evan Geiselman. Geiselman's still in the driver's seat in a way that he's got first priority out there. He's in the blue jersey, and he will be in a position to answer back if Kalani Ball does obtain that number, which he does. Kalani Ball, 7-point ride. He doesn't go to second, he goes straight to the top. That 7-point ride, Kalani Ball now in first place. Joao Chianca drops down to second place. Evan Geiselman now needing a 5.78 to get into second place. And our Japanese competitor, Keanu Kamiyama, needs a near perfect 9.57.
Yeah, that's a tough score for today, Kaipo, especially with the level of competition we have out there in this event. And, you know, wouldn't necessarily say that a 9's out of the picture, but it would have to be something unbelievable. At 5.78, though, Geiselman's still in it. I mean, he has first priority, 8:45 to go. You know Joao Chianca is going to be pressuring him into taking a wave that is not there for that score. But I think really the next wave that Evan decides to use his priority on is probably going to determine the outcome of this heat right now. Can he be on a wave that gives him that 6 that he needs? Will he be able to use priority at a given moment? And another big factor right now, too, he was able to manage the backwash well on his first 2 scoring rides. Will that be presented the same way on this next one, too?
Seems to be the theme for the day. We're only early in the day. We're only in second heat in the water, but managing that backwash, I think, is going to be a continued challenge.
Isn't that crazy, though, where we go to surfing contests, it's like, hey, did you actually win, or did the backwash beat you? It's like, it kind of seems like that's the theme so far, but you can't see right there with this aerial angle, but there is a huge dune right here, and it just tapers off into the ocean, and I would have to say, what, it's probably 4 to 5 feet tall at least. You know, and that's a big difference.
Yeah, and that, you know, creates that backwash, creates that reverb. You got the rocks out here too, creating another sideways wave. There's so much going on. Now you couple that along with this onshore sea breeze that continues to increase. You got water moving all over the place, so it's really going to be a factor of placing your turns in the good water, finding the good water. Kamiyama, again, victim of pushing a little too hard. Chumbinho, also pushing a little too hard at the end there.
Well, both Kalani and Joao are actually tied at the moment, but since Kalani has the highest wave of the heat, he takes the lead, and if it were to come down to a tiebreak, he'd be moving through if it were two-person heat, though, obviously. But right now, I think that was a good decision by Joao to go on this wave, add some more pressure to Evan, and kind of make him think the whole time, knowing that Joao can better his situation in second place. Beautiful turn right there where he actually releases the fins. But the local boy, even having trouble with the backwash himself, mistiming that section right there. So far, Geiselman very patient, hasn't really moved a muscle so far with priority. He knows that the next wave is really going to determine this heat, Kaipo.
Yeah, and that is what a veteran competitor will do. There's no reason for Evan Geiselman to even look at anything that is a wave that's going to not produce at least a 7-point ride.
100%. And, you know, the programs that he came through in the United States as well, NSSA, Eastern Surfing Association, and obviously the premier division to me is USA Surfing, which formerly was known as Surfing America. He came through there, has a great generation of surfing, too, in the United States.
Here's our recap, Mitchell. And the local boy knows how to do the dance here at Itaúna.
Yeah, that was the 6.13 of Joao, Chumbinho, and then Kalani, slowly but surely, the last 2 waves are what put him up into first place. A 4.7 right here. A nice little taper finish right there at the end. But how about this 7-point ride for the youngster from Australia? Love the way he drives off the bottom right there with the beautiful bottom turn and the lip line connection. Get a variation right there with the second one, as somehow was able to find the lip at the end too, Kipes.
We talked about it, finding the good water in a jumbled lineup, and Kalani Ball was able to connect the dots, found that clean water, and really impeccable timing.
Right.
Placing his turns.
Precision, that's for sure. And another big heat coming up right now. That guy on screen, Eitan Osborne, had the quarterfinal finish at the U.S. Open. Kind of a freak in the air, but has a great rail game too. And number 12 in the rankings. This is a massive event for him, and get points on the line for him too, Kipes.
Yeah, and I'm a big, big fan of Eitan Osborne. And we got to just remember, we take our top 4 finishes for your ranking. And Eitan, number 12, you said on the leaderboard, but he's number 12 by way of only 3 results so far. So he's got open water right now. If he's able to make a few heats over here, he's going to be climbing that ranking schedule. We'll get to that. That's going to be heat number 3. We're in the final 4 minutes and 15 seconds of heat number 2 right now. And it is tense times for Evan Geiselman, trailing, needs a wave, got priority, and he's just kind of set anchor out there waiting for the optimum wave.
Yeah, and I mean, I've been speaking to Evan for a few years on what he's been planning to do after he lost his main sponsor, and he said, hey, you know what, as long as I have a chance in order to compete on these challenger events and try to qualify for the championship tour still, I'm still going to do it. And he loves to golf too. That takes the pressure off of surfing. And here's Keanu now, an important wave for him, Kaipo.
Kamiyama, and just can't get into the flow there.
No.
So that's not going to do it for the surfer from Japan.
It's been the storyline of the whole heat for him, really, and he just never found his rhythm. His best score is only a 2.23, and if you're, losing a heat like that, not only does it affect your confidence, but I think moving through as well, going to Haleiwa, now he's really going to need to win, and for a lot of people to lose in order for him to qualify. Decent first turn. This came in as his best at 2.5, but as I said right here, the second wasn't there for the common maneuver that he was probably thinking about.
Gosh, and he's just been searching out there. Rode a total of 8 waves so far in this heat. Replay here, Joao Chianca.
Ooh, goes for the rotation. Nice air reverse right there. A beautiful extension and the beautiful finish at the end as well. Looking to better a 5.57. Would have to say he's going to do that. And probably going to take the lead right here.
And Joao Chianca was sitting right next to Evan Geiselman when he took that wave. Geiselman with priority and is still trailing. So clock ticking down, and that's just adding more and more nerves to the East Coast surfer, Evan Geiselman. You can see him out there in the blue jersey and still sitting with number 1 priority.
Evan's not looking at the rights, though, and if you've noticed all heat long, he's only caught 4 waves, and all 4 of them have not only been lefts, but they've been kind of those bully lefts that Jadson was finding, too, and there's a score for Joao.
A 6.6 for Joao Chianca. He goes to the top. So Joao now in the lead, second place in advancing position to Kalani Ball. Evan Geiselman in 3rd place with first priority, needs a 5.78. Under 2 minutes, a 2-minute drill right now for Geiselman.
So he's still needing the same score because Ball and Chianca at that moment of the heat were tied. And Joao takes the lead. I think you could probably say that he's surely moving through right now. Yeah. But with priority, Evan Geiselman, as I mentioned before, around the 6-7 minute mark, he had not moved a muscle since he had got priority. And he still hasn't done it. 90 seconds to go. I think if it comes down to the last 60 seconds, you need to go on the first wave that you see. You can't let it come down to whether or not a wave is going to break in the last 15 to 20 seconds. A 6, you can do that on 1 maneuver on an air.
Yeah, and nobody ever wants to go out in a heat sitting down.
No.
You want to at least be on your feet, give it a chance, and see if you can have that buzzer beater moment. And you can see Evan Geiselman on your screen with the paddle here, trying to manifest the wave. And a bit of confusion now for Geiselman as he's just zigzagging back and forth. And maybe, he's got to stay away from frustration. I'm feeling frustration right now coming from Evan.
Well, it's hard not to, right? When you've been sitting there for around 7 minutes and a wave that you've been waiting for hasn't showed up so far. And as I said, around that 60-second mark, he started moving around, knowing that there might not have been a set in time.
Hey, if he could replay this final 3 minutes, 6.6 is what Joao Chianca got on the right, and Joao was sitting right next to Evan when he took that wave.
Or maybe knowing that Kalani got his 2 best waves on lefts that were way down the beach. Move a little bit too, but I think that's the curse of having priority, is that you know that you might want to wait and just wait for that 1 set wave that unfortunately in this heat never came through for EG. So that's a big loss because he was close to qualification too with a good result here in Haleiwa, Kaipo.
Yeah, so Evan Geiselman out of competition. and he's going to have to come back at Haleiwa. Meanwhile, the local boy, Joao Chianca, coming through just like we thought he would. He's moving into the round of 48 along with Kalani Ball out of Australia.
Huge win for the local boy, and as you can see, not a ton of pressure on his shoulders right now. He seems comfortable, and I mean, what better experience than doing well at your home break 2 Kaipo when you've been surfing here your whole life? And how about Kalani Ball making it through with the last 2 waves that he caught on the heat too?
Yeah, Kalani Ball kept his wits about him, and he's going to move into the round of 48 along with Joao Chianca. Results on the bottom of your heat, the bottom of your screen, with all of the numbers. We'll be back with heat number 3 when we return to action here at Itauna. And we are back at the Corona Saquarema Pro presented by Banco Do Brasil. Stop number 6 on the Challenger Series. Flying by Itauna. Heat number 3 out in the water. And here on the set, I'm Kaipoguro, joined by Bruno Bokoyuva. Thank you for joining me, Bruno.
I thank you, Kaipo. Very honored and pleased to be here.
Well, we got a great heat here. In heat number 3, just entered the water. Eitan Osborne out in the red jersey. Timothy Biso is out in the blue jersey. John Mel out in white, and in the green jersey, Rafael Teixeira. Here we go, live action. Timothy Biso with a nice snap to begin with.
Oh, yeah. I like the rhythm, the way he goes for the last move, like with a lot of energy, carving, and then looking towards the last section and bangs. It's a good to start, huh? That was the 4-5, huh? Oh, dynamic. It's good to start like with 2 waves, some type of.
Yeah, a great start for Timothy Biso, and that seems to be the key to success out here, to get things going. All right, well, let's go down to the beach because we got an interview ready with the last heat winner, Joao Chianca. Take it away.
That's right, guys. I'm here with João Chianca, winner of the last heat. And João, after your second place last week and with requalification on the line, how important is to you to compete at home?
Oh yeah, Saquarema is the nicest place ever. It's probably my favorite place in the world, and like to have a a shot to like qualify here. It's like a big one, and I don't know. The last heat like got every single nerve that I had. So
Yes, it was really, really, really. We were always, sorry. Okay, so you look always so demanding on your own performance. Like you look so hard on yourself. Are you capable of looking back and say, I'm proud of myself this year, ready for the next year?
not yet. I think it would be like I think it would be like really brightful to finish the year like requalifying again. We had like couple up and downs and like couple like huge like victories and couple like huge losses. So it would be like really like I would be like just really grateful to requalify again, and I don't know, it's a big one.
Yeah. You wanna say in Portuguese como foi difícil essa bateria?
Essa bateria estava sendo bem difícil, muita coisa em jogo. Eu tentei realmente sentir toda essa pressão e viver com ela assim. Eu acho que se a gente fica tentando evitar as situações, isso só torna pior no momento crítico. Então, realmente a primeira bateria já está fora da jogada. Vamos para o próximo round. Feliz.
Good luck in the next round. Back to you guys in the studio.
Thank you very much, Rachel.
Valeu.
Rachel Apollonio also joining our broadcast crew here for the Corona Saquarema Pro, and Eitan Osborne with a couple snaps on the backhand out there in the red jersey. So some waves were ridden during that interview, and we'll catch you up. The judges owe us scores for Timothy Biso, John Mel, as well as Eitan Osborne.
And Kaipo, I was remembering the first time I saw John Mel was here in Saquarema back in 2017. He was just a kid.
Here we go with John Mel on cue, and you could see him. He was stomping on the tail of his board. He was anticipating a ramp, but it just didn't formulate for John Mel. And up and out for Rafael Teixeira, loses a bit of speed there. Can you tell us a little bit about Rafael?
Yes, he's from the state of Espírito Santo, right next to Rio, going north. And he was on the Challenger Series back in 2021. But he, you know what, he lose first round in each and every event. So a couple of 2 weeks ago on the Saquarema Surf Festival, he did a nice job, and he was very emotional about it, to finding his skills, his surfing back on the game.
Yeah, let's take a look. What went wrong here?
Oh man, I think it's maybe the backwash now, before the bottom turn. Yeah, the backwash is an issue always in Saquarema. In high tide, low tide, and Timothy Biso is finding the rhythm, huh?
Yeah, there we go. That was a 3.67 for Timothy Biso to push him a little bit further up ahead of the pack. He's currently in first place with first priority. John Mel is able to hang on to that second place with 2.5 and a 2.83. Rafael, he's got a 0.87 and 2.83 to his credit. And Eitan Osborne, he's got to get on the gas right now. He's just got a 1.6 and a 0.8 to his credit. Eitan Osborne, as in the red jersey, would be the top seed in this heat. Eitan has had a pretty good year on the Challenger Series. 9th place in Bolito, a 3rd place at the Vans US Open of Surfing, and coming off a 17th in Portugal. This is just his 4th event, so Eitan Osborne is going to gain points regardless, because we count your top 4. He's only surfed in 3 events so far this year.
He don't have a throwaway, huh?
Yeah. So opportunity, but opportunity starts, Bruno, with making this heat. This would be all for nothing if Eitan cannot come out of this opening heat.
He has to do it, huh? And he's a gifted guy, huh?
Gifted guy, great surfer, incredible air game, beautiful free surfer, but he seems like he's been able to take that kind of free surfy approach into competition, and from his performance over there at the US Open, it shows that he can be a winner.
That's it. And we have kind of the same beach break conditions here in Saquarema comparing to Huntington.
Yeah, and I was talking, Bruno, about there's so many variables out here as we look at the water right now. With the backwash, we have a little bit of a warble or a bounce coming off the rock here at Itaúna. and then also the onshore wind.
Yeah.
It's really jumbled
Yeah,
ocean.
southwest wind, man, is always a trouble. Sometimes on the left, it's good to stick with the airs and stuff, but generally, it's hard, huh?
And that's another question for you. Like, as you observe this peak, what direction do you think has more scoring potential, the rights or the lefts today?
In these conditions,
Yes.
I think with this kind of wind coming from southwest, maybe the lefts are better. Huh? And we have three goofies in this heat. Huh?
Yeah.
This is Rafael.
Rafael
Yeah.
puts it together right there. I was talking about in the jumbled condition, having to find the good water, having to be in pace with the wave. It looks like Rafael did just that.
Here it comes.
Timothy Biso uses his priority, and he's not going to improve his score line, so a priority error for Timothy Biso.
Yeah, it's a gamble in Kaipo in these conditions. Rafael is a very talented surfer. He used to do a pack to travel together with Ian Gouveia
Okay.
and Jessa Mendes. It was a trio.
John Mel, let's see what he's got. Throws the fins, gets it all the way around, makes sure that he gets in front of the white water for the completion. John currently in second place. Eitan Osborne on the backhand. He goes left. Up into the lip one time. Times it for a second one. Gets the rail caught up, and that was unfortunate for Eitan Osborne. Looks like he was on his way to a good wave, but needed to finish that off.
I like the first move, the fade before the bottom turn.
Lining up here, Biso floats through that backwash, but that backwash just bucked him off that wave.
Yeah, that's it. He's always there. It's always there.
So Timothy Biso on the paddle back out. Let's take a look at what happened here. You can see, Bruno, the backwash of Itaúna.
Yeah, in the middle of the floater. It's hard to...
What went wrong here? It looked like Eitan was doing pretty good on this first turn.
Yeah. Yeah, too fast, like the end of the wave, like, and then John Mel, the rotation was so smooth, huh? I like it.
So we're still waiting for the last score for John Mel. If he gets a 3.7 or better, he will take over the second position, and he does not get the number. 3.47 comes under the requirement. John Mel remains in third. Rafael Teixeira in second. Timothy Biso in first. So still a very close heat when we frame everything. That Eitan Osborne just needs a 3.93 to go to second. John Mel needs even less, a 3.07. So wide open heat.
Yeah.
Turn our attention here to Rafael. And nothing in the future of that wave for Rafael Teixeira. He kicks out.
Yeah, it's an open field, huh? Here it goes.
John Mel gets around that first section, lines up here, a little snap in the shore break. He's going to get one more section to carve off of into the beach. That could have been the number for John Mel, 3.07. We'll see what the judges think. What do you think, Bruno?
I think he's going to be right next to it.
Here we go. Timothy Biso throws it around, times it with the backwash, dynamic. The backwash in that case actually accentuated that.
That's it. He took advantage of it to have a pop, to go for the air. I like it. The rhythm, the speed was good. Huh?
Yeah, it was, and just the timing was so important. We'll take another look at it here.
Yeah, here it goes, generating the speed, and then boom. Yeah. Spot on.
And John Mel stitched together some nice maneuvers on this wave.
Yeah, a different flow, huh? More of a round, like snaps, moves. Different, but nice too.
Well, we're waiting for scores for both Biso as well as Mel. And we will set the situation here. We're nearly halfway through the heat. 16 minutes and 15 seconds on the countdown. Last score comes in for John Mel at 3.77. It's enough to put the surfer from Santa Cruz into second and advancing position. Waiting for score for Timothy Biso, and it looks like Timothy is going to increase his lead over the rest of the pack. A 4.73 for Biso, and he does better his two-wave total. Rafael Teixeira now in third place, needs a 3.55, and Eitan Osborne holding priority in the red jersey needs a 4.64. So some work to be done by Eitan Osborne, as well as Rafael Teixeira. Timothy Biso out in front. Will he stay there? We'll find out after this. The Corona Saquarema Pro opening day of the waiting period and opening round for the men out in the water. Heat number 3. With 13 minutes and 40 seconds remaining, and Timothy Biso out in front. John Mel in second in advancing position. We're just catching up with Rafael Teixeira. He's finished off a wave on the paddle back out. Currently, he needs a 3.55 to get into that second in advancing position. Here's the replay, Bruno.
Yeah. Generating some speed and going for the first air. Oh, slap off like it's hard, huh?
Unfortunate incompletion for Rafael Teixeira, and it looked like also Eitan Osborne took a wave during the break and was unable to get the required number. Eitan now in 4th priority, chasing a 4.64.
He almost stuck with that air. Huh?
Eitan, like I said, this is just his 4th event this year on the Challenger Series. We take your top 4 results for your year-end rankings. So this event has presented a giant opportunity for Eitan Osborne, but he's got to get the engine running right now and get through this heat. Timothy Biso, however, has been on fire, and as I was giving the accolades to Timothy Biso, he slips on his last maneuver, unable to finish, but still the surfing and the intent from Biso evident. He is in the lead and he'll remain in the lead. Let's take another look at this wave,
Yeah,
Bruno.
man, he reminds me of Michael Campbell, a new version of the Aussie, the runner-up in 1998 on the World Tour, World Championship Tour back then.
Yeah, Mick Campbell, former number 2 in the world,
Yeah,
great
man.
surfer out of Australia. Here we go, Eitan Osborne. And again, the wave just letting Eitan down. Got caught on his heels there. But, you know, he didn't lose a lot because he was in 4th in priority. John Mel looking down the line. Grabs the rail with a little lip glide there. Finds open face again. Another snap. Projecting down the line. Throws it with the backwash. And so unfortunate. Looked like he was on his way to a great wave. Timed the backwash great. Just needed to ride out in front of the white water for that to count.
Yeah, 2 first like functional moves. Look at that. Trying to overcome that section. And then he prepares. And he goes. First part of the move was just perfectly. And then right at the end, just miss it.
Yeah, just looking, feeling down the line and looking for that good water. He was able to find a couple of nice sections, but just it's going to be the theme of the day on how surfers deal with the jumbled conditions as well as the all-present backwash here at Itona. Is there any time that we don't have backwash here?
Yeah, in the certain conditions specifically, we don't have it, but it's normally here. Sometimes, of course, with a high tide, it's worst.
There's going to be an important heat coming up for Ezekiel Lau. He's going to be against Adur Amatrian, Slade Prestrick, and Marcos Correa in the upcoming heat. So big heat for the Hawaiian and an opportunity for Marcos Correa to make a show here.
Oh yeah, Marcos Correa is from the city of São Vicente, at the state of São Paulo. He's training with a lot of friends in Santos. And there's Ethan, huh?
Eitan Osborne with a couple of quality backhand snaps. This could get him right back in the game. Osborne needing a 4.64 to move into second and advancing position. And for me, Bruno, that was the first wave that Eitan was actually able to put together a series of maneuvers. Oh, little awkward moment there. Between Timothy Biso and John Mel. Biso looked like he had second priority. John Mel looked like he had third priority. I don't know if that impeded Biso's ability to score on that wave. And we'll see what the judges deem with that situation out in the water.
It's always good to say we have a judge just specifically focused on the priority system. Huh?
Here's what happened. Okay, Biso's got priority here. So John takes off, and then Timothy kind of sneaks behind him, but does have priority. Was that a forced kind of priority play there? That's going to be up to the judges there. Meanwhile, we're still waiting for the score for Eitan Osborne, which could turn the heat. For Eitan, got two quality maneuvers on the backhand, so we're still waiting for the scores. We're still waiting for a decision on that situation out there. 8.5 minutes counting down.
The more important is the way for the whole contest.
Here we go, another look at Eitan.
Very vertical, huh?
He gets a second one in there, Bruno. So he needs a 4.64 to get into second place. My feeling is that Eitan did enough on that wave. Those are two quality turns, but we have no indication as of yet from our judges for that last wave for Osborne.
I'm curious about seeing how far they go with this wave.
Well, they sure are taking their time. So there's probably a discussion on a number of different issues up in the judges' tower right now. There was a situation between Timothy Biso and John Mel, and then also putting pen to paper and getting the scores in for Eitan Osborne. And we're still waiting for both of those situations to present themselves. 7.5 minutes. As we fly by our judges' tower and our event site here at the Corona Saquarema Pro, presented by Banco Do Brasil. Beautiful structure here, very comfortable surroundings, and a very consistent wave. Score comes in for Eitan Osborne, and the score was not enough. 4.5 for Osborne, so he's in third place. Now just needs a 2.74 to take second. He's hearing that information right now from our on-site.
Yeah, he's hearing the speaker, the beach announcer, and now he's more closer to the what we want, the two first spots. More than 60 minutes and a half, so plenty of time for a change in the situation. And we'll see the increase of the swell during this afternoon, so we're going to see different conditions from the morning to the end of the day.
So anticipating the swell to grow throughout the day, and but we're always keeping a watchful eye of storm conditions and the wind. Here we go, Osborne finds a right. Remember, needs a small number, gets two turns in. Can he get the finish? Does not get the finish, so he let himself down by not finishing off that wave. Osborne just needed 2.74. Did that finish make the difference?
Yeah, will make a difference, but I think he can go have the score that he need, even though he fall on the last move.
There you go, a couple of turns there, so 2 turns. So it's going to lean on that, and it was enough. Even with the incomplete finish, it was a 3.33. Eitan Osborne has moved into second place right behind Timothy B. So John Mel in third. Mel now needing a 4.07 if he wants to get into the top 2. Timothy B. so blasting the lip there before kicking back out. That's our heat leader. So Biso probably not going to increase upon his score line as he makes his way back out. All he did was change some of the priority situation out there. But Bruno, John Mel, 4.07, Rafael, 4.14. Either of those surfers can turn this heat.
Oh yeah, still open game on.
Well, let's take a look at our recap of this heat and all the action that has happened so far. It was Timothy Biso.
Yeah,
Bruno,
right
that
from the
opened up
start.
strong.
Yeah, good rhythm, nice moves.
Biso found the second one here, 4.73. Later in the heat, blasting the lip there.
Yeah, very fluid, and very progressive also.
John Mel connected the dots through this one.
2 functional moves and then 1 bang at the end.
And then it was Eitan Osborne. 2 bangs on the backhand. This is good for a 4.5.
Oh yeah, no rotation, no airs, but just vertical surfing was enough.
And that brings us here to under the 4-minute mark with Timothy Biso in first, Eitan Osborne in second. John Mel again searching for that 4.07. Rafael Teixeira needing a 4.14. Both Mel and Teixeira in first and second priority, respectively. Here we go, John Mel. Little snap to begin with, and a little frustration as well. That was not what he needed.
Yeah, he lost the timing there in the first move. The wave was so short.
3 minutes and 20 seconds remaining. Enough time for John to get another wave, and still enough time with Rafael, who is in first priority. You can see him scooting over, takes a look at this left. Here we go. Turn our attention to Rafael down the line. Nice section in front of him, has to float through that, gets nothing more. That was unfortunate. That looked like a good wave at the takeoff.
For sure. We saw like kind of a paddle race there for Rafael to get the position. But unfortunately, wasn't a good wave at the end.
Yeah, so it's still going to be Timothy Biso and Eitan Osborne in 1 and 2 respectively. Another replay. What happened here?
Oh, the waves just shot up like after the first move. He didn't have a chance to do a second one. It's a gamble in these situations.
I mean,
yeah, they have to ship away all the time.
Yeah, the tough part to me, Bruno, is when there's a wave like this that looks good, I call it a mirage, if you would, looks good at the takeoff, and then does that unexpected just close out down the line. There was nothing that Rafael could have predicted that it was going to go that way.
Yeah.
So that was just an unfortunate luck for him.
Yeah, yeah. It was a good reading to try to go for that wave. Yeah.
Now it's
Like you
strategy
said.
time. Timothy Biso with second priority, Eitan Osborne with first priority, number 1 and 2 in first and second priority. They can kind of work as a team right now if they would to control the ending of this heat.
Oh yeah, the famous chess game, huh?
Yes. Osborne decides to go, uses his priority and uses it wisely as this wave presents multiple sections for Eitan Osborne. Even without the finish, it looks like he's going to improve upon his scores.
Yeah, I think he's going to throw away this 3.33.
So Eitan there, you know, he looked sketchy at the beginning. It took him, that was his 10th wave ridden. So really the beginning of this wave, he had a lot of non-fires, but this one put it together.
Yeah, let's go. Nice snap at the top and then a nice bottom turn and the vertical one.
Yeah, a little grabby on the end there, but it really, these first 2 turns are where the numbers are going to come
look
from.
at that, right at the pocket. First and second, one better than the other.
And we can see as we go back to live action, seeing the splash of the backwash on the inside shore break here. It can be your enemy, but then again, we've seen this backwash also be a surfer's friend. If you can time that perfect, you can get an extra ramp in there.
That's it. Can be a platform or can be a wall.
Still waiting for Eitan's wave score and see how that affects the situation. A 4.74 will put him in lead over Timothy Biso. We're down to just 20 seconds. Eitan scores a 5.83. He goes to first. Timothy Biso drops to second. John Mel in third. John needing a 5.46. Rafael Teixeira, he's surfing for a 5.53 right now. Couple of nice turns on the forehand. Could this be a buzzer beater for the Brazilian surfer, Rafael Teixeira? Got a couple turns in there, Bruno.
Yeah, he did. He's fast, huh?
So a reminder, Teixeira needs a 5.53. And if he gets that number, he's going to take this man out, Timothy Biso. Timothy's surfing this after the horn. That's not going to count.
Yeah. And Timothy's wasn't first from the beginning, huh? If the buzzer beater happened.
Yeah, and it did not, unfortunate.
Oh, yeah.
Rafael Teixeira, a 4.2, not enough for Rafael. So he's eliminated from competition along with John Mellon. It's going to be Eitan Osborne getting helped up. He's going to move on into the round of 48 along with Timothy Biso. And we'll take a look at all of the numbers from that heat. And there they are. 10.33 two-wave total for Eitan Osborne, 9.23 two-wave total for Timothy Biso. Those numbers were enough for both Biso and Osborne to advance out of this heat.
Nice comeback from Eitan.
Great comeback for Eitan Osborne, and Timothy Biso was able to hang on. He came out hot and was able to hang on to the end. We're going to be back with more action from Itaúna Beach. This is the Corona Saquarema Pro.
Welcome back to the Corona Saquarema Pro, presented by Banco Do Brasil. There we see the big victory by the flying Hawaiian Ezekiel Lau at the Vans US Open of Surfing earlier this year. Zeke with the biggest win so far of his young career, the 29-year-old from Honolulu, Hawaii. In the water right now is the high seed. He goes up against Adur Amatreyain, Slade Presswich, and the local surfer from Brazil, Marcos Correa. I'm Mitchell Salazar. Next to me, local boy Bruno Bocaiúva. Good morning, Bruno.
Good morning, Mitchell. Nice to be here with you, brother.
Yeah, likewise. So Bruno, tell me a little bit about your background and how you came into the sport of surfing. I know you've been covering it around for 30 years almost.
Oh yeah, man. I was dreamed to be a pro surfer when I was a teenager, and then I studied journalism in my 20s, and then I started working in TV shows and doing broadcasting and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Ever since like the 90s.
And now you're here covering both Challenger Series events and Championship Tour events too, correct?
Yeah, for sure. I'm working with TV Global on the Championship Tour, and now I'm here with the league in the Challenger Series.
Love to see it. Let's go down to the glass. Eitan Osborne is there.
Hi guys, that's right. I'm here with Ethan Osborne, the last winner of the last heat. And how is that feeling of the last minute win?
It's stressful. I don't know. It's hard out there, so I mean, I'm glad I got at the end. It's not what I wanted to do, but I made it.
Yeah, but you're good at the rankings, and this must be a really important event for you. If you win this one, you guarantee your spot.
If I win, yeah, if I win. So I think anything will help me right now. So yeah, anything will help. I'll take it, but yeah,
How comfortable do you feel with Brazilian waves here in Saquarema?
It's my first time here, so it's similar to home, little like bumpy beach break, but I'm excited to see it when it gets bigger. Yeah.
Do you want to say something to your family and friends back home?
I know it's early, so if you're up, thanks for watching, and I'll try not to be so sketchy in the next one.
All right, back to you guys. Thank you.
Thank you, Rachel, and congratulations to young Eitan Osborne. At the moment, number 12 in the rankings. He is close to qualification, and he would be the first surfer from Ventura to qualify since Dane Reynolds in 2007. So it would be a big result for both him and everybody in California. Only has 3 events to his name so far in 2022. So this is his 4th counting event. Here's Zeke. Opened up with a 2.5, small score to start things off, and Zeke, to me, Bruno, has been one of the standouts in the free surfs the last 2 days.
Oh yeah, he's surfing so good, huh? He's good all around, like in Sunset, in Huntington, and here is Marcos Correa.
Yeah, one of the local surfers in the event. Marcos, a Brazilian surfer, and here's the Spaniard, Amatriain Adur, one of the young Europeans coming out of that great continent. And, you know, what was it, in 2009, Euroforce had around 8 or 9 surfers on the Championship Tour, Bruno. As of right now, they only have 1.
Yes, man. Oh, yeah. And he comes from the Basque Country, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's such a nice place.
Great waves.
Yeah, Mundaka and Sarauds and stuff. Shout out to the San Sebastian. Great food, great culture. Very nice place to visit.
Yeah, and, you know, you talk about the different varieties of locations where these surfers come from. Zeke is one of them. He's up and riding again, going left. Great 2-turn combo right there by Zeke. And finishes up with the late foam climb right there at the end. Should be the best score of the heat, Bruno.
Yeah, nice pace, like going vertical for the first 2 moves. Good job, huh?
And that's a big guy we're talking about, too. One of the Vans, the U.S. Open of surfing when the waves were small. His opener, just a 2.5. Adur has a couple of throwaways, but this should be the best wave of the heat.
Oh, yeah, I agree with that. I think he's more light. He's more fit. It looks like for me.
Oh, 100%.
Yeah.
Probably the fittest person on tour.
Yeah. He likes boxing and stuff. And
everything. Yeah, he does cross training. You know, loves to work out. Does a lot of strength training too. But I do want to say he probably lost a little bit of weight and added more muscle too.
More lean, like.
And the wind is picking up. It's getting tougher and tougher out
That's
there.
it.
The one thing I will say though, Bruno, the sun did come out right now.
Yeah, yeah. And we're seeing the swell arriving in a couple of hours, I think.
Well, it's already decently sized out there. I was actually in the competitors area talking to Zeke and his best friend Keanu Singh during the last heat. They were looking at conditions and how difficult it was, and they were even maybe saying, hey, like, should we be running right now? And in the end, that decision isn't up to them, right? They need to go out there and perform regardless of how conditions are.
That's it, man. And I was remember the runner-up Keanu had here in Saquarema back in 2014. He just lost on the final to Wiggly Dantas, and they both qualified for the CT Championship Tour back then. So he have great memories from Saquarema.
Yeah, and I believe that year was mostly the big lefts, wasn't it?
Yes, the traditional left-hander from the point of Itaúna, we call it.
Right. That's the actual point
Yeah,
that you have
that's
here at
it.
Itaúna. So Zeke Lau, number 5 in the rankings from Honolulu, Hawaii, 28 years old. He'll be 29 at the end of the year. Tall guy, 186 centimeters in feet, around 6'1", 6'2". So he's around there, and it doesn't say the weight there, but he's got to be around 200, 210 pounds. Yeah, so he's a big boy, and when you compare him to these smaller surfers, especially somebody like Adura and Marcos,
Yes.
he's much larger than
Yeah,
them.
Keanu also. Huh?
Yeah. Yeah, so a lot to make up for when it comes to flexibility, that garner of speed, but it also makes it that more impressive, doesn't it?
Yeah, more technical, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and Bruno, looking at these conditions right now, we see this little overview from the drone. Score comes in for Zeke Lau. It is the best of the heat and one of the best of the event so far, 7.33. A couple of 7.5s in there, and it goes down to a 6.8. You throw away the highest score and the lowest, and you average out the other 3. Comes in as a 7.33, and it's a good score for right now,
For
right?
sure, man. A giant one for the contest, like for the situations, the waves like that. A good one.
Maybe how consistent it is with the sets, how many scores there have been actually in the 7s too. Here goes Zeke again, looking right, tags the lip on the first section, and a strong second one too. Zeke looks light on his feet.
Oh yeah, building momentum, man. The board's looking good also. He's so in tune with it.
With everything, it just seems like he's
reading
in a good point in his life, got married earlier. Has definitely been looking to kind of have that strength with his wife and kind of be in a similar situation when they're traveling too. What do you like about this one, Bruno?
Oh, the second one was so vertical. It was he attacked the leap like before the closeout.
Right,
Yeah.
anticipated it.
Anticipated, yeah, that's the word. And boom. Good. Very expressive. Like.
Yeah, I like that with his hands, everything.
Yeah.
It's very Hawaiian, isn't it?
Yeah.
You saw Sonny Garcia
Very
do that a lot.
muscled, yeah.
Yeah, but Zeke is one of the more talented people we have on the Challenger Series. Was on the Championship Tour a few times. Expecting to see him back there at the end of this season. And he drops a 6.57 on that right-hander. Just a quick one right there, in and out with 19 minutes to go. But so far, the other 3 surfers, Amatreayin, Correa, and Slade Prestwich, still nothing better than just a 1 on the board. And Prestwich from South Africa, a surfer that I actually competed against a few years ago. Yeah, and he's a tall surfer as well. You'd be expecting him to wait for those sets patiently, Bruno.
Yeah, that's it. It's another kind of tactics. Huh? And Zeke is one-man show until now. Huh?
Well, he's been busy.
Yeah.
So far catching 5 waves, 2 of those in the good range. And here's the surfer in green, Marcos. Nice fin dip right there. Just the 1, but should put him in contention, you know, for a decent score based off of what we've seen in the 7s and the 6s in this heat, Bruno.
And he had that body language, like very expressive also. Huh?
Yeah, positive body language. As Zeke comes unglued on the second one, but he's looking comfortable in the lead anyways.
He was trying to deal with the backwash.
18 minutes to go. We're going to see the replay here. This is Zeke's last one. Maybe mistimed the first section a little bit with the backwash.
Yeah, and then was the track for the entire wave.
What impressed you here, Bruno?
Oh, how vertical and how the second part of the move with a lot of expression, like
the body language.
Yeah,
Like, and then Amatreayin also on the board. That should be his best wave. 17:45 to go. Any best memory that you could think of here in Saquarema in your 30 years of covering surfing?
I'll try to not to say that win of Taj Burrow against Mick Fanning in 2002. Maybe the Felipe's his first win at Bahia.
In 18.
In 18 was pumping, man. He was doing the barrels like a cannonball.
Yeah.
Yeah. It was crazy.
Big that year too.
Yeah.
With Carmichael on the final.
Yeah, that's it.
There we see a couple of the athletes in the athlete zone.
Yeah,
Ho Hushman, Leo Fioravanti, Keanu Singh, Betty Lou Sakura Johnson.
It's the Banco do Brasil athletes area, área dos atletas.
Yeah, by Banco do Brasil. So thank you very much for that área do atletas. Zeke Lau still in the lead. Amatreyin waiting for a score, and so is Marcos Correa. Waiting for those scores, and Presswich still with priority, waiting for a wave to pop up so he can utilize it to his advantage. Here goes Marcos again.
Yeah, functional turn the first one, and then bangs.
Yeah, likes the rotation too with the air reverse at the end. So as you mentioned, the functional kind of setup maneuver at the beginning, and then goes for the big explosive one. As Presswich was on the board, his first wave of the heat. We'll see the entire replay to see what went down right there. But it seems to me like he's still playing catch up in this heat.
Yeah, trying to figure out where to sit and which waves to catch. It's a hard task.
Of your many years coming here, do you notice a lot of that with people from out of town?
Yeah, for sure. Even people there know the wave. Sometimes it's a gamble all the time. The conditions shift so much. During one day, we have so many different situations and conditions in one journey. So it's always a hard task.
Tends to happen a lot at the beach break too, right?
Yeah, man.
Here's Presswich. This is his second ride, just a throw and his first one, and that's going to be another small score. Almost halfway through the heat. Zeke in complete control. Marcos drops a 3.83 on a second ride, waiting for his last one though. And the scores coming through at the moment should be his best. It's a 5.33. That catapults him up into second place. Adur in blue drops a 3.93 for the one turn. Not bad for the one single turn. But with priority now, you'd be expecting him to select a much better wave, wouldn't you?
Oh, yeah, for sure. These 4 hits, 4-man hits is always good to have the priority in this situation. No?
Well, number 5 in the rankings looking good, and he needs a big result here to clinch his spot to qualify for the Championship Tour in 2023. We're going to take a quick break. Be right back from Saquarema.
Corona Saquarema Pro, presented by Banco Do Brasil, is brought to you by City of Saquarema, official host of the Corona Saquarema Pro, by TikTok, download the app, by 51 Ice, official ready-to-drink beverage of the World Surf League in Brazil, and by Nuon, official health partner of the Corona Saquarema Pro.
Welcome back to the Corona Saquarema Pro, presented by Banco Do Brasil. Heat 4 of the round of 96 in the water at the moment. Number 5 in the rankings, Zeke Lau, with a strong performance in the water so far. 13.9 heat total in second place. The Brazilian surfer in green, Marcos Correa, Adura Matrayin in third. He's needing a 5.24. And Slade, the blade press switch so far, nothing better than just a 1. Needs an excellent score of 8.13. My name is Mitchell Salazar. To my left, Bruno Bocayuva. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is the local boy, Marcos Correa. He is looking comfortable out there right now, Bruno.
Oh, yeah. He's trying to defend himself from the attack of Adur. And we can see like 4 layers of scores in this heat. Huh? Zeke is so up.
Right.
Yeah, Marcus a little down. And then we have Adur in the 3rd position.
Right.
In the 3rd layer. And Slade trying to begin his campaign.
I like that breakdown, though, because it kind of explains really where they're at in the rankings, too, almost. Correa is a wild card, shouldn't even be in the event, got a replacement because somebody didn't show up. He's in the event, he's making sure that it's worth his while. Drops a 5.6 on his last. Amatriain, who is close to qualifying, he just needs 1 or 2 big results. And Slade Presswich, who is further down on the rankings, he's needing close to an excellent or a perfect wave, as for that matter, a 9.9 at the moment with 11 minutes to go. And Zeke Lau, obviously number 5 in the rankings, won the Vans US Open. He's looking to requalify, and he just might do it here in Saquarema too.
Oh, yeah. His serves match good with the waves of Saquarema. It fits in pretty good.
Match power with power.
Power with power.
And here's Marcos's last wave, Bruno.
Nice wave. A tiny little wave, but he took advantage of every situation that comes from.
So it doesn't better for that due to the size of the wave, it seems. 4.4.
Throwing away, huh?
Yeah, they kept that one pretty low considering the amount and size of waves that we have out there this morning.
Yeah, they always look for it. But he's building momentum, huh?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he's in 2nd place at the moment. Adur drops a 5.13, needs a 5.8. That would be not only his best, but also Marcos's best. So when you compare scores and you're looking for those kind of situations that maybe give you those big scores in a necessary moment like this, it's all about comparisons and maybe thinking what stood out more than the other surfer, no?
They have the example in the very same heat, huh?
Right. There's Jose Ignacio Gundensen.
Oh, yeah, Nacho.
Also known as Nacho. He's been an ISA World Junior Champion before, qualified through the South American region, did quite well at the QS 5000 last week.
Great, man. He had a 9-point ride. He was surfing so good. And he speaks Portuguese fluently.
Yeah. One of the few Argentinians in the event, and Argentina has had some incredible surfers in the past. To me, the one that stands out is the Olympian Leandro Suna.
Oh, yeah.
Lele. Santiago Muniz, younger brother of Alejo. And obviously, you can't say Argentinian surfing without Martin Pacer.
Oh, yeah. The legend, huh?
Yeah. 7-time national champion, won the Latin Tour once as well. And there's the Portuguese surfer, Frederico Moraes, Kikash. And the French surfer coming up, that is Tristan Gilbard. Another great surfer, known as Titan. A big boy, too.
Oh, yeah. Frederico's tall, too. Huh?
Yeah. We got a couple of tall surfers in the event. Probably have to say that Slade Presswich in the white jersey may be the tallest out of all of them, though, yeah. Maybe 6'3", 6'4". Zeke just a bit shorter than that. We might have some action here. 8:25 to go. Slade in the white jersey up and riding. The South African needs something close to perfection to move up into 2nd place. That's not going to be it. And Zeke's still controlling the heat with priority too, Bruno.
Yeah, he's competing like smartly, and Slade didn't have the speed to go to the air, huh? But he tried anyway.
You talk about intelligent competitors that have been around for a long time, and Ezekiel Lau is definitely one of them. This is Adur's last wave, though. He's needing a 5.8.
Yeah, functional move, and then 2nd, more vertical, but.
Then Slade's last 2, Bruno?
Yeah, he was trying to generate speed there. Trying to put the stance in the right place and then miss it up.
Right. Just wasn't able to garner that speed, as you were mentioning, for that one section. And another quick wave. So he went from not catching a single wave in around the first 10 minutes to now having 5 scores that are lower than a 1-point ride, too.
Shipping away, trying to figure out a wave with a face, with an open face, with a lot little vertical opportunity, but he didn't find it.
Does it seem to you, though, that maybe he was already thinking about doing too much when he assumed priority at that point of the heat?
Yeah, I think so. Sometimes it goes the wrong way, yeah?
Right.
Yeah, if you don't find yourself in the right emotional moment sometimes. You have to have the emotional intelligence, huh?
100%. And there's one of the best surfers on the planet at the moment, number 4 in the Challenger Series rankings. That is Liam O'Brien, also known as Lob, due to his initials.
Yeah, I like that.
And here's Slade the Blade again, looking to break that mini combo he's in. This should help. Just the one setup turn, though. 6:25 to go on the clock. And Zeke Lau still holding down priority number 1. Adur in third, needing a 5.8 at the moment. And the Brazilian surfer, the wild card, still in second. And he's throwing away a 4.4 and a 3.83. Those are closer to Adur's scores than they are of Zeke's. But either way, it doesn't matter if you make it through in first or second.
Oh, yeah.
What matters is making it through.
That's it, yeah. You go with a different mindset just for the final. Huh?
Right.
Yeah.
Once it gets down to man-on-man or one-on-one competition,
For sure.
obviously you need to get first to make it through. But in the end, these 3 or 4 person heats, first and second make it through.
It doesn't matter.
So just under 6 minutes to go. Nothing has changed. Slade still needing a huge score, 9.03. And maybe the Spaniard having a look here. The surfer from the Basque Country, Euskadi, needing a 5.8. And you think of a 5.8 and you're thinking, okay, it's doable. Not in these kind of conditions, as press switch looking for the big rotation there on the forehand. And, you know, I hate to say it, but it seems like it's harder to get a 5 today than it is an 8 almost.
Yeah. Almost a high score.
Here's Zeke on the backhand, the heat leader.
The backwash was from the beginning. Huh?
Yeah, a lot of white water on that wave too. How do you say espuma branca, yeah? From the get-go, the backwash, you can see it.
Just
Man, but I have some good memories competing in events with the Hawaiian surf team. Some of my best friends, Kaimana Hakias, Zeke Lau, Keanu Asing. As we're going to see the recap of the heat. And it's been so far the Flying Hawaiian from the first wave of the heat started off with the 2.5 and then ended up getting his 2 best waves, a 7.33 on this one, and then backed it up with a 6.57, Bruno.
Yeah, spot on, man. From the get-go, like, look at that. First move and then a better one at the second one.
And I have to say so far, maybe the best performance we've seen overall this morning too.
Yeah.
And then the local boy, Marcos, taking advantage of the opportunity of competing in a big Challenger Series event here in Brazil.
Yeah, showing to the world his skills, huh?
Well, I've known this kid for a long time too. Saw him for the first time competing in a QS event in Acapulco in Mexico. I was impressed there. Real nice kid too, but he knows how to compete. Here's the Bass surfer, Amatriain, needing a 5.8 yet again, and that will not be it. 3:30 to go, and he's still going to be requiring that decent score of close to a 6-point ride, Bruno.
Yeah, still trying to find out where to sit and go to the left or to the right. Almost sitting on the same position, they can go left or right. Yeah,
right on the peak.
Yeah.
I feel like there were a couple waves in the heat that Kalani Ball competed in, though, where he was further up the beach, got the 2 laps, had a 7 and a 4. But there's opportunities throughout the whole stretch they could compete in. And sometimes you limit yourself to just surfing on the one peak, don't you think? As we're seeing Slade up and riding, it just seems like he's been out of sync all heat.
Yeah, he's not dealing with the backwash, with the foamy waves.
Out of rhythm.
Yeah.
You know, and maybe that just happens when you show up in the morning of and you don't feel like you're connected to maybe the environment and nature around you. And that did not happen for this man on screen. The complete opposite. He's been in sync so far. Here's a replay of his last wave, Bruno.
Yeah, 2 different universes in the same heat, huh? and he goes for the air. And completed. Yeah.
Almost.
Got a little stuck.
Yeah. So Zeke, either way, he's comfortably in first, 2 minutes to go. But it's really still the battle for second place and whether or not the best surfer in blue will be able to get that 5.8. And so far, I mean, you look at the scores that Marcos has in second place. He's thrown away the 4.4, the 3.83, but he's really competed a great heat so far, knowing that he doesn't need to get first, he only needs to get second. And he's played great defense so far, Bruno.
Very smart and very technical also.
Yeah. As I said before, this was a kid that I was very impressed with. Him, Rafael Teixeira. There was this other kid too, Mateus Navarro. I also love to see him serve.
Very fluid, huh?
Yeah, great regular footer, tall kid too. And they were kind of the next crop of Brazilians that I was seeing underneath Miggy and Gabe and all of them. And here's Slade Presswich. Goes for the big blowtail reverse at the end on that left. And it won't improve his situation whatsoever. Down to the last minute. And needing a decent score as the surfer in blue. Let's call it a 6, basically. What he's needing to move up into second. But you're seeing the defensive material that Correa has in his back pocket right here. He's not going to misuse priority.
Yeah. Shoulder to shoulder. Huh?
You know, I'm lucky that I didn't have to surf in, you know, the 80s, even the early 90s when priority wasn't even a thing yet.
You remember they have the buoy that they have to go around to have priority back in the 80s sometimes.
I wasn't even around for that, so you know, it's a mystery to me. It might have.
Can you imagine going to the buoy?
Yeah, that's far.
It's more a paddle race than surfing compound.
And in most events, they counted 3 waves instead of 2, didn't they?
Of course, for a long period.
So how did they expect you to go all the way out to the buoy and catch 3 scoring rides in 20 minutes?
Half of the heat was
just paddling.
Paddling, yeah.
So this heat's coming down to the end. It's going to be Ezekiel Lau and the Brazilian surfer, the wild card, Marcos Correa, moving through. Unfortunately, we lose Adura Matreain and Slade Presswich will be out of competition. But a huge performance by the surfer number 5 in the rankings. He's looking to clinch his spot to qualify for the championship tour in 2023 right here at the Corona Saquarema Pro, presented by Banco Do Brasil. Don't go anywhere. More heats coming up. Heat 5. It's going to be a good one. As the Hawaiian making his way through, Keanu Singh probably very stoked for his good buddy to move through. And the Brazilian, another one, moves through. Don't go anywhere. More action from Saquarema coming up.
Beaches and forests. Visit Saquarema and fall in love with the city, which is naturally beautiful. Saquarema City Hall, hard work and respect.
Welcome back to the Corona Saquarema Pro, presented by Banco Do Brasil. Heat number 5 at the round of 96 of the men out there. Liam O'Brien, number 4 in the rankings. In the red jersey and the blue, Frederico Moraes from Portugal, the former CT surfer. The Frenchman, the European, Tristan Gilbard in the white. And Jose Ignacio Gundensen, also known as Nacho from Argentina, he'll be in green. Welcome, everybody, to day number 1 of competition here in Saquarema. My name is Mitchell Salazar. And to my left, the great Maida Papst. Maida, bom dia, good morning.
Bom dia, good morning, everyone.
Yeah.
Thanks for having me.
You're very welcome. Thanks for joining us. And Maida, you've covered the sport of surfing for quite some time now, not only as a journalist within Brazil, but worldwide. Tell us what the meaning and the value of this event in Saquarema means as a challenger in comparison to just the CT.
Yeah, it's very important for us to have this Challenger Series here in Brazil because we have a lot of competitors that are trying to get in the CT, so it's nice to have this here in Saquarema. And Saquarema is a huge stage of surfing. We have like the 3 divisions of WSL here in Saquarema.
Right.
Last week we had the QS and now the Challenger Series, and in the middle of the year we have the CT. So it's wonderful to be here again with this quality of surfing. We saw like a very nice morning of surfing and still a lot of more to come.
Yeah, I hope so. Let's go down to the beach where we have last heat's winner, Ezekiel Lau.
Yeah, that's right. Zeke Law, congratulations. You're in the next round. You're placing 5th in the rankings. It's really close to requalify. How confident are you feeling in this time of the year?
I feel pretty good right now. I mean, the last event of the year is at Haleiwa in my backyard, so I feel good knowing that I have that to finish on. And I just came here with the goal of just making heats. Every heat I'm in, I want to just try do my best to make it and give 100% effort every time.
Yeah, and you look really comfortable in this wave. It looks familiar to you, right?
Yeah, I did a lot of training at home, surfing waves like this, and I've been to Saquarema before, and I love it. The wave's good, it's powerful, and I like powerful waves. So, I look forward to just making more heats and solidifying my qualification.
Yeah, and what's the goal for this event?
The goal is to win. Every event I'm in, I just want to win, but we're going to take it one heat at a time and just focus 100% on each heat, and hopefully I'm here on finals day and give myself a chance to win.
Yeah, good luck. Thank you, guys. Back to you.
Obrigado, Rachel, and congratulations, parabéns to Ezekiel Lau, another heat win, Maida. And not only is he one of the most impressive surfers we've seen so far, very educated young man, too.
Yeah, and he said that he likes powerful waves. You said before that his surfing fits with this wave, so very nice. And look, who is Frederico Moraes?
Well, we had Freddie on a wave before that, and that was Nacho Gundensen up and riding green. 25 minutes on the clock. Here's Liam O'Brien, number 4 in the rankings. Good tail slide to start things off, and lob with a great wave to kind of start this heat off in the first 5 minutes. So Liam, not only number 4 in the rankings, he is the only surfer in history, Maida, to have qualified for the Championship Tour and not surf an event as a Championship Tour surfer.
Yeah, this was really sad for Liam O'Brien. Now he needs to get back to the rankings, to the CT, because I think the wild cards won't be for him, right?
No, probably not.
Probably not. So he needs to qualify, but he's pretty close to that.
I think he's going to clinch his spot here, to be
Here.
honest. Yeah, he has a good chance. He's one of the few people that can do it here at Saquarema as well. And I like to kind of see him as a more modern-day Mark Richards. You see his style, you see his demeanor, and he seems that way as we see Nacho with the quick wave in and out. Priority now with the surfer in white, the Frenchman Gilbard, a great surfer himself, also known as Titan. As Freddy Moraes, Kikas drops a 3.33, the Portuguese surfer in blue. And now on the outside with priority, having a look here, the surfer in white. Might be a good-looking wave, and Gilbard's going to go. He's up and riding. Looking left. Strong throw tail right there on the backhand. It's just going to be the one and done for him, Maida.
Yeah, I think it's a good wave to... It's not the first one, but like a good maneuver for him to open his score. So let's see what the judge is going to think about this one.
It was a nice bottom turn,
Yeah.
wasn't it?
And a good snap and with the tail, with
Right.
the slide tail. And
Almost looked like a skate move right there.
yeah.
And this was Fred's last wave on the right now. And that guy has a lot of experience competing here at Saquarema too. Did well in one of the CT events in 2017, I believe, made the quarters. And then Freddie, that was his second wave. So the right was actually the first one, came in as a 3.33. Now we're waiting for the score on the left. And you see the names on screen. You have the experienced Moraes and O'Brien, Gilbert, who's always been on the QS, a few years close to qualifying. And now you see the youngster, the South American Gundensen, who has nothing to lose, everything to gain here in this event, Maíra.
Yeah, for sure. And he likes to compete here in Brazil. He was second. He was a runner-up here in Santa Catarina in the Banco Do Brasil QS. So,
Okay.
yeah, he's feeling good here in Brazil. The last competition he did well as well. So let's see what he has for this one.
Has a lot of competitive knowledge here, doesn't he?
Yeah, yeah.
And that tends to happen not only for a lot of Argentinians, but for a lot of Uruguayans too that have to compete in Brazil because they don't have any QS or junior events within their home countries.
Yeah, so that's why they spend like a long period here in Brazil. And Nacho speaks Portuguese. He's almost Brazilian and very nice.
A great surfer too, former ISA World Junior Champion, still in his early 20s. Here's Frederico Moraes, has a 4.67 and a 3.33. That should help his cause. Nice two-turn calm on the backhand with a lot of speed. That little exclamation point at the end too. I don't know, in Spanish we say punto de exclamación. Would it be?
Ponto de exclamação.
Yeah,
here in
right at
Brazil.
the end right
Yeah.
there with the body language too. And Nacho, just an incomplete maneuver right there at the end. And, you know, Freddy Moraes has a lot on the line right here too. He's kind of in that mid part of the rankings. Lost out early at home in the first round. And that's his home break too, Ribera de Ilas in Ericeira. And I would have to think not only was it a heartbreak, but he was looking for a win probably at home too.
Yeah, it's always challenging to serve at home because or you make like really good, or maybe you can just feel the pressure and
have a horrible event.
Yeah, horrible event. So now he's trying to swipe this. How do you say that?
Erase it.
Erase it. Yeah, erase it and make a good result here in Brazil.
Well, he needs to, and you know he's had good competitive success so far in his CT career at Saquarema. Man, there was one year where he was just milking those rights closer to the rock over here at Itaúna. There he is, number 39 in the ranking, age 30 already, 6'1", one of the taller surfers in the event. And you know, 30 years, you'd be thinking, okay, this guy's old, but he's been around for a long time too, Maíra.
Yeah, he's been around. And he's really close to Gabriel Medina as well, so he's always here in Brazil and knows this wave pretty well. This year he couldn't come, of course, for the CT, but let's see.
Yeah, and I spoke to his coach, Richard Dog Marsh, a few events ago, and he was telling me that Freddie, during the event at Sunset Beach, during the free surfs, was probably having the best surfs of his life. But during the CT event, he just wasn't able to get things going whatsoever. 19:25 to go. Still plenty of time on the clock for all four surfers. O'Brien drops a 5.67. Moraes does better his situation, gets a 4.3 on his last. And now it's up to the Frenchman Gilbert, who needs a 3.55 at the moment for second place. And Nacho Gundensen needing a 5.84. He is in fourth. But Liam O'Brien, one of the smartest competitors on the Challenger Series, Maíra, only has a 1.57 at the moment for his backup score. And we're looking at Nacho here. Just the paddle. He's in fourth priority, though, so it won't change things. And in terms of maybe, you know, these scenarios that we're seeing from surfers from different parts of the world, you always see Australia as a threat. You know that European countries such as Portugal, France, always going to have good surfers. But you don't necessarily think of Argentina as a surfing nation itself.
Yeah, but they do have like a lot of good surfers. We see Nacho doing so good on the QS. And also we have Santiago Muniz that he surfed very well here the last week during the QS as well. So, yeah, we have many good names from Argentina.
Yeah, Leandro Suna.
Leandro Suna.
One guy that I used to love seeing too, I don't know if you remember Maxi City. He was a great surfer too from Mar del Plata. Obviously, Martin Paseri is one of the older generational surfers. And his son now, Thiago, is actually coming up through the junior rankings. We're probably going to see him compete here in the juniors in Brazil soon. But yeah, like there's some countries, Israel having a couple of surfers up and coming now. I'm really interested to see surfers come out from Asia now, because you see the success that Rio White has had, qualified as the first Indonesian ever, and I think that part of the world is going to have a big boom when it comes to surfing soon.
Yeah, I think so. The surfing is spreading around, especially with the Olympics and everything, like this growth of surfing. So we hopefully we'll see many people from Asia and other spots.
And the good thing is that you can qualify through your region too, and then eventually make it to the Challenger Series, just as this man did. That's Tristan Gilbard. Good combo there on the backhand. Only needs a 3.55 at the moment for second place. Probably going to be close to it, Maeda.
Let's see. The first one was good. Then he kind of
almost falls,
falls. Yeah, there.
Dug his rail.
This rail maybe got stuck there.
I'm learning Portuguese on the fly too. I know borda, right?
Borda, yeah.
A borda da prancha.
So good.
Yeah, 16:30 to go. So scores coming through for Gilbard right now. They're looking positive and encouraging for the score. As Frederico Moraes having a paddle there. He's up and riding, going to use second priority. And Liam O'Brien gets dropped down to third because Tristan drops a 3.83 as we're seeing Richard Dog Marsh on screen with the son Dylan. That is not only Federico Moraes' coach, but he's also been in the corner of Ryan Callanan in the past. And Justin Becret, who's also coming up, the French surfer. Had a good trip with them after the CT event in Mexico last year to my hometown of Mazatlan. It was Richard Marsh, Andy King, who was the coach for Gabriel Medina, Justin, and Ryan Callanan too. And oh man, did we have a good time. And you get to know these people on a more personal level, and it's not just competing all the time.
Yeah, no pressure at all, just having fun and surfing good waves.
Yeah.
For sure, they seem more relaxed, mellow.
And they're themselves.
Yeah, themselves. They can be themselves. Yeah, that's nice.
Sometimes when you're competing, you have to put up maybe this wall in front of you because nobody can see your weaknesses, right? They can only see the positive things. And when you're maybe on a trip, especially as a free surf trip, you can do anything you want and be whoever you want at that time.
Yeah, and how did you deal with this when you were a pro surfer?
I obviously didn't do that well because I'm doing this job rather than actually still competing. 15 minutes to go on the clock. Moraes still in the lead. Gilbard in second. O'Brien with priority only needs a 1.86 for second place. And Nacho Gundensen hasn't gotten anything better than just a 1.4 in his scoreline so far. Maybe seeing a paddle here from Liam. No, he's going to let that wave go. And Kikash interested in this. Up and riding now on the left. Quick one there, in and out for Federico Moraes. And so far, he has caught 5 waves in the first 15 minutes, but nothing better than just the 4.67. So when you look at this heat and you look at the 5.67 that Liam O'Brien has had, it's been a fairly slow heat, Maeda.
Yeah, very slow heat. And Liam O'Brien caught this 5.67 and put himself like in a good range of score, but now he needs a backup. So, and he's with the priority. Let's see if he can build a better score for him.
Or maybe even get his best one, too.
Yeah.
And the rain is coming down big time now here at Saquarema in Praia de Itaúna. And we were anticipating that storm here later this morning and this afternoon. It is 10:24 local time here in Rio, and boy, that thing is definitely coming down. As we say in English, it's raining cats and dogs now, Maeda.
Yeah, so it's gonna add another thing to deal with, the rain, and the conditions are really tricky to find good ones. So yeah, they will need to deal with this.
It's an environmental factor that
Yeah.
they need to deal with. Above everything else, you got the wind, you got the sun, you have the backwash, and now you have the rain that's add up to that too. 12:55 on the clock still, and nothing has changed. And as you can see on screen, the weather has definitely changed a lot within these last 18 minutes of this heat. And so far, it's been the patience of Liam O'Brien that has had him in third place, but only needing less than a 2. And Nacho, the young Argentinian surfer, needing something in the good range already, a 6.13. The French surfer Gilbard needing a 5.14. And your heat leader is the surfer in blue, the Portuguese, Federico Moraes. You know, when this kid burst onto the scene, 2013, knocked out Mick Fanning in the middle of the Meu Rico Pro in Portugal. Huge, huge win for the youngster, who at the moment was only in those early 20s too. He had nothing to lose, and Mick lost the world championship, you could say, on that day in 2013, Maida.
Yeah, this is really hard when someone needs a result and then lost for someone that doesn't. We see like Liam O'Brien really needing a result here, and now he's in third of this heat, and Tristan, there's nothing to lose. So this is something they have to deal with.
Man, we could be seeing that later this event too. Gabriel Medina coming up, and he's one of the high seats. Could upset things here. This was Nacho's last wave. Seems to be his best so far, Maida.
Very good tail slide there as a finishing maneuver. And look, he's getting ready.
Young Alejo Muniz from Bombiñas in Santa Catarina. And there's Liam O'Brien now getting his backup score, needing only just a 1.86 to move back up into second place. But, you know, something in the high threes will put him up into first. Wouldn't even be surprised for him to take the lead right here.
Yeah, I think so. He got a nice finish there. Let's see. Look. Nice quick turn. And then a second good maneuver.
Yeah, probably a better finish than he thought he was going to get, too. So scores coming through, waiting on it, but seems to be more than just enough for second place, and then maybe might even take the lead right here. 10:30 to go. Next heat coming up, Alejo Muniz, Taichi Wakita, Justin Becret, and the Spaniard Vicente Romero. This is the Corona Saquarema Pro presented by Banco Do Brasil. Don't go anywhere. Heat 5, still in the water. Back for more action here at the Corona Saquarema Pro presented by Banco Do Brasil. Mitchell Salazar with Maida Pops here in the booth with you. Heat number 5 in the water. Liam O'Brien takes the lead on his last wave before the break. A 4.6 that drops down Federico Moraes to second place. Now the Frenchman Tristan Gobard needing a 5.14 to move back up into second. And the surfer on screen in green, Nacho Gundensen, takes to the air. He's in fourth place, needing a 4.31. And the South American stoked on that one, Maida, with 8 minutes to go.
Yeah, he doesn't want to be out of the competition, so he found a good opportunity there. Look, good opportunity to fly, and he managed to complete it.
I like the rotation,
Yeah.
too. Nice little grab right there, brings it around. And you can definitely tell that this is somebody that knows not only how to use his rail based off of the 4.67 that he got, but has a decent air game, too. And this was Liam's previous wave. This came in as a 5.87. Actually, no, this was before we came back from break. So he's looking to improve on a 5.67, has the two-turn combo and the one beautiful throw tail at the end for the reverse, too. The Aussies love it, Maida.
Yeah, everybody loved. I loved as well. Very nice maneuver, very progressive.
Yeah, good innovation,
Yeah,
variation.
and I think he improved his.
Well, we're still waiting on the score.
Still waiting on the score. Yeah.
But should be his best, more than likely. 7 minutes to go. But Nacho Gundensen, guess what? Drops a 5.63. That drops down Freddie Moraes to third. And now Tristan Gilbard in fourth with priority, needing a 6.47 to move back up into second place. And, you know, time's winding now, Maida. These heats can move at a slow pace every now and then. But when you're in third and fourth and you're needing a score, usually time goes by quicker.
Yeah, I always say that time in the heat is always perspective. If you are winning, times go slow, but then when you're losing, times go pretty fast. And now Tristan he's with the priority, but he needs 6.47, so he will need to find a good opportunity to make this score. And also for Frederico Moraes, that needs a good result here to go to Hawaii in the best position in the rankings. So
yeah, if he loses here, it's another throwaway result for him, and you could almost honestly even say that he's out of contention to qualify for the Championship Tour in 2023 if he doesn't make at least a few heats here in Saquarema. He still has 6 minutes, though, to make up for it in this heat, but he does have second priority in comparison to just first.
yeah, and he's needing a 5.63, and for this heat, we see that is a good score.
Yeah.
Almost the second,
Best
third,
score.
yeah, the third biggest score of the heat. So he really needs to find a good opportunity as soon as possible.
Just over 5 minutes to go. Let's look at the heat recap here for heat number 5. Liam O'Brien was able to get things going quickly. Maida dropped a 5.67 on that wave right there. And then afterwards, not only was he able to back it up, but even better his situation with a 5.87 on this wave, his second scoring one. And then the comeback from the Argentinian Nacho Gundensen, getting his best wave so far in this heat, a 5.63 for that one beautiful rotation on the forehand on the left.
Yeah, throwing high the tail was a beautiful maneuver.
And that experience of competing here in Brazil definitely paying off for this young surfer from South America at the moment. Just over 4 minutes to go. Moraes needing a 5.63, and as you pointed out, Maida, that is a decent score for today's kind of conditions. Tristan Gilbard in fourth, needing a 6.47. That is one score that I would say is not maybe impossible to get, but difficult right now, especially with the level of competition we have in the water. As you saw the athletes there, just looking on to the heat in the water.
Yeah, it would be the best score of the heat if he can take this 6.47. So it's going to be hard
Yeah.
in these conditions with 3 minutes and 45 running. The time is running for him, but he's with priority. So let's see.
And there's Liam on screen, and you're right, Gilbard has a great game on both the forehand and the backhand, who knows how to surf rights and lefts just as good as anybody else. But I think the one situation that you normally see here at this level, Maida, is that everybody surfs good. There's few people that are great, and then there's less people that are excellent surfers. But what happens is that you have those kind of heats that maybe make or break a surfer in clutch moments. That could be happening right here for the surfer in blue on screen, Frederico Moraes, who needs a big result, at least needs to make it out of this heat, and he's 3 minutes away from being eliminated.
Yeah, it's very tough. This all this building confidence for them. Like, if you said that he lost on the first round at home, and now if he loses here in the first round, yeah, it's gonna be very hard for him to deal with this and erase this phase to go to Hawaii.
Absolutely. I mean, he's done well in Haleiwa before, but that doesn't necessarily guarantee that he's going to do well again this year either. 2 minutes and 20 to go. And, I mean, you talk about excellent sparring partners that he has in Portugal. Tomás Fernandes. There's this one other kid that I love to see surf too. Miguel Blanco is another kid that I used to see a lot when I still did QSs. And Kanoe Garashi, who lives over there now in Cascais, he loves to surf with Freddie and train with him. So he's got the people around him that are surrounding him with that positive energy and the same skills that he has. But 2 minutes to go. Time is the enemy right now. Here he goes, though. He's using second priority. Needs a 5.63 or better. Sets things up. Another more of a transitional turn right there. Finds the lip. And this wave just offering up section after section, looks back towards the judging tower and says, like, hey, you see that? Okay, is it the score? Maybe 90 seconds to go, Maida. What did you think?
Yeah, it wasn't a big wave, like it was a smaller one, but I think he did a good job, like 5 maneuvers, good ones with some strength and long racks. Look, let's see what the judges think.
Well, the first two were more of a carve and then actually hits the lip right there. It was a smaller section towards the end, though. But, I mean, he couldn't have surfed this wave any better, really.
Yeah.
He surfed it for how it was. The only issue is when you see the 5.63, the one air of Gundensen, is it basically the same score in order for him to move up into second place? Here's Tristan Gobard, though, the Frenchman, floats the first section, and great second turn right there. He needs a mid-6, though. That's a big ask right now. And don't know if that's the score necessary with 30 seconds to go. It was a bigger wave, decent sections, and we shall see. So 2 scores to come through, one for Moraes and one for Gobard. Nice exchange there at the end, Maida.
Yeah, at the end, this can change everything, especially for Gunsen, because he's in second place. So let's see. It was a good one. Like, the wave was a little bigger, but the last maneuver wasn't
right as
that,
explosive.
Yeah, as explosive and sharp that should be to get this high score, like 6.47. It's a high score for this heat.
And we're talking about good surfing already. Anything better than a 6 has to be considered good surfing. So was it in that range, especially when you compare it to the couple of 5s that Liam has, right? On the backhand. I think the interesting score right here is going to be whether or not the surfer in blue, Moraes, gets the score. Oh, it's coming through right now, and it is not enough. It's a 5.23. Nacho Gundensen in green with a huge upset of Frederico Kikas Moraes. And that is a heartbreaker for Freddie because he needed a result here. And boy, was I really looking forward to seeing him back on the championship tour. And those dreams might have just been crushed right now, Maida.
Yeah, sad for him. Very, very sad for everybody. We really wanted to see Freddie goes better here in Brazil. So, but that's the way it is. Like surfing, you have to surf well during a heat, like 30 minutes heat. So, and congratulations to Gunsen and Liam O'Brien.
Yeah, and Tristan Gobard drops a 5.57. It wasn't enough to move up into second place. Number 4 in the rankings, Liam O'Brien moves through another heat, and he is closer to requalification than anybody else in the event. Don't go anywhere. Heat number 6 coming up here in Saquarema. As we see the results, Liam O'Brien in first, Nacho Gundensen in second. We lose Frederico Moraes and Tristan Gobard. The 2 Europeans in the heat are out of the event. But the Aussie and the Argentinian moving through. This is the Corona Saquarema Pro presented by Banco Do Brasil. More action coming up. Back in Saquarema for the Corona Saquarema Pro presented by Banco do Brasil. Heat number 6 of the men's round in 96 in the water. Alejo Moniz, number 13 in the rankings. Taichi Wakita from Japan in the blue. Justin Berquet, the youngster from France. And Vicente Romero, the surfer from Spain, is in green. Another great heat, Maida, and you see the only goofy footer out there in the water, Wakita in the blue jersey, already having a 5-point ride and a scoreline to start things off in this heat. Should be another great one. Really, you could even say there's 2 Brazilians in the water. Romero has Brazilian heritage too.
Yeah, his parents are Brazilian. And let's see the replay for Wakita.
Yeah, so Taichi, second generation professional surfer. Beautiful combination right there. I mean, the finish was spectacular. His father, the great Takayuki, loves to surf pipeline, and Taichi and his sister Sarah in the event. One of the few brother-sister combos in the Challenger Series. And Taichi not only is a great surfer, loves to surf Rocky Point, his home break, but man, he can charge too, Maida. Seems like we have our interview ready. Liam O'Brien is down on the glass with Rachel.
That's right. Liam O'Brien is right here. He's the next one to requalify. So that was a really nerve-wracking heat. How are you feeling now?
Yeah, it was nice to get through that one. Yeah, obviously it's pretty crucial to keep making heats at this stage. So yeah, I was stoked to get through. The conditions are really challenging. So I don't know. I didn't have much of a plan. Just try and go out and just catch a couple. But yeah, it worked out in the end.
Yeah, but you've been getting better at every result this year. So how much does it give you a boost in your confidence?
Yeah, it was a bit of a shaky start. I came last in the first comp, and then did pretty poorly in the second one. So yeah, it's been nice to sort of build throughout the year, and yeah, hopefully I can continue carrying that momentum.
Yeah, and what is the expectations for the next days?
Looks like the swell's going to get pretty big, so I'm not too sure what the days are going to run, but yeah, I'm just going to take it day by day, and yeah, it looks like we're going to have fun waves, so looking forward to it.
Good luck in the next round, and thank you guys. Back to you.
Thank you, Rachel. Congratulations to Liam. And Lob, I mean, one of the best surfers on the planet right now, and great style. Love to see him back on the Championship Tour, Maida, because I feel like those kind of waves will really present the surfing that he brings to the Championship Tour.
Yeah, that's true. And we would love to see him surfing on the Championship Tour, since he had the spot this year and he couldn't surf or injured. So it will be really nice to have him.
Yeah, broke his leg.
Yeah.
I want to say 30 minutes before the event at Pipeline started. The first one of the year, wasn't able to surf, and I mean, you have 5 events. He wasn't able to recover in time before the first event and did poorly in the first 2 Challenger Series in Australia because he was still recovering, really. Snapper Rocks and Manly, then did better at Bolito, and then the U.S. Open was kind of where he started to gain momentum afterwards.
Yeah, and now he's in a good spot of the ranking, so hopefully he can better his results here in Saquarema.
Well, he's number 4, close to qualification, and he has more work to do ahead of him. There you see Justin Becqueret in white, Alejo Muniz in the red, and Alejo's been around for a long time too, still in his early 30s. But when you think of maybe the one surfer that didn't stand out as much as, you know, his generation of surfers, he's probably the one that still has a good comeback story. As Vicente Romero, up and riding, the Spaniard, slides the tail at the end and somehow was able to ride out of that turn at the end. Love that kind of entertainment factor at the end, a showmanship, as you would call it, Maida.
Yeah, he stick it at the board, and it was a good one for him. Look.
Nice bottom turn on the first one. And as I said, the showmanship, maybe making things look harder than they actually are at the end.
Yeah. He could stand.
An entertainer, if you would say, right there from Vicente Romero. As it seems like Alejo Muniz was up and riding. We'll get a replay of his first scoring ride with 23:20 on the clock. And here it is. Look left on this one. Had the 2-turn column on the back end, and coming from Santa Catarina, one of the most southern parts of Brazil. Originally from Argentina, both him and Santiago were born there. Father Argentinian, but decided to move the family to Bombiñas, and so far, not only has Alejo represented Brazil very well, but he has also won an ISA World Junior Championship for Brazil too. As the Frenchman, Justin Becqueret, happy
That's
with
good.
that one.
Yeah, just one maneuver, but really explosive one.
I love the amount of spray that he sent.
Yeah.
And, you know, he qualified too for the Challenger Series. I think a lot of people with his age weren't thinking that he was necessarily going to qualify through the European rankings. I mean, there are some killers out there in Europe. You see João Duru, Freddy Moraes. One guy to me that I really like to see surf was one of the heat winners earlier, Timothy Bisso. And I think you see Justin Becqueret as maybe the wild card out of that European region that qualified for the Challenger Series, Maida.
Yeah, it's very important for him, like, to be qualified. Now he's getting, like, used to competitions and this kind of things. So, very good for him.
Yeah, gaining momentum too
Yeah.
after every event.
I think he's 20 years old, isn't it?
He's young.
Young,
Yeah, he's
very
very
young.
young.
Yeah.
And he's been around on the junior scene for quite some years, but never really surfed the qualifying series for a full year up until this last season. So he qualified basically in his first full year doing the QS in Europe.
Yeah, this is huge for him.
It's a big step up in competition, though, I can tell you that. As we have a paddle here from Taichi. He's up and riding Wakita. Got a good air game, too. He's going to stick to the rail. Oh, and just a little late to the second section. Nice projection floater with the first one, though. Up and over the section. And you can recognize Taichi due to his hair, but also due to his style. And there's Becqueret. Got the wild card into the Portugal CT event earlier this year. Didn't do as well as he wanted to, but a huge opportunity for him to compete in Europe, close to home in France. And here's his last wave, Maida.
A good turn there. And a second good maneuver as well. Let's see what the judges think.
Well, his first wave was a 3.23, and then Wakita's last gets the floater right there and tries for the second one, and just a fall at the end for the surfer from Japan. So it's interesting for both Taichi and his sister Sarah. They live in Hawaii. Both parents are Japanese, though, so they decided to surf for Japan, but they have to go to Japan to qualify through the regional events first, and they can still compete in the Hawaiian events, but those points won't count towards the regional rankings in Japan, though. That's complicated to do, Maida.
Yeah, it's an interesting choice to do, like change your nationality, and yeah, lot of maths to do to see what's better for your professional career.
And financially, it's
Yeah,
difficult
financially,
too.
yeah.
I mean, you see a few of the surfers now representing Brazil do that. Luana Silva, Summer Macedo. So they now need to come to South America, to Brazil, to compete in the regional events in order to qualify for the challengers, correct?
Right. And also, I think to build like a relationship with Brazilians as well, because now that she's representing Brazil, so it's interesting to see this movement.
Here's Taichi, as we saw Becred up and riding. Oh, Akira with a great combo.
Wow.
But he can't hold on for the second one, though. So catching up on some scores. We still have a few to come through. Just a 2.6 for Muniz's first. But he's up and riding again. Setting things up. And a strong second turn. But once again, that backwash. It's just getting everybody right at the end, Maida.
Yeah, here the backwash is the main thing. I was talking to Raoni Monteiro this morning, and he was talking about this backwash and the secret to surf well this wave. It's today with these conditions is like to choose. You have to choose a proper wave to look for this backwash and manage to deal with that. Look.
Oh.
Yeah.
And Vicente Romero somehow was
But
able to...
yeah, he could stand.
Yeah, get through that. That drops in as a 4.93. And now Wakita's last. Man, if he would have been able to pull that second turn, would have been a beautiful combo. Wasn't able to stay on his feet, though. And then Justin. A solid combo right there on the backhand, Maida. Should be a decent score, too. We're waiting on 2 of his scores, actually. And the last of Muniz should just be a throwaway. Around 18 minutes to go. Wakita does have the 5. Romero has the 4.93 waiting on his last. Becret just drops a 5.07. At the moment, that catapults him up into first place. But we still are waiting on some scores to come through. And here's the last of Justin. This was during the replays, too. Strong first turn right there. And Maida, it just seems like he's kind of found his rhythm on these lefts so far, gaining momentum after each wave, too.
Yeah, it might build some momentum for him. Surfing well, like connecting good maneuvers. Let's see, now he's in the first place. Of course, we have all these scores to come out, but let's see what the judges think. He has another one. Maybe he can change this backup score, like the 3.23.
Good chance he does that. 17 minutes on the clock. Priority with the surfer in blue, the Japanese, Taichi Wakita. And so far, Becred has been doing some great work on these left-handers. Hasn't really selected too many rights so far. His backhand, one of the more impressive tools that he has in his arsenal. And Romero waiting on his last score as well. The one right, the great turn on the forehand. So judges have their work cut out for them. We have 4 surfers in a small space and a lot of waves coming through. Here's Justin again. That's just going to be a throwaway for him. The first right he's caught so far in this heat with 16 minutes to go. And it's been quite consistent in this heat so far, Maida.
Yeah, not a slow hit at all. Like many waves were surfed. So let's see. Alejo Muniz is waiting for a backup score. He's in 4th right now, but let's see if he can improve.
16 minutes to go. And boy, we are still waiting on some scores. They have to look at a lot of replays to get things right here because, you know, you see the subtle differences more than anything on the replay. Usually as a judge, your first instinct is the right one, Maida, but maybe you miss something. There's 3 or 4 waves at the same time, and you want to dissect and understand everything that you're seeing on screen rather than just live.
Yeah, it's a very tough job,
Yeah.
I think.
It's a complicated one, that is for sure. 15 minutes on the clock. Justin Becred and Taichi Wakita at the moment, 1 and 2. But there's still more time for Vicente Romero and Alejo Muniz on the clock. Don't go anywhere. Be right back from Saquarema. Back in beautiful Saquarema, Rio de Janeiro, Brazil. Justin Becret up and riding in the lead at the moment. The Frenchman looking to replace a 5.07. During the break, dropped to 6.1. That so far has been his best score, but slowly but surely he has been building his scores one after the other. Mitchell Salazar with Maida Pavs here on the call. And Justin Becret so far has been finding his rhythm, Maida.
Yeah, he really looks good. He looks like completely in tune with the ocean on this heat. So, and this is Alejo Muniz trying to change things for him.
Yeah, he has not had a good heat so far at all. A couple of twos, and then Taichi Wakita getting another wave. And he's got a great style, don't you think?
I think so. The hair and the surfing style and everything, he looks great.
Yeah, if you check out his Instagram, Taichi Wakita Mob, he's got some great clips surfing. Loves to hang out with Reo Inaba and all the boys over there in Japan. And, you know, he's very characteristic when it comes to making sure that style and technique is always included in his surfing. As we're seeing one of the greats of all time, Adriano de Souza, also known as Mineirinho, here at the Corona Saquarema Pro. And he's been a former champion at this event himself in 2017, won the CT event over Adrian Buchan in the final. Back to live action though, here's Vicente Romero. At the moment, moved up into second place. And a strong finish there from the Spaniard.
Yeah, I like this last one.
When
It's very vertical.
Looked confident so far too, Maida.
Yeah.
Has a couple of decent scores, a 4.93 and a 4.9 in the scoreline. What do you think? You think he betters the situation on this last one?
What he needs a 4.83? No, sorry. He has 490. Yeah, maybe he can change this 4.9.
Really, just the one big turn at the end,
Yeah.
though. So we shall see. 11 minutes to go. It seems like Wakita was up and riding again. His last score just a 2.63. And then Alejo Muniz with the banger on the left, on the right, excuse me. Wasn't able to finish that wave off though, so a bit of an unforced error there from Alejo Muniz, and you can see him there splashing the water. This is somebody who's been around for a long time when it comes to high-level competition. And if I'm completely honest, Maida, I am very surprised that Alejo Muniz is competing like this so far in this heat. His best score before the last one was a 3.13. Going back to Wakita's wave, though, just the one turn, but a strong one on the forehand. That's what surfing Rocky Point almost every day will do to you.
Yeah, it was a really strong maneuver with a very thick, not thick lip, but like it was strong wave, like a lot of water moving.
Powerful.
Powerful.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And a complicated section, too.
Yeah.
As you see Jet Schilling, he's coming up. Levi Slauson right next to him. You see team manager Gian Bernini for Mayhem and Lost Surfboards in the background. Brody Sale also there to support Jet. And Jet, one of the hopefuls for the United States of America to qualify for the championship tour as well. They have a great crew here, by the way. Cole Hushman, you have Tyler Gunter, Nolan Raposa, who's, I think, 24 in the rankings right now, Maida. He's close to qualifying. Evan Geiselman, unfortunately, lost out of the competition already, but I think when you look at this generation of surfers within the United States, a lot of them grew up through programs that are now more used to developing those high-level surfers, such as Kalohe Andino, such as Ezekiel Lau and Keanu Asing. So personally, I think this is probably the best generation of American surfers we've seen in a long time.
Yeah, that's awesome. It's good to have like this whole crew like competing and making the differences. Yeah, it's nice.
9 minutes to go. Wakita drops a 5.47 on his previous wave. That moves him up into second place. Romero does better, the 4.9, gets a 5.23. But either way, that doesn't matter because Wakita moved up into second. And now Vicente needing a 5.25. Alejo Muniz, wow, you normally don't see him in this position, needing a 7.34 in fourth place at the moment.
Yeah, and Justin Becret, He extended his lead on the last wave with 6.93, the best wave of the heat. So 8 minutes to the finish, and he's in a good position with the priority.
You're absolutely right. Not only extends that lead, but also recovers first priority too in the process. And with 8 minutes to go, going to be almost impossible to knock him out of the top 2 spots. But really, it's going to be a fight for second place. And look at the amount of respect that Taichi Wakita is giving to Alejo Muniz in this instance. Muniz needs a 7.34. I think for today, that's a high score, right? Wakita knows how talented and how experienced the surfer is, though.
Yeah, he needs to be around, try to pressure a little bit Alejo Muniz, because he needs to stick with his spot in the heat.
This would be a big upset, though, if Muniz does bow out in the first round of competition here in the round of 96. Just over 7 minutes to go. Maybe a wave here. Wakita, Muniz having a look. Neither of them will go on that one. And I think you look at the landscape of the whole round. We are supposed to run 18 heats. That's obviously always subject to change, Maida, but you know, a lot on the line within the first 18 heats. Maxime Housineau, who is within the top 10 of the Challenger Series rankings, he's in heat number 10. That surfer on screen, Sheldon Simkis, also looking to qualify for the Championship Tour. He is within striking distance, by the way. Had a second place finish at the first event on the Gold Coast at Snapper Rocks. So I think you look at conditions, you look at how difficult it is, and maybe as Travis Logie, you're thinking, we got to run if waves are there. As a competitor, you're thinking, oh my, I have to go out in that. It doesn't matter. You got to go and do your job, don't you?
Yeah, you got to go, and there's many things to lose, like a lot of points and very important hits for each one. So, but you got to deal with that. You got to deal with that, with emotions, with the conditions. So let's see Alejo Muniz if he can try to build some momentum.
He's trying, that's for sure, Maida, but it was a good sell there by Taichi Wakita. Good pressure into making Alejo use his third priority on that wave. Here's Vicente Romero, though. He's not out of this heat, needs a 5.25. And don't think that's going to be the score with 5:35 on the clock. And, you know, I was mentioning those big heats that are coming up, those surfers that have already lost within the event. I think Evan Geiselman and Freddie Moraes have been so far the two people that I've seen. Alan Cleland also, you know, he was within range of qualifying. But now you have some surfers that more than likely won't be competing today. Imai Kalani Devalt, William Cardoso, Leonardo Fioravanti's already qualified. But how about Luca Messinas, too, who has a lot of experience competing here in Brazil in the South American region, too. 5 minutes to go, Justin Becret, the heat leader, with an excellent way to finish off that left-hander.
He's feeling good.
Yeah.
You can see, like, surfing pretty relaxed.
He's put in the work, too, with his coach, Richard Dog Marsh. And now Taichi Wakita, oh, man. He just bulldozed through that whitewater section and that backwash, and he made up for it with the last two maneuvers. Boy, Justin Becret in the lead by a large margin, but I think Taichi Wakita is going to better his situation by a lot right here, Maida.
I think so. I think he can throw away these 5 points. Look, very good one, the first one. The second was better, but yeah, he could manage to deal with this backwash, and the third one was really good.
His technique is superb, though. It is excellent. And I don't just say that every now and then randomly. He is one of the greater surfers we have in this event, that is for sure. There's Justin Becret. He was looking to better a 6.1. 4 minutes to go, and you know, you look at what Romero and now Muniz have to do in order to make it into the top two spots. Looking at what Wakita just did right there, they're going to have to do something very impressive to get into qualification for next round.
Yeah, and we are waiting for scores for the first one and the second one, so things won't change. that much. So Alejo Muniz with priority right now really needs a good opportunity to put on scores.
And let's look at the recap for this heat so far. Heat number 6. It's been all Justin Becret and Taichi Wakita so far, Maida. But it's been this surfer, the Frenchman, as you were saying, he's kind of built on these scores each and after catching every single one of them. So that was his best, a 6.93 at the moment. And then the Japanese surfer in blue, not far behind. He's been grinding his way through this heat, just the one turn right there, but that garnered him a 5.47 for his efforts. So it's been the French surfer in white and the Japanese surfer in blue so far in the 1 and 2 positions. And Alejo Muniz, again, just cannot find his rhythm in this heat. And you see frustration right there.
Frustration. And look, I think Wakita improved his scores.
Yeah, he did. 6.6 for Taichi. I think that really solidifies his second place position at the moment because Vicente Romero now needing a 6.84, Alejo Muniz needing a 8.94. That would have to be the highest wave of the competition so far. And, you know, I said it once, Maida, and I'll say it again. It just doesn't seem like Alejo Muniz truly showed up in this heat out there in the water right now, as Wakita just blocking Muniz on that instance. A minute 45 to go. Romero just a quick in and out. And they are hunting for scores right now, and they have to be two of the best waves we've seen so far on day number 1 of competition.
Yeah, and now Vicente Romero just lost his priority with this wave, so yeah, things getting difficult for them, for Alejo and Vicente.
Seems like pressure maybe got to Alejo in this instance.
Yeah, Alejo, he didn't find himself in this heat, and he couldn't manage like any wave with the backwash. Like he couldn't finish almost any maneuver. So, as you said, doesn't seem like him competing. And you see like the pedal, how he's hitting the water, and yeah, very frustrated.
He just never seemed comfortable in the water in this
Yeah,
heat,
since the beginning.
And it's very surprising, first of all, especially knowing that out of the 4 surfers in the water, he is the most experienced surfer competing out here too. I remember a few years ago, it might have been 18 or 19, he beat Owen Wright at Bahia, low scoring affair. I personally thought that Owen Wright made the heat and Alejo made the heat at the end, and you know, it was a close one, low scoring. Alejo made the heat. I think he ended up making the quarters that year too. And I was thinking, okay, Alejo Muniz got a great relationship with Saquarema. Then he shows up in this heat and nothing more than 5 points in his heat total. It's a big, big change right there. We're counting this heat down 10 seconds. It's going to be the Frenchman, Justin Becret, and the Japanese surfer, Taichi Wakita. Unless this man on screen, Vicente Romero, does something impressive. He does not. So it's the Frenchman and the Japanese surfer moving through, and it kind of seemed from the get-go that they were the people in rhythm out there with the ocean, Maida.
Yeah, I think so. Since the beginning, like the Frenchman, he was in tune with the ocean. Really nice heat for him.
Yeah, and definitely putting in the work and the hours with his coach, Richard Dog Marsh. And not only is Rich one of the best in the business, I think, in analyzing conditions, but also looking at his surfer's strengths and maybe capitalizing on the opportunities out there in the water. So Becret with the win, Wakita in second. We lose Romero and Muniz. They're out of the competition. Don't go anywhere. Heat number 7 coming up. And guess what? We have a great one. Sheldon Simkus looking to qualify for the championship tour in 2023. But it was Justin Becret in Heat 6 taking the win.
Well, the Corona Saquarema Pro, presented by Banco Do Brasil, is brought to you by Corona. This is living. By State Government of Rio de Janeiro, official partner of the Corona Saquarema Pro. And by Banco Do Brasil, official bank of the World Surf League in Brazil. Here we are, opening day for the Corona Saquarema Pro, presented by Banco Do Brasil. Opening round for the men, and more excitement in the water. I'm Kaipo, joined by Bruno, and from Tours and Competitions, Travis Logie. Thank you for joining us, Travis.
Pleasure, Kaipo. Good to be here.
Yes. Hey, you know what? It's really nice, Travis, that we got this going first day of the waiting period.
Yeah, it's always good to get going on day one, and there's some really fun contestable waves out there. We're obviously going to be dealing with a bit of weather these first few days, so woke up pleasantly surprised. Some fun wedges out there, some good air sections, so off and running.
Yeah, it's it's going to be a performance-oriented theme today as far as what's going to get surfers through the heats. But you know what? You have to be well-versed and very... You have to be able to deal with a lot of different scenarios when we talk about the Challenger Series. And it's been a great year. We started at Snapper, then we kept it on to Manly, down to South Africa with Bolito. You got to deal with the peer pressure over there at HB. Then the right-hand point at Ericeira, and now back to beach breaks. So definitely got to be a well-versed surfer to come through this series.
Yeah, you're definitely not going to qualify for the tour being a one-trick pony. You got to surf a bit of everything throughout the year. It's a marathon, so you got to be prepared for everything, ready for everything. And this year has proved that. I mean, we've had pumping right-hand point breaks, some really challenging beach breaks, bit of barrels here and there, and now we're back in Brazil, and this week's going to throw up a bunch of different conditions, so the champion's going to earn it.
Yeah, and you know what? We got some challenges here. Look at Sheldon Simkiss is out here in the red jersey, Bruno. He started off the year brilliantly with a runner-up finish over at Snapper Rocks at the first stop of the Challenger Series, but for Simkiss, it's been downhill since then, so he's really got to get back in that winning form. He might have to start here in Brazil.
Oh, yeah. I have to be honest, I didn't know him before the first event of the season, but he did great, and now he's here.
Yeah, another kid that did great. We just see him, he's finishing off that wave. Incomplete, however, the Goofy Foot, 19 years old, out of San Clemente, California. That's Jet Schilling there in the blue jersey. And his highlight of the year was a third-place finish at the Sydney Surf Pro. But again, it takes 4, so we take our best 4 results in this Challenger Series. So Jet Schilling still has some work to do, Travis.
Yeah, definitely. And there's still a lot of points on the line, so there's a bunch of guys with a bunch of work to do. So it'll be interesting to see how it plays out this week and who gets into Haleiwa, because obviously Haleiwa is a reduced field. So that's also on the line this week, super important. Yeah, but Jet's crazy. He's still a junior, and he's just performing so well at the highest level. So it's super cool to see him doing this well.
Yeah, bright future for Jet Schilling, and still a chance of making that qualification if he has an outstanding finish here, and as well as, like you said, the final event at Haleiwa.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at the mass, there's so many possibilities and so many variables, with only 3 guys clinched it so far: Rio, Ryan, and Leo. So it's all out there. It's all out there for these guys to win.
Well, Justin Becqueret won the last heat, and I'm wondering if he's on the beach right now. We're going to throw that to an interview with the winner, Justin Becqueret.
I have here Justin Becqueret, the winner of the last heat, and it was not an easy heat. Can you talk us through the difficulties of finding the good waves?
I was in a good rhythm, actually. I found, like this morning, I didn't find any waves. It's a bit wobbly, there's a lot of backwash, so it's hard to see the depth, like if you're too far or too close to the shore. But I got a good rhythm. I feel like, and yeah, was happy.
And this is your first time in Brazil. What do you think this wave demands from the surfer?
A lot of tonicity, what every single Brazilian surfer has. But yeah, I like this wave. Has power, has push, makes me feel like home, kind of. Beach breaks, pushy, like with a lot of power, and I like it.
And what else do you like about Brazil, like food and what else?
Food's good. The landscape is really beautiful. The long beaches, white sand, same as home. There's rocks here. At home we don't have rocks. Beautiful church, beautiful laguna over there. I really like the place.
So nice. So congratulations, you're into the next round. Back to you guys.
Oh, thank you, Rachel, as we go to live action right here. And a couple of hits off the top on the backhand. That's Santiago Muniz. He just is entering the water right now, Bruno, after seeing his older brother go down in the previous heat.
That was, I was thinking about, I felt a lot for Alejo's lost. He's a good friend and a great surfer, a lot of experience. But you know what? 5-minute hits, or 4-man hits, it's like that. Always a bet in these situations with these conditions. More so.
Yeah, so it's, you know, right now, Travis, I mean, as a former championship tour competitor yourself, these 4-man heats, I mean, you still have a 50% advancement, but it seems to me that the priority is coming into play as far with making sure you're kind of like top dog when that good wave does come through.
Priority is so crucial in these 4-man heats. You really see that's when experience kind of plays a part. When these rookies and these juniors come into the Challenger Series, they tend to make a lot of priority errors, and sometimes they're surfing, they boost a huge error and get themselves out of jail. But throughout the year, using priority and figuring out what waves are the ones to go on, that's why it's so important to get down to the beach beforehand and have a little bit of a game plan. Obviously, things change so much when you're out there, but you've got to have a little bit of game plan and knowing which waves to go on and what waves to go on, which according to what number priority you are, because when you're in 4th priority, it gives you the license to just catch whatever and try and improve on a score. But as you move up on the priority board, you've got to kind of be a little bit more picky.
Here we go. A couple of snaps there for Santiago Muniz. So quick feet, Bruno. Really good reaction time. Fit 2 turns in there.
Yeah.
That should be a good ride.
Just a short space for him to maneuver, and he did great, huh? Speed and kind of flow too.
On the paddle here, we have Jet Schilling left out in the lineup, and here we go with Jet. Finds a nice long wall on this left. Snap to open up. Negotiates some backwash. Throws the tail. Gets the fins a little bit free there to finish off. I like the intent from Jet Schilling, and just a quick goofy foot surfer right behind him. Tyler Gunter out of Newport Beach, California. Here we go with Gunter. Gets through that first turn and the backwash. We've talked about that all day long. It can be your friend here, or Travis, it can be kind of an enemy if you don't time it right.
Yeah, with the backwash the way it is, you have to stay so present when you're on a wave. You can't just let muscle memory take over and instinct, which is what a lot of surfers do. You've got to stay so present, and each millisecond counts. And you'll see it all day, surfers getting caught out. It's really difficult.
Jet was really impressive on this wave, Bruno.
Yeah, man. I thought he was aiming to go to the air, but he did a great turn there.
So as we wait for the scores, judges owe us scores for all 4 surfers in the heat at the moment. To give you the situation, we're down to 19 minutes and 45 seconds, and that gives us a little bit of time, Travis, to talk about the pathway to the Championship Tour, which is the Challenger Series.
Yeah, it's the Challenger Series started out as a rebrand of the 10,000s, but it's become just organically the second tier of our sport. Now we've introduced the regional tours and surfers coming through from their regions, the best surfers around the world from the 7 different regions that covers the globe, come to the Challenger Series and slog it out to see who can get on the world tour and become world champions.
And, you know, another thing, when you look at Championship Tour surfers, the surfers that don't make that mid-season cut, immediately they can start their efforts into re-qualifying via the Challenger Series. I think that's a great addition to the tour.
Yeah, it's really cool. It really adds so much importance to those first few events on the CT. But at the same time, if you don't qualify, you can get back on tour the same year, which before you could go the whole year, not qualify, and then you have to spend a whole following year trying to qualify, getting onto the CT. So now it can all happen in the same year. So it's a really cool addition to how our sport works, I think.
It is. It's a great roadmap. Here we go on the backhand. Simkis with a couple of snaps and needed to finish that off. He was on his way. He had some great turns. His timing was really good, but just couldn't just put the bow on it and finish that off, Bruno.
He have to be solid on the end, like great first turn, and then he went for it and then fall on the way back.
Yeah, I got a little hung up off the top there, and that cost them because you have to have quick feet in these beach break situations. Back to Challenger Series talk. To your point, someone like Leo Fioravanti is a classic example. Didn't make the midseason cut. He's requalified already for the 2023 Championship Tour, and that is a system works in play.
Yeah, 100%. Leo's a great example. And you could just tell, like, when he didn't make that cut, his attitude going into the Gold Coast and stuff, and the way he was surfing, I knew straight away he was going to get back on real quick, because a lot of the guys were kind of like, it was the first year we were doing it, and they were very disappointed. Oh, I didn't get my full year on the CT, but Leo put that behind him the day after he lost at Margaret's, and it was game on, and he's done unbelievable surfing this year and deserves a spot back on tour.
He sure does, and really impressive that Leo made his way here to Brazil to compete as well. Doesn't need to be here, but came here anyway. He's got that, he wants that winning feeling and that momentum going into next year's championship tour.
Yeah, he's a competitive beast. He doesn't want to let any heats go by. He wants to win the Challenger Series this year for sure. So very stoked he came here despite qualifying already. And well, wouldn't you? The waves are fun here. Saquarema's a great place. Brazil's lovely. So stoked he's here.
Talk about a first via the Challenger Series also. Indonesia's first surfer to qualify for the championship tour, Rio Waida. We're going to see him in 2023, Travis.
Yeah, that's amazing. I mean, everybody's known about Rio for so long, and he's kind of talked about as the best guy, not on the CT for quite a while. So we all knew that he was going to eventually get there, but the way he did it this year was, it surprised everybody. It's crazy. Winning 2 events and just the performances he's put on, he's been such a standout. Super excited to see how he goes on the CT. He just does really, really big turns all the time, and his stick rate on all of them is just very, very consistent. So he's going to be a menace on tour, I think.
Yeah, Bruno, and another impressive surfer, Waida's in the draw here. He's just hungry for more heat wins. Again, another surfer doesn't have to be here, already did the qualification, but he's here wanting to win heats and take down people.
He have all the tools, huh? And he's gaining momentum to go for the big league. So it's a luxury training field for him here.
I agree. Let's catch up with, we got one more score owed to us by the judges, but right now we got Jet Schilling up in front, mainly because that 6-point ride. That's really the score with some weight to it for Schilling. Santiago Muniz, he just clocked in with a 3.57 and a 2.83. That's enough to keep him in second place right now. Sheldon Simkis came up a little bit short, and that was unfortunate for the Australian. He's in third place, looking for a 3.34 to move into that second place and advancing position. And Newport's Tyler Gunter, he's got 2.63 to his credit. Needs a 3.77 if he wants to make it into those top 2. We're at halfway through the heat right now. 15 minutes on the countdown.
I think Jack Schilling reminds me a little bit of Travis on the approach as a goofy.
Oh, I'll take that as a massive compliment. I'm a huge fan of Jet.
I'll take that as a compliment too for you. Quick, Travis could still make a couple of heats over here. But you know what? We'll continue our conversation with Travis Logie when we return right after this commercial. We are back at the Corona Saquarema Pro presented by Banco do Brasil. Stop number 6 on the Challenger Series, and up and riding. Sheldon Simkis out of Australia on the backhand has to kind of glide through that first section, and again, unable to finish up his ride. So Simkis is going to paddle back out and search for a more meaningful wave if he wants to come out of this round of 96. Of course, top 2 surfers in these 4-man heats advance into the round of 48. I'm Kaipo, joined by Bruno, and from Tours and Competition, former Championship Tour surfer Travis Logie's on the set with us. And Travis, we got a lot to talk about when we're talking this Challenger Series and taking a look at where we are in the rankings. Now remember, for the men, the top 10 advance into the qualify, I would say, into the 2023 Championship Tour. But in reality, we only have 7 spots left because we already have 3 surfers that have qualified. All right, so right here, as we see our rankings, Leo Fioravanti, Rio Waida, and Ryan Calnan all locked in. Liam O'Brien, Lob, he's pretty close there. Ezekiel Lau, he's pretty close, and Dylan Moffitt, as well as Ian Gentile. 4 through 7, Travis, do have a mathematical chance of qualifying here in Brazil.
Yeah, there's a few crew that have a mathematical chance of doing it here in Brazil and getting to Hawaii and taking all that pressure off. But yeah, I love the way these rankings have shaped up, because when you look at all those names, those are the guys that have been the standouts throughout the year. They've been consistently there. I mean, you do have a few years here and there where there's just some surfers that just can't catch a break. They're surfing amazing. They'll have a 18-point heat total, event after event, but the guy they come up against just gets higher somehow. But this year, the people that are there deserve to be there 100%, especially Leo, Rio, and Ryan, who have already qualified. Those 3 guys throughout the year have been complete standouts.
Number 15 on these rankings, you can see Callum Robson with the little CT by his name. That means he's already qualified for the Championship Tour. So in a way, those 10,000 points were cannibalized by Callum Robson when we look at the opening event over at Snapper Rock. Those are out of play right now.
100%, yeah. So that'll bring the points total down, the qualifying points cutoff total down a little bit, but not too much. Like in normal years in the old format, we'd have CT surfers doing the way more Challenger Series events because they wouldn't know if they were on tour or not. So it really made it tough to gauge what the cutoff was going to be. But first event of the year, yeah, Callum took the win and took 10,000 points.
And well, we do have some CT surfers as well, qualified CT surfers in this event also. Bruno, we got Miguel Pupo, Samuel Pupo, Adriano Jadson Andre, and
Gabriel Medina.
That's right.
Gabriel Medina could easily steal some 10 points from everybody. Huh?
Yep.
10,000 points. Huh?
That is all the math that we have to deal with. I mean, when I'm looking at the points that we need, that a surfer would need to get in to the Championship Tour, I'm thinking for the men, this is rough math. I'm thinking it's going to be somewhere above 17,500 points.
Is that your call? That's not a bad shot. I think it's going to be a little bit higher than that. At the end of this week, it'll be a lot clearer.
Yeah.
And it'll be much more linear math where we'll be able to take a look at what everyone's possibilities are going into Haleiwa. But that's not a bad call. I
went on a limb there, Travis, right?
I love it.
I then did some math right there.
Yeah. We need to bring this clip back up when we get to Haleiwa, if you're right.
Keifel's math was right. Again, I'm seeing a little bit north of 17,000 points. Here we go. Live action with Santiago Muniz, lightning fast there on the backhand, Bruno.
Very dynamic. Huh? 2 top turns, like vertical approach. Great job.
So Santi currently needs to just ditch a 2.83 as his low score. I think he's going to do that. Here we go with Jet Schilling out of San Clemente. Already opened up with a 6-point ride, looking for a backup. Nice carve there. Straight vertical to the lip for the finish, and that's going to do the job for Jet Schilling. Travis, with a name like Jet, you got to go fast.
And he does, and that's smart. He's got his little, he didn't over-surf that wave. He needed a backup. He's got the high score in the heat. So he did 2 really decent turns. He's got his second counting wave, and it's going to put him in a very strong position.
Yeah. Here we go. Let's look at the replay, Bruno.
Yeah, he went for the second floor, like in the last turn. Great job.
And then another shot from above here of Jet Schilling. A composed performance there. And having the discipline to kind of hold back a little bit. And look at the speed here from Santiago Muniz.
Always very fast and very expressive in his surfing, huh?
Lightning quick, like I said. So we're waiting for those two numbers for both Jet Schilling and Santiago Muniz. It looks like both surfers are going to improve upon their scoreline with those last waves, and that will gain distance between them and Sheldon Simkis and Tyler Gunter, who are really in the danger zone of being eliminated right now. So we'll see how the math plays out. We're down to just 7 minutes, and it's going to be Santiago Muniz up again in riding, has to tap down the line, gets one hit in there, projects into that second backhand snap, and that was almost a replay, yeah.
So similar, the approach.
Simkis glides and gets caught up in that difficult shore break section, and a little bit of frustration I see on the paddle back out from the Australian.
The leaders are defending their positions, huh?
Yeah, interesting thing when we saw, we're waiting for for Jet Schilling's last ride. Travis, you can talk to us about the game of surfing. Jet Schilling, like having the discipline to not go too hard, to not go for the air, to hold back a little bit is what I felt from the surfer from San Clemente. But that's playing the game, isn't it?
100%. I mean, and at the start of the year, he might have gone to the end of that wave and tried an air, but he's gaining experience like a sponge, just learning as event goes by. And yeah, you could see it on that. Like he didn't oversurf that wave, he put two decent turns together. And that's what it's all about. You know, you can only beat who's in front of you. You can only surf the waves that come to you. So smart surfing, smart competitor, and he's still so young, so it bodes well.
Yeah, and when we look at the Challenger Series, I mean, it's really is a marathon. It's not a sprint. I mean, we have rounds. This is round 96. We got a long way to go before we get to finals day.
100%. And even the entire year is a marathon. So it's just interesting to see, like, the surfers who stick around and hover around the top throughout the year are generally the surfers who don't get too reactive when they lose or too reactive when the conditions aren't right. They just have this calm confidence about them, no matter what's thrown at them. And you can really tell those surfers at the start of the year, like, I probably could have called the top 10 at the beginning of the year just off their kind of how the surfers are holding themselves. So it's super interesting, your attitude towards the conditions and who you've got in your heat and what comes your way is super important.
Surfing always been more of a mental sport. I mean, the physical comes into play, but the mental is a big part of it. Here's our heat recap, Bruno. We're going to start off here with Santiago Muniz.
Yeah, going right and the same dynamic. Huh?
Jet Schilling, Travis, paced approach and connecting a couple turns.
Yeah, that last turn was probably the best turn of the heat for me.
Again, Schilling just putting it together, finding the clean water in between warbles and working it out. That was a 5.7 for Schilling.
Yeah, adapting himself and the conditions, taking the right decisions, huh?
Making good decision, good wave choice, as well as we talked about in the warbly conditions, finding the clean water and timing it with that backwash. Here we go. Schilling, nice snap to open up, looks down the line, builds up the speed, throws it in the air, spins around, no problem with that air reverse. Got a little bit more in store for him. The shore break gets one more snap. Why not? For the exclamation mark, Jet Schilling is building on his performance as this heat plays itself out, down to 4 minutes, and Schilling's going to increase his lead, Travis.
Yeah, he's pretty safe at the moment, I'd say. You never know in conditions like this because you can get two waves really quickly.
Uh-oh. What do we got happening here? We have a three-time world champ readying himself for heat number 8. It's good to see Gabe Medina back, Bruno.
Oh, yeah, man, for sure. So good to see here.
I'm liking the Cabianca designs right now with the galaxy motif to it, the galaxy theme. He's got a quiver of boards. All the boards have a different planet on them.
Ready to fly, huh?
What do you think he's riding today, Mars or Jupiter?
Jupiter.
Jupiter. Takes a moment on the beach to ready himself. That's going to be heat number 8. Gabriel Medina's coming up in about 3 minutes. Right now for the heat in the water, Jet Schilling is did not improve upon his scoreline with that last ride. A little bit of a surprise for me, a 4.67, but Schilling remains in the lead.
I think it was because of the size of the wave, huh?
It must have been, yeah, just a little bit of a smaller wave. I like the performance, and I like the flair that he had going with him. But needless to say, he still is in the lead. Santiago Muniz, just as importantly, in second place and advancing position. But Santiago, not only does he have that second place and advancing position, but he also has priority. So he's doing everything right. He's got to play this priority really smart. Waves coming through here. It's going to be decision time for Santiago Muniz. Here we go with Jet Schilling. Just under priority. Says, why not? Might as well surf another wave. Getting loose there with a layback. No harm, no foul. He'll remain in first place right now. Sheldon Simkis, 5.63 is his requirement on this wave if he wants to advance out of this heat. Couple of snaps. Wave gives up on him, however. That right kind of runs into some deep water there.
Yeah, that's it. The channel there. The wave just went flat.
It's interesting to see that the surfers in first and second are the surfers who have caught the most waves out there, which is quite telling because sometimes you kind of get stuck in priority in conditions like this, and there's not a huge difference between waves you can get a big score on and waves you can't. So you got to just keep giving yourself opportunities and reps, I feel like, and I think in most heats that's been the case.
Yeah, I mean, earlier in the competition, we saw Evan Geiselman sit out there with priority for a good 8 minutes. Kind of the priority anchor was to the detriment for Evan Geiselman because he just sat out there and the wave never came.
Yeah, and there's locations that you really have to be smart on which wave you take because the difference between a wave that's going to get an 8 on and a wave you're going to get a 5 on is quite profound. But out here, there's not much difference at all, so you got to give yourself a shot.
And it seems also, Travis, that a lot of these waves, you can't tell what they're going to eventuate into. Some of them, I mean, Bruno, we were talking earlier, some of them we saw waves coming through. They look like, hey, that's a keeper. Yeah. And then it ran down the line or it closed out. You know, just didn't give yourself a chance. Here we go. This is going to be a priority play by Santiago Muniz. Smart use of priority for the surfer representing Argentina. So he's just going to looking to lock it up and advance into the next round. He is going to improve his scoreline with that, a 5-point ride for Santiago Muniz. So down to just 20 seconds, and things are looking dark for both Tyler Gunter and Sheldon Simkis.
Yeah, that last mover has a certain degree of difficulty. And managed good there.
All right, well, here's the countdown. And Tyler Gunter, he needs something big right now. It needs a 7.14. This wave does not have that number in it. So Tyler Gunter eliminated from competition, as well as Sheldon Simkis. It will be Santiago Muniz and Jet Schilling advancing into the round of 48. So good job done, and happy ride to the beach for Jet Schilling there. Schilling's got his work. So that's it for heat number 7, and great heat. Again, thank you, Travis, for joining us, and we'll have you check in throughout this event. We got a ways to go, but thank you for joining us on the set.
Thanks, gents. Thanks for having me.
All right, well, we'll be back after this commercial break. 3-time world champ, he's going to be in the water. You're going to want to stick around. The Corona Saquarema Pro, presented by Banco Do Brasil, back in action. Heat number 8, opening day out in the water. And in the water, we got 3 world titles because Gabe Medina has shown up. And he is out there in heat number 8. Here we got the results of heat number 7, which we just came off of. Jet Schilling and Santiago Muniz both advancing out of that heat into the round of 48. But now we pay our attention to Gabe Medina, Crosby Colapinto, Tekehu Butler, and Gabriel Klausner.
Oh yeah, the youngster from Brazil. He's here because of the invite. He won a little triple crown that we have here in Brazil. 3 QSs, 1,000 points. He won the mini circuit, and he's here, invited by Banco do Brasil.
Yeah, it's going to be his first challenger. Here we go. This is the opening ride of Crosby Colapinto. This happened during the break. This was a 4.5 for the surfer from San Clemente. And this is a 7.67 for Gabe Medina. Exactly what we expected from the 3-time world champ with surfing like that, in control of the conditions, no matter what they are.
Yeah, he went to town, huh? So vertical, so fast.
It's just classic Medina as we look at this last kind of lip glide, backhand re-entry that he's able to put timing and power at the same time. Just flawless technique.
Yeah, almost a board slide on the top, huh? So it's a signature move in a way. Huh?
Able to really place his line and place the board exactly where he wants to. So Gabe Medina on the paddle already has really shown that he's the alpha in this heat.
Yeah, the alpha dog, huh?
Just started right away, just let everyone know, hey,
I'm here.
I'm here.
Yeah, like the big soccer stars, like, I'm here.
That's what, and exactly, and that's what, you know, Medina brings. Well, we got the last heat winner, Jet Schilling. He was going fast out there. You gotta give it up to Jet. Let's hear from Jet. He's with Rachel.
Yeah. Hi, Kaipo.
Oh no, he's
Here's
with Maida. He's
Yeah.
with Maida. Take it away, Maida.
Yeah, we were here talking a little bit about Brazil. His first time here. So how do you like this? How do you like your heat?
Yeah, I love this place. It's food's good, the beach is nice, and haven't really had really good waves yet, but I mean, still fun. Yeah, stoked.
Yeah, so very important points being battled here in Itaúna. What are you expecting for the rest of the week?
Honestly, just surfing, heat by heat, and I just want to make some more heats. That'd be fun. I love making heats, so it's all, stoked.
What did you find, like the challenging part of the heat, like the backwash or what?
Yeah, the backwash definitely. It's super backwashy and just washing around everywhere. I was definitely because I didn't really surf before my heat, or kind of just got here a couple days ago and did my first time surfing the bank, and I was like, whoa, this is nuts. This is super wonky. It's completely different from down the beach.
Okay, congratulations your heat. Back to guys in the booth.
Thank you, Maida, and congratulations to Jet Schilling too. Young man is making his way. Hey, number 26 in the rankings coming into Brazil. Jet Schilling, he still has an outside chance of stamping his ticket to the championship tour. He has a good result here, Bruno. He has a good result in Haleiwa, and he's on.
For sure. We have 20,000 points on the line still, so.
This is Tekehu Butler out of New Zealand. Couple of hooks on the backhand, and that earned him a 5.83.
Oh, I love this Maori 9.
Yeah, and great point. Tekehu Butler, also a native of New Zealand, of Aotearoa, and a proud Maori. So a Pacific Islander in that way. Here we go. Kehu again, looking down the line. And just had to throw that one away, but I saw the intent. He saw there wasn't much in the wave, so he needed one big maneuver.
Yeah, we have time to test and to be aggressive, huh?
On the paddle here, it looks like Gabe Medina might be interested, decides not to go. And We're at 23 minutes on the countdown. That's a little bit of a priority error for Gabe Medina. No big deal though. He went from second in priority to third in priority with that couple little paddles for that wave, but no big deal.
No big deal. Have plenty of time, and he's so confident.
Yeah, you'd have to be confident, and I also feel that Gabe Medina coming back here to Itaúna wants a little bit of revenge. Now remember, at the Oi Rio Pro, he hurt himself here. Luckily, it wasn't a really serious injury, but he did have a contusion to his knee, right, Bruno? It did hurt. It did hurt him a little bit.
Yeah, we didn't notice during the hit.
Yeah.
After we noticed, he told us, and he went for the doctor. And
let's take a look at that. Let's take a look at what happened here with Gabe Medina back in the Oi Rio Pro. He was up in the heat here against Callum Robson. Tons of Medina fans out there surfing the left down the beach with typical Medina style and flair, but couldn't put the points together. And then when he came in, there was something up with his knee.
Yeah, a little twist.
Said the board hit him really hard and stunned his knee, but since then, Gabe Medina has worked himself back into 100%, and I cannot wait to see Medina on the 2023 Championship Tour. That's going to start January 29th, and we're going to kick it off at Pipeline again.
Oh, I thought he was coming.
Finishing off right there for Kehu Butler, who's currently in second place, has already a 5.83, and looking for a backup to that 5.83. Here we go. This is Gabriel Klausner. And the young Brazilian building up some speed down the line, goes for the float, and float. It's that difficult inside shore dump. Well done.
Oh, yeah. We were in the other event, the festival, the QS 5000. We call it that place, the mouth of the alligator.
This is the gator's mouth right here at the end that you got to be able to thread that thing.
Yeah.
And put it down.
Ready to punch you.
And here's Kehu's ride.
Yeah, from the beginning, huh? A vertical move, little slide. Nice one turn, huh?
Nice one turn for Kehu Butler. That'll earn him a 3.27, and then that's enough to put him into the lead for the moment. Gabe Medina drops down to second place, but Medina still with the highest single wave total with a 7.67. Score comes in for Klausner at a 3.67. Gabriel Klausner needs a 4.01 to move into second at the moment. But a lot of those numbers are going to change, and the scenario is going to change once Gabe Medina gets to his feet for his second ride.
Oh, for sure.
Klausner on the backhand this time. Snap there. Negotiates a little warble. Gets back vertical. Throws the fins, but unable to complete that final maneuver.
Yeah, overcooked a little bit.
Pushed a little bit hard there. And he's going to get his paddle back out. 9 minutes, 35 seconds. Crosby Colapinto skates down the line and is able to get off the top there, but I know Crosby wanted more than that. He's currently in fourth with a 4.5. He's going to get his second ride, but probably wanted a little bit better of a wave than that. Gabe Medina up, out, kicks out, and once main out there and still in kind of the priority line for Medina. Gabe Medina is, when we talk about the career, we also talk about a turning point in Brazilian surfing, Bruno. 2014 is when things changed.
Oh, yeah.
I believe with Gabe Medina's first world title, he proved to Brazil that it's possible. And since then, we've had numerous world champs coming out of Brazil.
For sure, man. And we have to remember that the same year, the soccer team from Brazil lost in the World Cup here in Brazil in the semifinals against Germany, 7-1. So another hero comes to play in that season. So Gabriel raised to the top and raised to the fame and glory.
Here he goes. Just kicks it out, no problem. And that's going to be the backup for Gabe Medina. Makes it look so easy, doesn't he?
Effortless, huh? Amazing.
Gabriel Klausner on the backhand, trying to stitch together right here. Does a good job of negotiating a little bit of a cross-section there before he kicks out. So it's already seeming to be, to me, a fight for second place because this guy's in the water and doing stuff like this.
That's it, man. Going for the air easily here. And we have the supporters.
And the competitors area. Everyone's just like, yeah, that's what he does.
Yeah, walk on the park.
All right, 17:30 on the countdown. And still waiting for numbers for Kehu Butler, Gabe Medina, and Gabriel Klausner to give you the situation out in the water. More Medina talk, and bigger than just surfing. It seems like the Medina storm has turned into just an overall celebrity personality here in Brazil.
Yes, man. Sometimes I say he's bigger than surfing in Brazil in a way, you know? He's more popular. You have friends in the soccer environment, and he's doing great, huh?
There's the factor. There's that Medina factor. There's that Slater factor. When they show up at the beach, what follows them is a crowd of people in every footstep that they take down the beach, and wherever they go, the crowd kind of follows these surfers. Because they're celebrities, even bigger than surfing, like you said.
Yeah.
Klausner, he wants to make a name for himself right now, doing a pretty good job on the backhand, and this is a great opportunity for this young Brazilian to make a name for himself.
Oh, yeah.
Because the eyes are on this heat, and it's time that he can shine.
For sure. He has this great opportunity. Been called for the Banco Do Brasil, because I just explained in the beginning of the heat, he won the little triple crown, and there he is in the third place now.
Yeah, last score of four. Oh, they still also score for this ride, but we're going to look at it one more time, Bruno.
Yeah, nice snap at the top, and second good turn. Just a fun climb.
Now needs a 5-point ride right here to go into second in advancing position for Gabriel Klausner, and I'm feeling that he is going to get that score. Crosby Colapinto utilizing his backhand on the left, swinging through a couple of turns here, wants a little bit more on the inside and gets a finish. So nice exchange. Crosby Colapinto, Kehu Butler, and Gabriel Klausner, and the judges are still debating over a couple scores, and we'll update you as soon as they drop. Last ride for Kehu Butler came in as a 6-point ride, so that did increase the need for Gabriel Klausner and Crosby Colapinto. Here's Crosby's ride.
Yeah, nice one, huh? This second turn was the best, I think. Yes. More of a functional, the last one. And a little one more to go.
Crosby Colapinto fitting a lot of turns into a short space on that wave. Needs a big number. Needs a 7.33 at this moment.
Yeah, Butler just defending himself from the attack of Gabriel and Crosby.
Last score for Gabriel Klausner, a 5.37. That's going to keep him in third place. Still waiting for last score for Crosby Colapinto. Again, Colapinto needing a 7.33 if he wants to get up into second place. And we're at the 14-minute mark on the countdown, so halfway through this heat. And the number comes in for Colapinto at a 4.57, and he remains in fourth place. So that is what's happening in this heat. Still more stuff can happen. Anything can happen with Gabe Medina in the water, but it's a chance for all these surfers to make a name for themselves. We're going to take a break. We're stepping away, but we'll be right back after this commercial break. Corona Saquarema Pro, presented by Banco Do Brasil, is brought to you by City of Saquarema, official host of the Corona Saquarema Pro, by TikTok, download the app, by 51 Ice, official ready-to-drink beverage of the World Surf League in Brazil, and by Nuon, official health partner of the Corona Saquarema Pro. We're back. Heat 8, and we're getting some blessings from above. A little rainstorm moving through here. Kaipo along with Bruno talking you through all the action here. Opening day of the Corona Saquarema Pro, and we got Gabe Medina out in the water, and not a surprise to any of us, he also has the lead.
Yeah, we call it here in Brazil, St. Peter's tears, you know, when it rains.
Yeah, it's a blessing, yeah?
Yeah, it's a blessing.
In Hawaii, we call it a blessing too, yeah. The ua is the Hawaiian word for rain, and it's always welcome because that rain brings life. All right, we're down to under 11 minutes. Medina with priority and the lead. Kehu Butler right here hanging on to second and advancing position, and the Maori throws the tail there and does a good job of finishing off that wave. That was impressive.
Nice mechanics, huh?
Right?
Yeah.
Made it look really smooth on that transition, throwing the tail and reverting that board around to Kehu Butler.
Yeah, he kept the speed like very solid also.
Take another look at it.
Yeah. Generating the speed and aiming the section and bang. Easily.
Great job from Kehu Butler, and we'll see if he improves upon his heat total. He needs to get better than a 5.83 if he wants to gain on his two-wave total. So still waiting for the decision from the judges. And as we suspected from the get-go, Gabe Medina started off with a 7.67, and his sister Sophia keeping an eye on the water.
Oh, it's so great to see.
We're going to see her in competition on the women's end.
Man, that's a historical moment for the family, for Brazilian surfing in general. It's great. And she's evolving, huh? She won a comp here last season. First comp in the QS.
Here we go. Medina goes right. Slow start to this wave. Looks for something on the inside. Smacks it off the top. And a little caught up there. Continues down the line. And just, again, Medina just makes something out of seemingly nothing. And Sophia likes it.
Yeah.
She said, that's no problem. That's my big brother.
That's it.
That's what he does.
Yeah. Even blind, he can do it.
Well, it was a pivotal point. We talked about 2014 and Gabe Medina with his first world title, which just opened up the door, and the possibilities for the Brazilian storm really like seeded the storm clouds there. Since then, we saw Adrian de Souza have a world title, Italo Ferreira, world title, and most recently, Felipe Toledo.
Yeah.
Here's a replay, Bruno.
Yeah, functional move, the first one. Now he goes vertical. Now he got a little stuck. And then play the Houdini there. Boom. Yeah, his sister liked it.
And little sis likes it, as she should. So down to just 8 minutes remaining, and waiting for that number for Gabe Medina. It will improve upon his scoreline just slightly. A 4.83 checks in for Lasta Medina. Kehu Butler remains in second place. Crosby Colapinto needs to get busy. He needs a 7.26. And Gabriel Klausner, he needs a 6.46. Klausner in the green jersey does have first priority, however, Bruno. So if he does have an opportunity, he's just got to pick the right way.
Yeah, the kid's smart, huh?
Well, the waves are here, but not quite beach weather, is it?
Yeah, not too much.
Now, we're expecting some of these storms to come through, and that was why it was important for us to get going on competition today. You know, we have a big field of competitors. We have 96 men. We have 64 women. We had to kind of start the machine. And we saw this weather kind of on the maps coming through. So we knew we had to take our little window of opportunity to get some heats through. Medina just floating through the left-hander and, you know, just kind of staying a little bit busy out there, looking relaxed, looking in form, looking in shape, seeing Gabe around the site. Looks like he's ready to do battle in next year's championship tour.
Oh, for sure, man. He's taking a lot of time. He's almost living in Rio, in capital.
What do we think?
Changing from Maresias to Rio.
What do we think, Bruno? A chance for a 4th world title in 2023 for Gabe Medina?
He's aiming Mark Richards. Mark,
yeah. Kehu Butler. Nothing doing there. No harm, no foul. He'll remain in 2nd place with 6 minutes on the countdown. But back to Medina, yeah, I think he's got another world title in him.
Yeah.
Especially with someone like Gabe Medina. If he gets a really good start at Pipeline, which we know he's really good at, and then moving on to Sunset, he's another wave that Gabe Medina, like a lot of people don't talk about the surfing that Gabe Medina is able to do in his backhand at Sunset. It is incredible. And so, I mean, the first 2 stops of the championship tour, for me, favor Gabe Medina above everyone else on the tour.
Yeah, you can put beside him John, but we don't know how he is going to come.
Besides him, John, and I got to put another name in there. Jack Robinson does great at Pipe.
Man, that's it.
And he's been a multiple winner at Sunset. Jack Robinson's won at Pipe on the QS level at the Pipe Pro, and Jack Robinson's also won at Sunset as well. So I got to put Jack in that conversation when we look forward to the 2023 Championship Tour. And all the field of that 2023 Championship Tour are not made up yet, because that's why we're here in the Challenger Series. We got to fill in those blanks.
A lot of drama to come. Yeah.
Let's take a look at our heat recap. And everything started off here at heat number 8. It started off with Gabe Medina with this 7.67, Bruno.
Yeah, I went high there in this move, yeah. Board slide at the top, perfect position, speed, power and flow.
Kehu Butler looking good on the backhand.
Yeah, nice slide.
And then Medina, again, able to just really manufacture scores when there's not much in front of him. Gabe Medina can find a little bit of flair in pretty much anything. Watch this.
That's the alpha dog working.
And that leads us to these numbers right here. Gabe Medina, Kehu Butler. Gabriel Klausner still got a chance. I'm telling you, this young man has got some opportunity. He's got first priority. He's just got under 4 minutes. I feel like Klausner can do it. He's put himself in a position to do it. We'll just see if Itaúna serves up a wave for him to perform on.
I watch him this season closely. He's evolving from each and every comp to the other. Like,
well, here he goes. Takes off with the backwash. Has to scoot around this section. Gets a little carve on the backhand, waiting for this wave to steepen up on the inside. Throws it, and that would have been it.
Yeah.
Unfortunate. I like the intention, but incomplete. Yeah. Medina, on the other hand, looks down the line, and that's what he does. Tries that, don't break the nose of the board, but we've seen that backflip before numerous times.
Oh yeah, we saw it at Rio.
We saw it in Barra de Juca. I think that was 2016.
That's it.
When he unveiled that.
Your first time in Brazil, huh?
That was my first time in Brazil, correct. Yeah, and I was blown away. I was just really happy to be in that historic moment. But let's just take a look at the replay. This is the kind of stuff that Medina does.
Yeah, we see that move in a couple of clips until today, yeah?
And you know what? I mean, until 2016, it was, nobody knew it was even possible.
Yeah. You know, just a few guys on the world do it. Mm-hmm. The flips on flip, huh?
Yeah.
Fly Novak.
Flynn Novak would have been the first one. I like you pulling that out.
Yeah, Gabriel Medina.
Flynn would appreciate that too.
Yeah, Flynn. Shout out to Flynn, man. Gabriel Medina, Ítalo Ferreira, Iago Dora.
Yeah.
Who else? I don't know.
I think that's about
that's
it.
That's a club.
Right?
Yeah, yeah.
Well, I mean, some free surfers for sure.
Yeah.
But you know what? It's a whole different story doing it with a jersey on.
Yeah, with a 20 to 30 minutes window time. Yeah.
That's a whole different game.
Yeah, man.
You don't get multiple times, multiple days to get that clip. You got to do it within 30 minutes, like you said, Bruno.
You have to be nerves of steel, like.
And it's really impressive on how surfing has evolved with the World Surf League in the way that now we're seeing some of the best surfing done, the most progressive surfing done actually in competition.
Yeah.
There used to be a difference between a free surfer and a competitive
There's
surfer.
pressure sessions.
Right. But now we don't need them because like in competition, we're seeing groundbreaking stuff happening. Down to 90 seconds here, Bruno, and it's all Gabe Medina. It's going to be a fight for second place. Crosby Colapinto is going to put up that battle. Here he goes. Throws a tail, and rails get sticky there, goes down. And the first and second place now with first and second priority, so it looks like it should be pretty elementary for Gabe Medina and Kehu Butler to close this heat out. Down to just 35 seconds on the countdown, and Medina is just relentless in his approach, still paddling full speed, still showing a lot of interest in whatever's going on out there. And here goes Medina. He's going to use his priority over Crosby Colapinto. Takes this right off of Crosby. Medina again. Backhand snap and a little fumble there in the water, but no problem. Three-time world champ's going to come to the beach, and we're going to have another chance to see Gabe Medina in the round of 48, as well as take Kehu Butler advancing on into that round of 48. There's all the numbers on the bottom of your screen. Out of competition, Gabriel Klausner, as well as Crosby Colapinto.
That was a nice battle for the second place. Huh?
I thought it was
nice
a great heat. Yeah. Good surfing. Congratulations to Kehu Butler. Nice little stroll up the beach for the Kiwi. More action coming up. We're going to step away for a sec. When we come back, heat number 9 will be in the water. That means Emrod's going to be out there in the red jersey. Be right back.
Welcome back to the Corona Saquarema Pro, presented by Banco Do Brasil. Mitchell Salazar here with Bruno Bocayuva in the booth. Heat number 9 out there in the water right now. Michael Rodriguez in red. Joel Vaughn, the Australian, is in blue. Michael Dunphy from the East Coast of the United States in white. And the local boy at just 40 years of age out there in the water in green. That's Raoni Monteiro, the former CT surfer. And Bruno, I bet you've been around and you can tell us a bit about Raoni's history here competing in Saquarema.
Yes, I do, man. The times fly fast, man. I remember being here in Saquarema in 1995 when I first saw Raoni. 25 years ago, 27 years ago.
27, yeah.
Yeah.
The same age as this young man on screen, Michael Rodriguez. He opens up with a 4.17. This was Raoni's first wave, just a throwaway, and he also made the final in what was previously known as basically a Challenger Series event. In 2011, I believe, he lost to Kai Auden in the final.
That's it, man. That was my first adventure doing a broadcast in English with Joey Turpel.
Right on.
Yeah, it was beginning and was a great event.
I bet. I mean, Kai Auden, a huge win for him. Let's go down to the glass. Guess what? We have the 3-time world champion down there.
That's right, Gabriel Medina right here. He's back, guys. I'm super happy. And let me ask you something. Looks like you are 100% recovered from your knee injury. How was it for you, that moment away from surfing?
It was really good, actually. I recovered pretty good. My knee feels good. And I'm happy to be competing again. And the waves are not so great today, but I'm happy to be in the jersey again and just getting ready for Hawaii. You know, Hawaii is coming up, so it feels good to put the jersey again.
And even though you are a 3-time world champion, what is the most important part about running the Challenger Series?
I think everyone here is really hungry, so put you in out of the comfort zone, you know. So it's good to get ready for the championship tour, and that's why I'm here. You know, I'm ready for war, and yeah, hopefully I can get more waves and just have a good time here.
And how proud of your sister are you? This is the first event you're running together. We can watch you both.
True. It's amazing to have my sister in the same event as me. First time, you know. She's still my little princess, but she's so big right now. But I'm happy to see her growing up, and I've been supporting her too. And it's good to share these moments with her. You know, it's good to be with who you love, and you know, to have these moments. So I'm trying to enjoy every moment here.
That's awesome. Congratulations. They're into the next round. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Rachel, and parabéns to, I would have to say, one of the greatest surfers of all time out there in Gabriel Medina. Making a statement there in that first heat, Bruno, maybe not the highest heat total of the event, 12.5, but when you talk about heat control, about people that know how to manage their time out there in the water, that might be the best person to ever do it right there in the red jersey.
Yeah, just his presence is so powerful. Yeah,
right.
To be on the comp puts the comp in another level. It's so good to see he's matured, he's spontaneous, so he's happy.
Yeah, sporadic is a good word to use, right? Esporádico.
Yeah.
He's got something that every time you see him surf, you expect the unexpected, and it's good to have him here at this event in Saquarema. Back to heat number 9, though. Emrod just dropped a 4.0, so he backs up with a 4.17. Michael Dunphy opens up with a 3.27, and Raoni with just a 1 throwaway of the 1.43. Priority with the young surfer from Australia in blue, Joel Vaughn. He's got a great story. Younger brother Huey, an amazing surfer too. Joel here with his father, and obviously traveling with the rest of the Australian crew too. But you look at Joel, quarterfinal finish in Huntington Beach this year for the Vans US Open. It was big, Bruno, and I'm not lying. I reside there now. Huntington Beach, when it's huge, there's a lot of current. And this guy can tell you, number 8 in the rankings, he had difficulties competing there himself. That was Michael Rodriguez.
Yes, I was remembering a hit from Emrod in Sydney. Yeah, I think against Rio Aida. Yeah, I think it was a turning point for both of them.
Right.
I thought Emrod was building momentum to go to the finals, and then in the end of their heat, like Rio.
Like, no.
Yeah,
I got
that's
this.
my turn, huh?
Yeah. Well, no, and I think the success that Rio Aida has brought to the Challenger Series too, obviously winning back-to-back consecutive events. Those were in Manly, and then you got Bolito. But you know, you see the success, and he's brought out the best in the surfing out of somebody like Michael Rodriguez.
Yeah, both are so dynamic, so progressive.
So one of our coworkers, Andres Giordanelli, you know, he's from Rio. He's a proud Carioca himself. He told me about Michael Rodriguez when we were first starting to see him on the championship tour. And he's like, the guys from the north, sometimes they're a bit too humble.
Yeah.
And you see that in his surfing. But nowadays, it seems with the move to another part, I believe now he resides in Santa Catarina in Florianopolis, as he's just ripping that wave to shreds. Nice two-turn calm with her on the backhand. It's almost beneficial to them to move away, isn't it?
For sure, man. And shout out to Andre, a good friend, a great announcer, speaker, surfer also.
Yeah.
And you know what? Rod just, he was born in Brasilia, the capital of Brazil. He moved with his family to Fortaleza, the capital of Ceará state, up north, and then moved one more time to Florianopolis. He started to build his style in Ceará and then evolve in Florianopolis.
It's crazy. I've, you know, as an outsider myself, I've always seen that the best surfers have either come from Sao Paulo or from Florianopolis. You know, I think of a lot of people that I grew up with, Thiago Dora, Lucas Silveira's maybe the only guy that I could think of from Rio, but everybody else, it's either Guarujá, Ubatuba, Maresias, and then obviously you have Florianopolis, where Teco and Neco Paderat's are originally from too.
Yeah, man. Rio is such a big city, you know. You have a lot of distractions on the way from the young kids to be a professional surfer.
Right.
Yeah. Sometimes it's better to live in a smaller city.
Do you normally not see that in Sao Paulo?
No, because the cities, the capital is not on the coastline.
Right.
You know, so they are from smaller cities like Ubatuba, São Sebastião. São Sebastião is the city that Maresias Beach is.
Okay.
Know? So the cities Ubatuba, São Sebastião, Guarujá, and Santos.
So
4 places.
Let me ask you this: out of Rio, just outside of the city, we have Saquarema. Besides that, is there really any other spot that you would
We
say?
have Vitor Ribas was the third on the 1999 season. Oki was first, Taj Baro was second, and Vitor Ribas was third. He's from Cabo Frio, just 1 hour going north from here, Saquarema.
But maybe not as many good beaches as Sao Paulo or Santa Catarina,
Yeah,
right?
they have a little more solid waves like Rio Capital here. And in the state of Rio, Saquarema is the place to have all kinds of conditions each and every season. The power of the waves.
Yeah,
so
it's intense
special.
here.
Yeah.
You can
Always.
tell.
We're going to see tomorrow how the day starts. Huh?
Let's hope so. Here's the local boy, Raoni Monteiro. And he finished runner-up here in 2011 to Kai Auden in what was formerly known as a 6-star prime. That is basically now a Challenger Series event. And it seems like we had Mike Dunphy up and riding too on another ride. 19:35 on the clock to go. Priority still with the surfer from Australia, young Joel Vaughn. And Joel has a great story growing up with his brother Huey. They unfortunately lost their mother earlier this summer. Yeah, in around the month of June, July, I believe. And, you know, he's had a great comeback story. And here's Mike's last wave. This is Dunphy. He's from Virginia Beach originally, Bruno.
Oh, East Coast, huh?
Yeah.
Nice.
Virginia Beach, also grew up in New Smyrna Beach in Florida. And then obviously you know everything about this guy, Raoni.
Oh, man, yeah. You know what? His father is a surfer himself. He was living in Rio Capital and moved to Saquarema just to surf and have a better lifestyle. And then Raoni was born in Rio, but just went back to Saquarema just to be a better structure, a better hospital. And then he was raised here, like, ever since.
Well, why wouldn't you want to live here? It's paradise. I mean,
yeah, man.
I will say this, though, Bruno, I'm telling everybody that's from Brazil, I want to see the sun come out in the next few days, okay? I can't come to Brazil and not see the sun at least a few days, all right? It can't just be stormy all the time.
Yeah, you'll see.
18:20 on the clock. So far, it's Rodriguez with a 4.17 and a 4. Here he goes again, using priority here. Nice wave selection so far for the Brazilian. Number 8 in the rankings. This is an important wave, too, as he fist pumps at the end of that one. He's just looking to at least make a few rounds here and get into the top 5 of the ranking, Bruno.
So important, huh? We will be start to do the throwaways, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's,
And here's Haoni. Kind of another quick wave. His best wave so far, just the 2.53. Joel Vaughn opens up with a 1.8 and almost halfway through the heat. I'm interested to see how a lot of these younger surfers maybe strategize up against those legends that are in the water, right? You have Haoni Monteiro. I think another guy that you're going to see a lot too is Wesley Leite.
Yes.
He's been around for a long, long time. But how about Pardiña, William Cardoso? He's probably going to be competing either tomorrow or one in the later days. But he's also got a lot of experience competing out here.
you know what? He told us in this season, it will be his last season competing.
Former champion, I believe.
Yeah,
Saquarema.
here, yeah. 12 years ago, 2010. Yeah.
Here's Joel Vaughn. Great snap to start things off on the forehand. And then combos it off with a nice foam climb at the end. So that'll be Vaughn's best wave. The youngster, barely 20 years of age, from Australia.
Up against a man in his 40s, huh?
Well, and you look at the maturity in his surfing, too. I mean, few people can really use the rail like that at a beach break.
You cannot tell his age about watching his surfs.
And then this was Dunphy's last, Bruno.
Yeah, always dynamic, but a shortcut.
Yeah, and Mike hasn't had the kind of success he'd want to on the Challenger Series this year. This man has had, though. Mike Rodriguez, he just dropped a 5.93. That's the best wave of the heat so far, Bruno.
Oh, he's a machine, man. He's just went to town, eh?
And the Brazilian crowd very encouraging of that last wave of their surfer.
Área dos atletas, the Banco do Brasil, athletes area.
Well, a lot of people in that athletes area too. I was in there during my break, was able to chat to everybody from different corners of the world. The Australians kind of took over one part of the athletes area, and it seems like the Brazilians are on the other side of it. But
we see a couple of packs like
it's cool to see that, though. It's cool to see that there's that unity among those surfers from their own regions, and you know, I think it's encouraging for years to come too. I think surfing has united us more than ever as of late.
Yeah, I think they fed themselves with this dynamic.
100%. Here's Haoni up again on another left. Couple of twos so far in his scoreline. He's just looking to finish that wave off. Won't be able to finish the top turn and ride out cleanly. 15 minutes on the clock. Vaughn drops a 4.13. It's a decent score. Dunphy has a couple of scores in the three-point range. And Michael Dunphy has been one of the most successful surfers in recent years from the East Coast of the United States. Won his hometown event, the ECSC Vans Pro in Virginia Beach a few years ago. That was a QS 3000. Boy, oh boy, Mike Rodriguez again. You know, for a person that's not very big in terms of weight and maybe muscle, he throws a lot of spray.
Yeah, he had the proper mechanics to do it, like in his own style.
Right.
Yeah.
The placement of the turn, the timing.
Yeah.
And as you said, obviously, the functionality of those mechanics look good too.
The body language, huh?
Looks great. I was very surprised when he got knocked off tour, and it seemed like there were many heats where he wasn't really making an attempt to requalify. And I think that's what Andre was kind of getting to, is that sometimes you're a little bit too humble for how good you are.
Yeah.
14 minutes on the clock, priority with the surfer in white, and Rodriguez does better his situation, drops a 4.9. That's now his low score. Dunphy in second, looking to better a 3.23. Vaughn in third needs a 2.37, and the local surfer Monteiro needs a 3.77. Not out of the heat right now.
Yeah. And I was thinking about Haoni. Just 3 weeks ago, we had Bahia firing, and he had a couple of barrels. If you see the shots, you would think was a backdoor pipeline.
I don't doubt it.
Yeah.
There's a reason why, to me personally, he's been one of the best surfers of all time at Sunset Beach.
Yeah.
And if you've ever surfed Sunset Beach or you've seen it from the outside, you know how heavy it is. And it's a difficult wave to surf, maybe even the hardest wave to surf on this planet, too.
We can tell that, but in a way, because Slater never had a win there, huh?
No, and he hates surfing there, too.
Yeah.
He doesn't even free surf there, let me tell you.
I remember the 1998 final against Shane Dorian. Michael Mungaberry, I think, the second one. Slater was the third, and Cristiano Espirro, a Brazilian from Bahia, was the fourth. And Jordan got the win there at this season.
Yeah.
Slater was
like that's,
closed.
It's just one of those waves that I remember I asked Ross William a few years ago, like, what do you do in terms of coaching people out there? He's like, you know what, Mitch? It's not a good wave.
Yeah.
A lot of times I just tell them, go out there. If you see a wave that looks good, you got to go on it. But sometimes Sunset Beach, it's all about positioning. This guy knows about positioning. That is Kei Kobayashi from San Clemente, California. He's going to be coming up in the next heat. A great young surfer from San Clemente is Kei, and one of the hardest working people within the sport of surfing, too. Heat number 9 underway. We got 12 minutes to go. Emrod in the lead. Michael Dunphy in second. Joel Vaughn and Raoni Monteiro playing catch-up right now. Don't go anywhere. Corona Saquarema Pro presented by Banco do Brasil. Coming right back.
Esporte é vida, é emoção, é disciplina, é inclusão. E é por meio da Lei de Incentivo ao Esporte que grandes eventos esportivos acontecem. Viva o esporte!
Governo do Estado do Rio de Janeiro, o Estado do Esporte.
Welcome back to the Corona Saquarema Pro presented by Banco do Brasil. Mitchell Salazar with Bruno Bocaiúva here in the booth with you. This is heat number 9 of the round of 96. The 2 heat leaders at the moment, the local surfers, the Brazilian Michael Rodriguez in the red jersey, 10.83 heat total, and the local surfer Raoni Monteiro up into second place, dropped to 4.9 on his last one. He's up and riding again. Looking to gain some speed right here and make it to the open face. He does. Just a quick in and out for him, though. Now Michael Dunphy with priority needs a 4.37. And Joel Vaughn, the young Australian Bruno, needing a 3.51. That's an easy score for him. But this man has an incredible air game. He's just going to kick out right there, though. 9 minutes to go. When you see maybe the dynamics of a local surfer compete at their home break, you normally tend to see some people either crumble under pressure or rise to the top, you know, as we say in Spanish, la crema de la crema, you know. And I think in the end, you see those people that have been around for so long, like Raoni, they know what to do at a certain given time, too. And we're seeing Michael Dunphy right there, needs a 4.37. Has it been impressive to you to see Raoni not compete in a few years and all of a sudden be up in second place right now?
Yeah, for sure, man. You have the skills. One specific time in the history of surfing, Slater pointed Raoni as the best Brazilian, maybe a little bit before the rise of the storm, the Brazilian storm, maybe before, maybe 2010, 2009. He was there making a mess, like doing big results on the QS and not doing a great impact on the elite level, but he was one of the best Brazilians at the time and still is, huh?
Yeah. You know, there was that controversy. Obviously, I'm not going to go into it very deeply, but besides that, I mean, you look at his resume, how long he was on the championship tour. I think he kind of broke the stereotype of Brazilians only being small wave surfers too.
Yeah.
You know, champion at Sunset Beach, multiple finals there. You know, the performances that he's had in Tavarua, at Cloudbreak. And the one year, I think it might have been 2013.
Yeah.
I think Glenn Hall injured himself. Might have been B. Durbridge, too, that maybe injured himself. But that year was huge. They actually called the event off because it got too big. And Aoni was in the last heat of the day and made it through with maybe a 10 and a 9.
Again, against Coyote.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So he got a little revenge that heat, didn't he?
No, he lost the heat. He told me he was like applauded when he got to the island, most heavily than in his wins, you know? that was the sweetest defeat that he had on the tour. He told me.
That's crazy.
That was a crazy moment, yeah.
Some good memories, though, I would think that Raoni Monteiro had while he was on the championship tour.
Oh, for sure.
Michael Dunphy drops just a 2.3, still needing the 4.37. Priority now with the surfer in blue. Joel Vaughn needs a 3.51. Monteiro in second, looking to better a 2.73. And the heat leader, Mike Rodriguez, I mean, he has 5 scores that are close to a 4 or better, Bruno.
Yeah, with his 4th and 5th scores, he could make it.
Yeah, and I mean, looking at conditions right now, we're probably not thinking, okay, 8s or lates, no. Today's probably mid-range scores.
Yeah.
11 points going to get you through. 12 is a great heat. So, you know, he has the 10.83, basically 11 points in the score line. That, for these kind of conditions, not easy to do at all.
Oh, for sure, man. Hard task, huh? I was remembering how he used to travel a lot with Neco Padrats. And then they did the final in Margaret River back in 2004.
2004, yeah?
Yeah, yeah. And then Neco won and Raoni got second, man.
I can only imagine the kind of stories that those two guys had traveling together.
Yeah.
I mean, I would have to say probably the Brazilian bad boys at that moment, right?
Yeah.
The Doom Squad,
Yeah,
to call
they
it.
have a different approach back then, yeah. We can say that.
Yeah. Interesting characters, that is for sure. But 2 of the best surfers to ever come out of Brazil.
Big hearts.
There's Maxime Husino, former World Pro Junior Champion in 2009, defeated Jadson Andre in that final. He is number 9 in the rankings right now. This is an important event for him. He is looking to qualify for the championship tour for the first time, and he would be one of the few Frenchmen on the championship tour at the moment right now, Bruno, too.
Yeah, he's a Pro Junior champ, huh? I remember he beating Jadson on the final in Australia back in 2009. Huh?
Yeah.
Yeah. In the semifinals, Jadson beat Medina and Maxime beat Alejo Muniz.
I think that same year, it seems like Laura Enever won the women's division, if I'm correct. But yeah, Maxime, originally from Reunion Island, had to move to France just to succeed in his professional surfing career, as most athletes do. I think maybe the only one, if you really look at it, is probably Michel Gurez. He's always stayed in Tahiti, but he knows that he has to go to France every now and then. If he has to stay a few months, he'll do it. But so far, things are working out for Husino this year. Number 9 in the rankings. He's got a big heat coming up against Connor Coffin, Kate Kobayashi, and Patrick Langdon Dark. 4 minutes to go. Rodriguez still in the lead with priority. Joel Vaughn did paddle for a wave. And we're looking at the heat recap here, Bruno. It's been all Emrod from the get-go.
Oh, yeah. He's the guy there. He's so fast, so vertical. He's not going for the air, but he's doing good, huh?
He's quick.
He's very
precise.
Good. Yeah, that's it. Precision, huh? It's a key word there.
And the technique obviously on point too. And then all of a sudden, you get the local wild card who actually qualified for the Challenger Series last year, wasn't able to compete though. And now he's up in second place, qualifying for the round 48 at the moment.
That is huge for him, huh?
And here he goes again. Raoni Monteiro, just a quick one. He is frustrated at his home break for not offering up a section right there on that wave. 3 minutes to go. And here's the heat leader, Emrod. Another great wave. And his wave selection has just been on point in this heat. Stoked, closes the fist on that one, and he is happy about his performance with just under 3 minutes to go.
It's amazing we don't see him with a major sponsor.
There's a few guys.
Yeah, man.
I mean, there's one kid that ended up number 10 in the world this year. His name's Callum Robson, and he still doesn't have a main sponsor.
Yeah.
But this was Mike Dunphy's last wave. At the moment, he was needing a 4.37, Bruno.
Nice turn, the last one, huh?
Wasn't bad. And it should be close. And Joel Vaughn also up and riding. He had just the one turn, was needing a mid-3. And I think the real enemy right now is time. There's only 2 minutes to go. And we shall see if both Dunphy and Vaughn were able to get enough in order to garner those scores required. And now priority with the local surfer Monteiro. Boy, this is going to be a close finish at the end, though, Bruno.
Yeah, we're going to have drama all the way.
And we always save the drama for last, too.
Yeah.
It is a rule here. A minute 45 to go. Waiting for some scores, and they're going to be some important ones, too. Dunphy only needing that low to mid-4. Joel Vaughn needing the mid-3 at the moment. And here he goes, the Australian not leaving anything up to chance. And an excellent combo right there on the back end. A smaller wave, but he surfed it as well as he could have for how the wave was.
The first turn was very good, huh?
So we shall see. He's still owed 2 scores, including that one. And Dunphy has the one. Here's the replay, Bruno.
Yeah, look at that, the second one. Throw the spray high, yeah?
Oh, man, I love the torque. The way he comes off the bottom, too.
He compressed his body like...
Nice compactful surfing right there. And then
the man.
This guy's just been on fire all heat.
Doing a master class, like small wave riding, like...
Well, it seems like he's going to better his situation, but either way, he's in the lead. We saw Haoni there on screen as Michael Dunphy gets just enough, a 4.37 to move him up. He was needing a 4.35, got a 4.37, moves him up into second place. Monteiro down to third, and now Joel Vaughn, he's still owed 2 scores. He needs a 3.52. And here's Emrod again, 20 seconds to go. Nice snap on the backhand, sending a lot of spray. And just a small finish there at the end. Seems like he is safely in first place anyways. We're counting this heat down 10 seconds. But it seems like as we're waiting for scores, this heat is going to be decided on the beach.
Yeah, that's it, for sure.
So Dunphy in second at the moment. Boy, but I don't know though. Haoni got a wave. And we still have 2 of Joel Vaughn's waves to come through too, Bruno. What do you think if you were in their position? Oh, there you go, 5.07 for Joel Vaughn. And I think he still has one more to go after that too.
My goodness.
Don't think Kaoni's wave is really going to be a 4.31. And Joel gets the 5.07. I think he's still waiting on one more score after that too. But either way, Rodriguez betters his situation, gets a 5.73, throws away a 5.1 at the end. And you could kind of see the frustration on that last wave that Haoni caught. He wasn't very pleased with his performance out there, Bruno.
Yeah, buzzer beater for Vaughn.
Well, a great performance for him. He needs a strong finish here at the Corona Saquarema Pro presented by Banco Do Brasil as well. He got a quarterfinal finish at the Vans US Open of Surfing, and he is moving through with Emrod. Heat number 9 is finished. Heat 10 coming up. It's another great one. Don't go anywhere. We're live from Saquarema.
Welcome back to the Corona Saquarema Pro presented by Banco Do Brasil. Opening day, opening round for the men, and another stacked heat out in the water. Heat number 10 of this round of 96. And we see a start off there by Maxime Husno. I'm Kai Pagro, joined by Maida Paps to talk you through the action. Maida, I mean, this is a challenging day. We got to be real about it.
Yeah, it is a challenging day. Very tricky conditions. The guys that are doing well is the ones that are finding the better waves.
Yeah, really wave selection comes into it. Another thing we noticed, a theme, is the surfers who stayed busy out there, catching a lot of waves. A lot of times those were the successful ones. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, they have to build some momentum. They have to keep trying to find a good one. So we saw a lot of waves surfed this morning. Good ones, other ones not so good. But look, this one for Maxime Husno.
Husno on his opener. A paced approach for Maxime Husno, and that's going to earn him a 3.43. So nice start for the former World Junior champ. Replay here. This is Kei Kobayashi.
Yeah, really good finishing maneuver, really powerful. Let's see this one live for Connor Coffin.
Connor Coffin up and down on his opening account. Coffin, 29 years old, from Santa Barbara, California. And we're going to catch up with the last heat winner, Emrod.
We're here with Michael Rodriguez. He just won, and I want to know, you are the Brazilian who are the closest Brazilian to requalify, right? So how much pressure are you feeling?
To be honest, a lot. But I have been trying to focus on my surfing and on everything that I have been working. So I try to, forget about the pressure and just surfing.
Yeah, and do you think the forecast for the next week, for this week, is gonna help you to step forward in the ranking?
To be honest, I don't care about the forecast. I'm ready for everything. I have been working a lot. I'm here about 20 days training. So I'm feel ready to do my best, whatever the conditions are.
Okay, now one in Portuguese. Como é que tá a preparação mental? Como é que tá a sua mente para essa reta final aí desse ano?
Tá boa, tô tentando não pensar muito nessa pressão que a gente sente por estar ali acabando o ano, finalizando o ano. E só tem mais 2 eventos, então realmente essa pressão ela te esmaga, então tô tentando não pensar nela e focar só no meu surf.
Congratulations, you're in a great moment. See you in the next round. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Rachel, and congratulations to Emrod. I expect him to do well here. The quick feet of Michael Rodriguez in this beach break conditions, Maida, I think it really is a winning formula.
Yeah, for sure. He's adapted himself for the conditions, and he said that on the interview. He said that he doesn't care about the forecast, so he's looking forward to compete whatever the ocean provides. So let's see if he can go through.
Yeah, I love, it's so much of this game is mental, and it sounds like Michael Rodriguez focused on what he has to do, and he's not going to let any of the peripheral stuff bother him.
Yeah, he's really focused. And on this heat, Maxime wants to qualify as well, so.
Yeah, important heat for Maxime Husno, and on cue, here we go. On the backhand, French surfer is a victim of the explosion right there, Maida, and we've seen it over and over again. The undulating water, the backwash, and that took the best of Maxime Husno. Good thing for him is he's got a lot of time on the clock, as we see Kei Kobayashi just scream by him and finishes off his ride. Kei in the white jersey. 23-year-old Kei Kobayashi from San Clemente, California. Kind of a new face on the Challenger Series.
Yeah, but let's see the wave again. He went, really strong maneuver, just one maneuver, but strong maneuver.
Here's a second wave for Maxime Husno. So that was a 3.4 that we're catching up to right now for Husno. Opened up with a 3.43, backed it up with a 3.4. That's enough to keep Husno in the lead right now, but we're still waiting for the last score of Kei Kobayashi, who opened up with a 4-point ride, and a 2.83 will take Kei Kobayashi to the top. Connor Coffin.
Yeah, good explosion there in the ending maneuver.
For someone like Connor Coffin, who's a veteran at 29 years old, has been on the championship tour. He is a victim of that mid-season cut, and he wants to get back on there. But he needs motivation right now out on the water, and I think he's got to take a page out of Emrad's playbook. It doesn't matter what the conditions are. I'm going to go out there and do my job.
Yeah, and he's been struggling with the CES. Yeah, he has a nice result in Gold Coast, like a 5th place, but now struggling a little bit. So he really needs a good result here. So he has to surf whatever
This
the
is
ocean
true.
provides. Yeah.
This is true, 100%. Opened up with that quarterfinal finish at the beginning of the year, but then after that, he's just got a bunch of throwaways. So these last 2 events for Connor Coffin, he needs a good result here at Itaúna, and then he needs to go to Haleiwa, where he's actually going to be one of the favorites in my book, and perform at Haleiwa as well.
Yeah, very powerful wave. Really fits to his surfing. But first, he needs a good result here. So.
He does. He needs a good result here. So it's a really interesting take on here. Important heat for Connor Coffin. Important heat for Maxime Husno. Kei Kobayashi. This is a heat that can build some momentum for Kei. And Patrick Langdon Dark is actually a surfer that I know little about. So this is a new face for me on the Challenger Series. So we'll see what Patrick has. He does have priority right now. So he's got first dibs of anything that comes through.
Yeah, he's a new face for me as well. So let's see, he's with priority. Let's see what he can do.
Paddling here on the backhand. A quick vertical re-entry for Kei Kobayashi.
Kei Kobayashi is the same thing. He's struggling like bad results on the CES. So in this part of the year, we're almost in the end of the year, so they need to get some momentum, to build scores, and to earn heat.
Yeah.
Yeah, to win heat. Sorry.
He's got to make heats, right?
Yeah.
And Kobayashi, the good thing in the discussion with Kei is he's just 23 years old. He's kind of at the beginning of his pro surfing career, so he's got years to improve upon that. But when we talk about guys like Maxime Husno, 30 years old, he's been grinding on the qualifying series for a decade now, with that dream of getting onto the championship tour. This could be Maxime's year.
Yeah, could be. And for sure, this puts so much pressure on them as well, because he knows that he's getting older, and so he needs a good result. Kei Kobayashi has more time to improve his surfing, to get on well, like with competition. So, yeah.
Yeah, and we look at Maxime Husno's year, a 3rd place, a semifinal finish at stop number 1 at Snapper, and then a 9th place finish coming off of the last event at Ericeira, Portugal. So Maxime needs 2 more keepers, and then he's in. Here we go. Kobayashi wants to make a difference here. Throws the tails, tries to hang on, but incomplete with that maneuver.
Yeah, it was a nice maneuver. It was a pity that he couldn't hang.
Yeah, and you know what? As we see, the conditions have been definitely deteriorating throughout the day. I'm going to be real talk right now, and we're just grinding through this one. So it really is going to be the surfers that can make the best out of some messy conditions and advance out of this, hoping for some better conditions in the future. Big bank off the top there. That was Patrick Langdon Dark. So that's his first ride. He waited with priority for a long time for that wave. 12 minutes actually waited with that priority, and we'll see what the number comes through with. 18:20 on the clock and the countdown.
A great style for him. Like, we're not used to see him surf that much in competition. So let's see if he can put some scores on the board.
Yeah, Maida, it's kind of cool. That's one of the cool things about the Challenger Series, is that you get to see a lot of different surfers because we start off with 96 men. So we get to see a lot of new faces and future superstars sometimes coming through this series. And I think Patrick's one of those new faces that we're getting to know.
Yeah, sure, for sure. Look, his 3.73 wave is his second wave. Yeah, he will need to do a little better if he wants to get classified in this heat.
Yeah, all the numbers still pretty tight amongst the four surfers out in the water, so well, not a big breakaway score for anyone. The highest single wave score out in the water, Connor Coffin owns that with a 4.67, but he needs a backup, Connor Coffin, because he's sitting in third place, and third place does not come out of this heat.
Yeah, and you were talking about the conditions. It's a pity because like 1 week ago for the CUS here, Itaúna delivered too many good days of surfing. So, but now with the storm coming, yeah, the conditions are not good. But the organization needs to find the better windows because the forecast is a little tricky.
I think that's the story, and it's great that you pointed that out, is that, and if you're watching and you're wondering, why are they running right now? It's because we need to get through some heat, and we need to really be selective of the little windows of opportunity. We have a couple of different storm fronts, right, in the forecast coming through here. We're expecting more weather tomorrow, but we're expecting more waves tomorrow and the next day. And then when everything clears out, the challenge then is then we lose some swell. So it's kind of finding that sweet spot between waves and weather.
Yeah, this is always challenging. Yeah, here's Connor Coffin.
Good job by Connor. So that's going to back up his 4.67. And we look at Maxime Husno on the backhand. Smooth face he finds. Nice carve off the top. More aggressive second turn. Survives that little backwashy section on the inside. So nice exchange between Maxime Husno and Connor Coffin. We'll be awaiting both of those numbers.
Yeah, I like this wave that he found, Maxime. It was a bigger one, look. With a smooth face. Bangs up in the lip. And another one, good turn. Two good turns for him. What do you think, Kaipo?
I think that was a great effort, and I like this also on the replay, Maida, of Connor Coffin being smart and getting a backup.
Yeah.
He looked a little frantic in between with trying to fit some turns in, but being a good competitor also is able to, you know, read the room and read the situation and make sure that you do get at least 2 medium scores in your scoreline, give yourself a chance. So we're still waiting for all those numbers. We're halfway through the heat right now. 15 minutes on the countdown. Last number come in for Connor Coffin. A 3.5 that puts Coffin in the lead. However, we're still waiting for last score of Maxime Husno. And Husno can maybe regain that lead, because I thought it was a wave that should be north of that 3.5 number that Connor Coffin got.
Yeah, maybe can be like one of the good. Yeah, look.
There you go.
Yeah,
way up there.
Way up there.
Let's call it twice that 3.5. We got a 7-point ride for Maxime Husno, so the French surfer takes a commanding lead in this heat as we peek into the competitors area just for a second with Gatien Delahaye, David Silva, Eduardo Mota, and Marco Fernandez preparing for the next heat.
3 Brazilians on the next.
That's going to be a good one.
Yeah, it's going to be a good one. So as I was saying, that wave for Maxime Husno, in my opinion, was the best one of the heat, and then the judges thought the same thing. 7 point for him.
Not only are you a commentator, you could be a judge as well.
No, I have no skills for that.
Kei Kobayashi live action, just throwing it away right there. Throwing caution to the wind and trying to develop a spark in this heat. Kei needs a 4.01 to move into second place. And he's going to have to go back out fishing at Itaúna for another score. Kei Kobayashi trailing Connor Coffin. More on the way here at Itaúna at the Corona Saquarema Pro.
hills, beaches, and forests. Visit Saquarema and fall in love with the city which is naturally beautiful. Saquarema City Hall, hard work and respect.
And we're back to the Corona Saquarema Pro presented by Banco Do Brasil. This is heat number 10 in the round of 96. Maxime Husno out in the lead. Connor Coffin trailing him in second place. Kei Kobayashi's got some work to do. Needs a 4.01 to get into second place. Patrick Langdon Dark on his maiden Challenger Series appearance, needing a 4.45. And what did we just see there?
Yeah, it was Landon Dark. He was trying to get better in the scores. Let's see the replay after. Yeah.
One more chance, my dear.
Yeah, one more chance. Look, he's finding a ramp, and then just a nice snap. Just one wave maneuver, but he's trying to improve his situation.
So we'll be waiting for that score, and the score does check in a 4.03. So best ride so far for Patrick Langdon Dark. Needs a 4.15 now to go into second. And so at least he's getting some momentum in the back of this heat.
Yeah, sure. What we've seen in this whole heat, like because of the conditions, like one maneuver wave they're counting, so they have to really focus in a good maneuver, powerful, explosive one maneuver to get some scores. And let's see now. Now it's Connor Coffin.
Coffin patient there, waits for an opportunity to open up and executes with a nice hook on the backhand, looking to improve upon his low of a 3.5, and we'll see if Connor Coffin did that so he can further distance himself from Kei Kobayashi and Patrick Langdon Dark. Here's the replay.
Yeah. Nice snap, like very explosive and powerful. Probably he's going to improve his 3.5. And here is Eduardo Mota getting ready for the next heat. Eduardo Mota is from Prainha, Guarujá. And here the área de atletas.
Here we go. Patrick Langdon Dark, and that's what he needed right there. Getting some momentum at the end of this heat. He had a 4.03, and now looks like he's going to elevate that score, 4.15. We may see a shift of positions in the standings.
Yeah, right in the end of the heat, he started to find some good opportunities. Look, he looked for the ramp here, and he threw the tail, and well done, completed.
And the competitors area gives a couple golf claps.
This is Gatien for he's in the next heat.
Yeah, Gatien Delahaye will be the top seed in heat number 11. So
yeah, he's going to fight against 3 Brazilians here in these conditions. He has a tough job yeah, to find good opportunities, because if you're not used to that wave here, it's tough, it's challenging.
It looks like I mean, I've seen a lot of heats out here, and to me, Maina, is that there's so many different personalities to this break. I've seen it as a big left. I've seen it as kind of like a hollow right going into the rocks. I've seen it jumbled up here, and there's been different degrees of backwash depending on what the shape of the beach. It has all kinds of different roles.
All kinds. Remember, like Caio Ibelli, he took like a very nice barrel here in Oi Hill Pro this year for the ride. So many kinds, but the famous one is the left. Like the rippable left, but I mean,
the long rippable left.
Yeah, the long rippable left, but like these conditions doesn't look like Itaúna at all.
Yeah, the jumbled swell, the onshore wind, a little bit of the bounce from the steep bank on the beach. Challenging conditions, but the one thing as a competitor, and I'm sure every single one of these surfers remind themselves, is that you're all playing on the same field. So
yeah,
no one has.
It's fair for
everyone.
Yeah.
No one has a distinct advantage.
Yeah, it's how you find yourself in a heat and how connected you are with the ocean. So now we see Kobayashi trying to find a good one, but he couldn't. And Landon improved himself, like with this 4.77.
He did improve, and he would have moved into second place, but Connor Coffin improved upon his scoreline with a 4.93 on his last wave. So Connor remains in second place. Still some work to do for Patrick Langdon Dark. He needs a 4.84. And Kei Kobayashi, he's not out of it. Needs a 5.43. And David Silva preparing for his heat. And Silva, I think, is going to do really well in these conditions. He's so quick. He's so progressive. He's light on his feet. I think David Silva's going to put on his dancing shoes and wow us in the next heat. What do you think?
I think so. I think he can manage to find good waves here. He's very used to that. He was here the last competition last week, so I think he will do a good job. And look, this is Kobayashi trying to.
That's what he needed.
Forward, yeah.
Get busy, through the tail, went down the line, 5.43. He's going to be leaning on that single maneuver for that number, however. And that, in the context of this heat, that's a pretty big ask, that 5.43. So we'll see what the judges think. We're under the 5-minute mark. Maxime Husno, however, in the red jersey, has complete heat control. He's got the lead, and he's got first priority. Let's take a look at our heat recap and how Maxime Husno got into that lead position. Started off early here, Marina.
Yeah. Two good maneuvers.
Then he went and backed it up.
This was the best one, like the 7-point right. Very good two maneuvers, strong, sharp.
Connor Coffin, he put his name in the mix. Very patient here before getting a big whack on the backhand. That was a 4.93 for Coffin. And that gets us to this point right here. 4 minutes remaining. Maxime Husno in first, Connor Coffin in second. Kei Kobayashi needing a 4.93. Patrick Langdon Dark needing a 4.84. Priority with Maxime Husno, second priority with Connor Coffin. So number 1 and number 2 in this heat, also in first and second priority. So these two surfers, if they play it smart, they can close this heat out in this final 3.5 minutes. Coffin uses his priority, quick snap on the backhand, gets back up in the lip, chucks the fins out the back, and we'll see if he improves upon his positioning there. Maxime Husno, he's going to use his priority, and that was a misuse of a priority as he just had to jump off the back of the board. So the doors open just a little bit for Kei Kobayashi and Patrick Langdon Dark.
Yeah, what a pity he threw his priority, but now this is live. Is Kei Kobayashi trying? Good.
He fought for that.
Yeah.
He fought for that finish, didn't he? He had to fight that wave. 2 bangs on the backhand. Kei Kobayashi 4.93. That's not out of the question. So that could be danger signs for Connor Coffin because Kei put it together. Let's take another look at it.
Yeah, he looked for the lip. The first one strong, and the other one he fought for staying like on his feet. It was a good one.
Here's Connor Coffin.
Trying to protect himself.
So really it's going to be about this exchange between Connor Coffin and Kei Kobayashi, determining who is going to advance out of this heat. And we're just at the 2-minute mark.
Yeah, Kei Kobayashi's wave was a little bigger, I think. But Connor Coffin put some good maneuvers on his wave. But look, Connor Coffin didn't exchange.
Didn't do it, but Kei Kobayashi sure did. A 5.47 for Kobayashi. He's turned the heat in the final 2 minutes here. And so Connor Coffin now in a pressure situation. Coffin needing a 5.22 to advance, and he's just 90 seconds to do so.
Yeah, really tough position now for Connor Coffin with third priority. 1 minute and a half remaining. So, yeah, big name in a very, very hard situation right now, Kaipo.
This is, this could be frustration for Connor Coffin because, you know, he's felt like he was in control this whole heat. Certainly the veteran in this heat as far as competitive experience on the world stage. But now he's been backed up into the corner by Kei Kobayashi, who did not give up the fight. Kobayashi has ridden a total of 11 waves and found his scoring waves in ride number 10 and ride number 11. So persistence from Kei Kobayashi, and he continues to surf through here. Does not complete that maneuver, but the story is going to be about Connor Coffin. Can he do it? He's waving his hands to the on-site announcers. He wants to know how much time it is. The answer is he just got 30 seconds.
30 seconds, and he's in 34th place on the ranking, so very hard for him if he loses here on this stage of the event. But now is him trying. I couldn't even see if it was a blue or
that was Patrick.
It was Patrick.
Langdon Dart, and it is hard to see right now. And he just had to throw that away, and we're just going to count this one out. And so unfortunate, we're going to lose Connor Coffin out of competition, along with Patrick Langdon Dart. Kei Kobayashi fought till the end, and he fought his way into the round of 48, as well as the top seed in this heat. Maxime Husno is going to join him in that round of 48.
Yeah. Big loss for the event and for Connor Coffin that was looking for a good result here.
There's the numbers on the bottom of your screen. You can see the two-wave total for Maxime Husno and Kei Kobayashi. He came through when he needed to. Maxime Husno on to the round of 48. We're on to a break, but we'll be right back after this. Back at the Corona Saquarema Pro, presented by Banco Do Brasil, and another heat out in the water at Itaúna. Gatian Delahaye is out in the red jersey, David Silva in blue, Eduardo Mota in white, and Marco Fernandez in the green jersey. And we're going to start with our attention here with Eduardo Mota.
Yeah.
Aida, what can you tell us about Eduardo?
Yeah, a very interesting thing about this heat is that Eduardo Mota is cousin of David Silva. They are both,
no.
yeah,
Family stuff.
they are both from Prainha in Guarujá. So yeah, it's a family battle inside the water. They live really close by there. And
who are some other surfers from Guarujá? Is Caio Belli from Guarujá as well?
Caio Belli, yeah, Adriano de Souza. Yeah, Jessa Mendes.
Yeah.
A lot of surfers from there. It's a really nice place The waves are really good, really constant. Constant, yeah. Constante, as we say here in Brazil. And here is Gatien.
Gatien de la Haye, big bang off the top, and that's what he needed to do, start swinging.
Yeah, especially because he's the only one from abroad in this heat, so very nice start for him.
Gatien's got a chance to get into that top 10 and qualify for the championship tour. We're going to enjoy this replay first before that conversation.
Yeah, look. Very strong maneuver. The top of the wave. He could stand.
All right, well, we got Maxime Housno on the beach, and let's hear from the French surfer because he just went out there and handedly won that heat.
Yes, Kaipo, the guy was dealing with the wash machine, huh? Maxime, how was it?
Yeah, with the high tide, the backwash was even stronger, and the wave was breaking really on the shore. Before was breaking a little bit outside, so the wave were opening a little bit more. And now it's really on the shore with the backwash, so it's like really tough with the wind and the rain. Like it's tricky.
You are inside the bubble, like, yeah, this is huge for you, and tell us about it.
Yeah, like right now I was number 9, but I think after this run I might move already to 11, so it's gonna go back and forth the whole contest. So I try just to do a good event. So hopefully this will be some good waves and some big left. I love going on my backhand, and I've been doing all my scores on the rights this year, so hopefully I can have a good event on the backhand.
What's about how is to deal with this rainy conditions and also with the backwash, huh?
Yeah, was tough. I try to start like strong with one big turn and get some fours and some backup scores, and then I waited for a good wave, and that came. But then for the last 10 minutes, I was trying to find another wave that I couldn't find, and I tried to go for big airs, but with the backwash I couldn't control, and I should have tried just to make a 5 and make sure I was going to win the heat. So I kind of put myself in a situation where I could lost in the last second, so I was pretty stressed the whole heat. But it's the first one to go, and the nerve is already out, and now hopefully I can just surf and enjoy.
All right, congrats, huh? That's it, boys.
Thank you, Bruno. Yeah, Maxime Housno gets the butterflies out, get that first heat win. That'll help him mentally prepare for the next round.
Yeah, and he said that he was struggling to the end of the heat, but he took a very nice wave and took a 7-point right, and now is David Silva.
Wow, that's what we expected, right, from David Silva. We talked about it before the heat. Light, quick feet with Silva, couple of big snaps. That was impressive.
Yeah, you said that he will surf well here, and it's exactly what he did right now. Two good maneuvers, and yeah, here's his stats. 27 years old already, and when he appeared in the scene, he was way younger, and now like in the 22 spot in the rankings, and trying to get back on tour.
Yeah, wants to get back on tour. We remember the end of 2021, where he had a brilliant display of surfing at the right point breakdown in Mexico, made the finals there, and secured his spot for the 2022 tour. Unfortunately, he was a victim of that mid-season cut, but this kind of surfing deserves to be on tour. David Silva,
Yeah.
quick and snappy.
Quickie, snappy, and sharp. Very good wave for David Silva. And he wore. Yeah, look.
One of the highest numbers of the day, an 8.17 for Silva, as we turn our attention to Eduardo Mota, and he just gets gobbled up by some of that backwash.
Yeah, as I said, it's a family battle here. Eduardo Mota doesn't want to stay behind, but like this 8.17 for sure is the biggest score we've seen like in the last heats.
Yeah, that's anything over 8-point ride, we call it an excellent score. So that was excellent surfing by David Silva, and Silva needing a couple more places. Like you said, he was a number 22, I believe, on the
22.
rankings right now. Has a keeper finish. He got a quarterfinal finish over at the Sydney Surf Pro in Manly, but needs to kind of get some more, gets a couple more. Needs another good keeper finish and then finish off at Haleiwa, and he'll be in that top 10. But we got a lot of math to do.
Yeah,
I mean,
a lot of math
there's
to
so many
do,
different
yeah.
scenarios right now. We're so early still in the game over here at the Corona Saquarema Pro. Thank you for joining us, by the way, for the opening day as we look at Gatien Delahaye. Throws the tail. Brilliant light foot surfing. Just one maneuver, but I like the commitment by Delahaye. Opened up with a 4.83. We'll see what the judges give him on ride number 2.
Yeah, Marco Fernandez didn't surf yet, and he's with priority. He needs to find a good one to start, put some scores on the board because the conditions are not that good. Look, this replay for David Silva.
Just really, really quick with his maneuvers there, and then Gatien.
Yeah, Gatien found a ram, threw the tail, and managed to finish. Probably he's going to put some scores on the board as well. Yeah.
There we go, Gatien Delahaye, last wave, a 3.33. That keeps him in second place, still waiting for the score for the backup of David Silva. David getting on a quick start there with that excellent number at 8.17. And so really early in this heat, Maida, feels like David Silva's already starting to put this one away.
Yeah. Look, 5.5.
So there you go. I mean, David Silva, at the moment, running away with this heat. 2-wave total of 13.67, so it looks like it's going to be a battle for second place as we peek into our competitors' area and everyone preparing for their heat. Delahaye, good timing to avoid that backwash on the backhand and just can't get around that section for another maneuver, so we'll see what the number checks in there, but I like that Gatien Delahaye is staying very busy out there, catching a lot of waves.
Yeah, it's really important to do this when the conditions are just like this, because you never know which wave will provide a good maneuver and a good score.
Yeah, this is true. Just staying busy and staying amongst it. This seems to be the key for success out here.
Yeah, and the last heat we saw Kei Kobayashi doing this, and he got succeed.
David Silva now on the backhand, and quick again, boom, goes the backwash. But you know what, that was really smart. That it looked like David saw that big backwash coming in, and to avoid, hurting himself or his board, just kind of like slid off of the back, let it go. But that was previous to that, there was a vicious backhand snap. Here, one more look at it.
Yeah, look, really short turn there, but then he saw the backwash explode. Last week we saw like many competitors using this energy of the backwash to make their maneuvers look powerful, but this one was impossible to deal with.
I mean, if you time the backwash with a snap or even an air, it can amplify the maneuver, but you really have to be very aware of that backwash to use it. But that potential is out there. Silva's still in the lead. Gatien Delahaye did improve upon his score with his last ride, a 4.43. Eduardo Mota needing a 7.33. And Marco Fernandez kind of seems like he's lost out there right now. Only has a fractional ride. And Marco just searching for a meaningful wave at the moment.
Yeah, and actually he competed here at Oihiu Pro. And so this is not new for him. I think he went through some heats during the Oihiu Pro, so yeah. But now he's not finding himself. The conditions are really challenging. Let's see if he can, almost the middle of the heat, and he didn't serve any wave.
Yeah, so a challenge, but a challenge that Marco Fernandez can overcome, because just in the last heat, we did see Kei Kobayashi was having a bad heat for most of the time, and then his last couple of rides were the numbers that he needed to advance on, and Kay did it. So all is not lost for Marco Fernandez. Still got plenty of time actually to turn this heat around with 17 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, for sure, Kaipo. Like, half of the heat, more than half of the heat he has, so for sure he can come back. He's a good surfer. And he was competing here as well in the QS. He lost for Adriano de Souza, but he went through some heats. So, who is there?
Miguel Pupo's getting ready because he's going to be up in the next heat with Jordan Lawler, Cole Hausman, and Felipe Neves. And Cole Hausman, you know, you don't know whether he's coming or going these days.
And look, is it Marco Fernandez?
This is Marco
so,
Fernandez.
Yeah.
Now, Fernandez finally getting a wave and getting a couple of nice turns on the backhand. So we'll be waiting for that number 4, Marco Fernandez.
And here is Eddie Mota. Very nice snap on the leap, but I think he couldn't stand. It was not a complete maneuver.
No, and you can see a little bit of frustration in the paddle back out for Eduardo Mota.
The next heat we'll see Miguel Pupo. We just saw him getting ready for the heat. He's been helped by Adriano de Souza. I was talking to Adriano on the Área de Atletas Banco Do Brasil, and he said that I'm here to help a little bit Miguel Pupo.
Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, Miguel Pupo coming off of his best year ever on the championship tour. Capped off the year with a brilliant win. I mean, a decade coming for Miguel Pupo, and finally vindicated with a brilliant win over in Tahiti. That was a wonderful day for Miguel Pupo.
Yeah.
And it was actually a good year for the Pupo family, Maida.
Yes,
So Sammy had a runner-up finish over here in Itona at the Oirio Pro as well.
Yeah, very nice year for the family, and I was really proud of Miguel Pupo winning in Tahiti. It was so nice to see, and now we see Eddie Mota trying to find a little barrel that, yeah.
One thing I can say about Miguel Pupo is he's a genuinely nice guy, a husband, a family man, 3 daughters, a caring, loving husband and family man. I mean, you get just that really good energy from someone like Miguel Pupo.
It's true. All the Ohana Pupo, because they call like this the Ohana Pupo. Actually, his dad is a shaper, and the name of his brand is Ohana Pupo. So they are all very nice. And now we saw David Silva trying to improve his
going
scores.
to.
Yeah.
Wow. Well, makes me feel good when I say before heat, watch out for somebody, and they go out there and do exactly what you thought they were going to do. David Silva is on fire out there, and he's making really difficult, ugly waves look good.
Yeah, it's true. Look, he found a ramp there. He threw to the air. Very nice air. And then nice quick snap there, and good finishing maneuver. What do you think, Kaipo?
I think it's going to go the near excellent range given what we have on offer. I'd be interested to see what board David Silva's riding. When he had his great result in Manly, he was riding a Slater design flat earth model, which was kind of like a twin fin with a trailer. And he said the thing was magic and he could just skate through everything. It was like a little skateboard underneath his feet. I'm just wondering what he's got underneath his feet in this heat, because whatever it is finding speed pockets in difficult waves. And that's what we love to see. Just, digging into equipment. When you combine talent with equipment, that equals excellent surfing. Let's get more of David Silva. You'll see more of him right after this break. Looking back at 2021, and David Silva utilizing his backhand in Mexico. Right hand sand point break, and David Silva combined that with some precision surfing on the backhand. Requalifying for the tour and impressing the world with some great surfing. Runner-up to Jack Robinson in that event and enjoyed his time on the podium. David Silva back here in live action, and he's been putting on a show. Opened up with an 8.17 as we went to break. We saw him on a left-hander, and he got a 5.83 on his last attempt, so in a commanding lead over the rest of the field. Gatien Delahaye in the red jersey, our top seed, with priority and holding on to that second place and advancing position.
And needing a 9.17 to take the lead of the heat. So David Silva giving a hard time for him and for all the guys.
Yeah, it's a battle for second place right now.
Yeah. With less than 10 minutes remaining, Eduardo Mota needs a 7.33. He didn't serve any good wave at all. His best score is 1.93. And Marco Fernandes, he found a better one, like 2.47, but these scores wouldn't make difference in this heat.
Yeah, both Mota and Fernandez got to get working as we peek into the preparation from Miguel Pupo and Adriano de Souza, giving him some advice like you were talking about, Maya.
Yeah, I was talking about this. I was asking Adriano, oh, why don't you compete here as well? We saw some names and we know that there was some holds, and he was like, no way, because I don't wanna be like, how can I say that? Because if he wins here, he's gonna be on the board to classification to the CT, and I'm running from the CT.
He did his time, right?
Yeah, I did my time, and I'm really happy. He's happy with his life. He was competing here in QS, and he was really, really happy to compete in Brazil's coast. He said, oh, it's been 20 years I don't travel here in Brazil, so I'm really happy to compete, to meet people, and so that's it. He doesn't want to classify for the CT.
Well, I mean, Adriano de Souza, 100% of a class act, a classy guy on land, and carries himself so well. He carried a world title for Brazil. He can always be proud of that. Had a great, great pro career. And in the history of surfing, Adriano de Souza shows that tenacity and putting effort into your weaknesses and improving upon it. That's what de Souza did throughout his entire pro career. He saw something that he had a problem with. He went there and worked on it.
It's true. He's a real warrior. Like, I'm really fan of him, what he put all these years in story. And yeah, we started together. My first job in surfing was in 2006. Yeah, and we stayed at the same place in Bells Beach.
Oh.
Yeah, so it was nice. I think he's the athlete that I've most interviewed in my career.
Really?
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, and just a passionate surfer, but not passionate in like an outrageous way, passionate in like a caring way.
Yeah, true.
You know, and I think early on in his career, he showed that competitiveness before people got really competitive, before like surfers were really athletes. He was like kind of one of those guys that was like, hey, I'm playing the game right now to win. As we see Eduardo Mota trying to claw his way back into this heat after a slow start. Gatien Delahaye also on the replay.
Yeah, trying to solidify his place on the heat. Gatien, the second spot. I think he got a very good score, 6.5, Gatien. So he's standing his position.
Yeah, he wants to really solidify that position. We got one more number to come in, but we can tell you the situation on the water is David Silva out in front. Gatien Delahaye in a strong second place. Eduardo Mota needs a 7.63 to get into that second place. So Eduardo needs a big number, as does Marco Fernandez. He's going to need an excellent number if he wants to get into second place. 5 minutes and 30 seconds on the clock, counting down in this heat 11 of the round of 96.
Yeah.
Let's take another look at that 6.5 for Gatien Delahaye. Here it is, Marina.
Yeah. Nice quick turn. And then a better one to finish the wave.
Yeah, a little check turn to begin with, and then finishes with a bang. Here he goes, live action. And speaking of bang bangs, that oncoming section, Gatien Delahaye looking good, looking like he's got no nerves whatsoever in this heat. Eduardo Mota, wave doubles up, Mota hits it and is able to complete that maneuver right on shore.
Yeah, Eduardo Mota is not finding opportunities that he can take like 2 moves. Most of the waves that he ridden, just like one big move. So he couldn't get scores better than 3.7. Yeah. When Gatien is surfing like really loose and confident. So 4 minutes remaining. And Marco Fernandez didn't find himself during this heat.
Last wave for Gatien Delahaye, a 6.83. And Delahaye continues to solidify his second position in this heat. David Silva's been the excellent performer out there, but it's going to take a lot of effort for Eduardo Mota. He needs an excellent score of a 9.5, and Marco Fernandez at this point, he needs 2 scores. Let's take a look at this. And this is the 6.83 for Gatien Delahaye.
Very good finishing maneuver. He slide the tail.
All right, what do you got, Bruno?
We're live, Caipo. So I'm here at the Área dos Atletas, Banco do Brasil, the athletes area. We can see Sami Pupo here. He's gonna cheer for his brother. He's going to the water right now. Back there is Caio Belli getting ready, getting fit, getting warm for the next heat. So this is the place to be now, because we can avoid the wind, avoid the rain, and be right at the front of the surfing. The spectacle is going on.
All right, tell Sammy to get excited.
So back to you with this excitement.
Okay. Hey, Sammy, get excited over there.
Yeah. And Caio Belli was the same.
2 minutes, 30 seconds, counting down. And yeah, we're just having fun. Why not?
Yeah.
Okay, but you know who's not having fun right now? Marco Fernandez isn't having fun because he needs 2 waves at a 13.33. And sometimes, Marina, sometimes you just have those bad heats. And I feel that like, because I've seen the great surfing from Marco Fernandez, it just seems like this heat, none of the waves went his way.
Yeah. Sometimes it's just like this. You are not in tune with the ocean. You don't find yourself, and yeah, so now he's in this very hard position. He needs 2 waves to put some scores, and yeah, it's really hard now for Marco Fernandez to take back this heat.
Yeah, and the clock isn't helping anyone other than David Silva. He just wants the horn to blow so he can come in, towel off, and just know that he put a dominant display out there. But look at also Gatien Delahaye, who's the top seed coming into this heat, also looking really, really strong in his opening performance here at Itaúna.
Yeah, it's true. He kept busy the whole heat and took like 2 good waves for these conditions. Over than 6 points, both of them. 6.5 actually. So good heat for him. Let's see we can do the other hounds, but like we have almost 45 seconds remaining. Let's see if Eduardo Mota can do anything. But he needs a 9.5. Very high.
That'd be the highest
Yeah.
wave score of the day. I
day.
mean, it's not impossible. We've seen miracles happen, but it would be something tremendous. And it's going to be even harder for Eduardo Mota in that he's in second priority right now. Down to 20 seconds. And it looks like the door is closing on both Eduardo Mota and Marco Fernandez. We're going to wait for the countdown to make it official.
4, 3, 2, 1.
And that's going to be it. David Silva went out there and put on a show, as well as Gatien Delahaye with a solid performance. Both Silva and Delahaye moving on into the next round, the round of 48. The Corona Saquarema Pro, presented by Banco do Brasil. More action coming your way right after this break.
Welcome back to beautiful Saquarema, Brazil, for the Corona Saquarema Pro presented by Banco do Brasil. There you see the current Championship Tour surfer, or excuse me, the former Championship Tour surfer who's looking to requalify for the CT. David Silva on his way to do that into the round of 48. Heat number 12 in the water now. Miguel Pupo finishing a career best number 6 in the world at the end of the season. Jordan Lawler in blue, Cole Hushman in the white, and Felipe Neves from Brazil is in the green. Two surfers with very similar rankings, number 47 for Lawler, number 49 for Hushman. And these are two surfers that need a result here, Bruno. Mitchell Salazar with Bruno Bocaiuva. This is Jordan Lawler. And Jordy, one of the few Australians that maybe hasn't really shined in terms of qualifying for the Championship Tour. But the guy has had big wins so far before. Won the Australian Open of Surfing a few years ago, Bruno.
That's it. He's gifted, huh? He's trying to qualify. He's very far from the bubble, but he has like skills to do it, huh?
Absolutely. Halfway around that midpoint of the rankings right now in the Challenger Series is Jordan Lawler. And you see Cole Hushman out there in the white jersey too. I also want to say probably one of the higher promises for the United States of America in terms of qualification. But this was during the break. Felipe Neves, the local surfer from Brazil.
Yeah, trying to start the heat like getting in touch with the conditions.
And then Cole's first wave here, Bruno.
Yeah, nice vertical, huh?
He is a strong and powerful surfer. He's a tall guy too.
Yeah, I just noticed that in the athletes area. Área dos atletas do Banco do Brasil. He was beside me, and the guy's big, huh?
Yeah. No, and I had a little chat with him. I saw you there, and I was like, hey, Cole, best day ever at T Street, huh? He's like, yeah, it's firing out there. He was getting himself pumped up. And, I mean, you come to Brazil, me personally, I was expecting sunshine all day, nice weather. We get here, it's big, it's stormy, it's cold. And Cole found a way to motivate himself when you see all of these environmental factors that are telling you no all the time. He said yes, Bruno.
Oh, nice. Nice way to approach it.
It's that kind of mentality that eventually qualifies you for the championship tour as well. As we're seeing Jordi Lawler up and riding. Good 1-2 there on the backhand. Tough second section. Yeah. Was able to fit the second one in, and he ends up on his feet too.
Yeah, didn't have the time to, and the space to do a proper bottom turn. But he did good, and look at it. So fast.
Especially at a beach break too.
Yeah.
As you mentioned, space, I think, you know, the area or the perimeter where you do most of your bottom turns tend to be a lot longer. Here at a beach break, especially with conditions we have right now at Praia de Itaúna, you got to get up there quickly. And if you don't, the lip's just going to smash you, Bruno.
That's it.
Here's Hushman up and riding the San Clemente local. Oh, my goodness.
Yeah, he took advantage of his body weight.
Man, he is putting everything into these one-turn waves that he's gotten. As the 517 on the right already, wouldn't be surprised to see a bigger score here on the left, Bruno.
Very strong, huh?
Man, and the precision that he had, the timing, it was all there. And, you know, Chris Cote and I always joke about the Brazilian Storm. They have their own name. San Clemente, they have the San Clemente Cyclone.
Oh, really?
The Cyclone, yeah. And they have an immense pool of talent when it comes to surfers that are not only looking to qualify right now. Kate Matson, Cole Hushman, Jet Schilling in the event, Kate Kobayashi.
Crosby Colapinto.
And then you have the next generation, Taj Lindblad, Nico Coley, and there's many other people. And those are the ones that are coming up. You have the previous ones that are Chris Ward, Mike Lostness, Matt Archibald.
Matt Archibald, I was thinking about him. Even Dino, huh?
And it seems like we got David Silva down there on the glass. Take it away.
That's right. We have David Silva here. It was almost a miracle what you did in these conditions. You have the highest heat total. How are you feeling?
My feelings is really good. I'm very happy to start then the good hit. And then, yeah, I'm very happy to be here in Saquarema with my family, my brother, my mom, my dad, my wife. And I'm very happy to be here. I train a lot. This event is very important to me. And then I put in my focus for these events, and then I'm very happy.
And we are also wondering about your surfboard. Which board are you riding?
My board is 5'9", and then the epoxy. And then, yeah, my board is magic boards for this condition, and yeah, I'm very happy.
And now em português, como é que tá fazendo para manter aí a cabeça forte, o foco sem pressão? Como é que tá a cabeça?
Cara, hoje esse campeonato, na verdade, eu estou muito focado por conta de estar com a minha família, com meus pais aqui, com meu irmão, com a minha esposa, com as minhas filhas. Isso me deixa um pouco mais relaxado. Eu quero, na verdade, poder só me divertir, surfar. Eu sei que é um evento muito importante para vários atletas aqui, então isso pesa um pouquinho, mas ao mesmo tempo a minha família me deixa um pouco mais calmo e mais tranquilo. Então, cara, estou muito feliz de estar aqui, ter feito uma boa bateria. Eu saberia que essa bateria sempre é a mais difícil, porque é a primeira do evento, então a gente sempre fica com aquele nervosismo a mais. E feliz de ter começado bem a bateria, que era uma bateria muito difícil contra o Gatien de la Rey, contra o Eduardo Mota e o Marco Fernandes, que são caras que são muito perigosos. E esse mar ainda, você encontra ondas que, tipo, do nada vem uma onda boa. E feliz de ter começado bem e ter feito uma boa bateria.
Okay, that's right. So you made it. See you in the next round. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Rachel. Parabéns. Congratulations to David Silva. He probably said around 2,000 words in 60 seconds.
He speaks so fast, huh?
But very happy mentioning that he's here with his whole family, both parents, his wife, his family. And I think having that camaraderie around him has definitely played a big result. He has the highest heat total of the round so far. This was during the replay, during the interview, excuse me, Bruno. The replay of Jordi Lawler's last wave. His right came in as a 4.23, and now here's Felipe Neves. Ooh, just a quick one. Digs his nose right there on the takeoff. And Cole Hushman drops a 3.6 for the one turn on the left. And here goes Miguel Pupo, the surfer from Maresias in Sao Paulo. Just a quick in and out for him. And you talk about real growth. Miggy's 31 years of age, ended up number 6 in the world, won his first championship tour event in Tahiti, last event of the season. And if it weren't for Kanoa Igarashi getting the one Hail Mary wave at the end, if Miguel Pupo would have finished the event with the win still, he would have qualified for the Rip Curl WSL Finals, Bruno.
He was almost there, man. But it was amazing anyway. The way he won, the way he kept motivated through this long period of more than 10 years on the tour.
And then falling off, getting back on tour, having those big wins in between events, having your brother qualify with you too. There's so many, I think, maybe familiarities that kind of synchronize with him during the season of the 2022 Championship Tour. We'll get back to that because Jordi Lawler ripping this wave to shreds. Throws the tail, even throws a little 180 right there at the end towards the beach. That should be his best wave. Has a 4.4 as his best at the moment. And with 20 minutes to go, he's looking to take the lead right here, Bruno.
Yeah, I love the approach, like the way he dealt with that left. Let's see, again, like a functional little snap. Bottom, a vertical move. And then this entry, sliding the rail.
Yeah, I love the kind of progression and innovation that he put into that last turn, and a little bit of spice too. Normally you kind of see people just throw at the 180 and turn it right around. He kind of used his hands to present something different too, and I think that's something that nowadays you have to do a lot more of too, because it's hard not to be repetitive every now and then, isn't it?
You put a little touch, a little spice on it.
As we say in Mexico, a little extra salsa on the top.
Yeah, man, that's it, salsa brava.
19 minutes ago, he takes the lead, drops a 5.1 on that wave. That is his personal best. Hushman down to second. Neves in green, needing a 6.07, and Miguel Pupo in red. Nothing better than just a throwaway of a 0.7, needs an 8.07. Would have to be excellent surfing. And we were talking about, you know, the kind of dominance that his generation had on the championship tour for, I mean, even up until this year, really, because Felipe, even though there's 4 years of separation between him and Phil, I guess you could still call it the same generation. But out of the big three, I think Miguel was kind of left to the side.
Yeah,
Bruno.
They overshadowed him a little bit.
He had the big wins at Lower Trestles in 2011, won the Coldwater Classic, had won other big events before, but hadn't had that maiden CT win. So I think for a lot of people, they maybe didn't consider him on the same level as those other guys before him.
Yeah, he had a problem to reach the final, like, for 10 years.
I mean, it's the first final he's made.
Yeah.
The victory in Tahiti. Had several semifinal finishes, but nothing as concrete as what he had at Chopes. Here he goes. We saw Hushman real quick, and here's Miggy. Takes to the air and tries to go for the air reverse. Cannot pull it though. And it seems like he's got a brand new sponsor on the nose of his board too.
Yeah.
Good to see.
Yeah.
Kid definitely deserves it. And I mean, as we were talking about maybe overshadowing him, another thing that I want to say too is that it's hard to compete at the same time when you know your brother, who's maybe just as good or even better than you, is coming to take your spot on the championship tour.
I just interviewed them in a live at the Instagram last week, and they were saying about this, how they motivate themselves with the presence of each other on the tour. Like,
and second generation professional surfers with their father Wagner.
Yeah.
Great surfer, great shaper as well. For the most part, both brothers are riding OHP boards.
No, now Miggy is riding Sharp Eyes, but Sam is still riding OHP, Ohana Pupo surfboards. The nickname of Wagner is Vala.
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 What does that mean?
Vala is a little corner of a wave, small waves. Valinha was
Okay,
saying little,
like a shoulder.
little waves. Yeah, yeah.
Okay. I wonder how he got that nickname. Maybe when he was a kid and he was sitting on the shoulder or something?
No, he was good in small wave riding.
Oh. Okay, so
he was good in any conditions, but I remember him beating Luke Egan at the Brazilian CT event back in the 90s. And there is Sammy.
well, there's
Samuel.
Samuel.
Yes.
He'll be in the last heat of this round, so we won't see him competing today.
He just turned it 22 last week, the 27th.
So just
Yeah.
maybe 5 days ago.
Yeah, that's it.
So happy birthday to Sammy, 22 years of age, finished Rookie of the Year this season too. And I mean, deservingly so. Callum Robson ended up number 10, tied with him. But Samuel maybe had a bit more consistency with the bigger results, had the final, had a semifinal, whereas Callum really just had the one final in
That's
mostly
it.
quarters.
Yeah.
But either way, I think if you look at it, they're both deserving of it. But it's incredible to see the way Samuel was able to compete with the success that Miggy had this year too, because they matched up against each other once as well.
For sure. We can see the rivalry, but we can see the friendship, the brotherhoods.
It's a healthy one, that is for sure.
Yeah, yeah.
15 minutes ago, Jordy Lawler still in the lead, has a 5.1 and a 4.4. Cole Hushman still in second, looking to better a 3.6. Both Neves and Pupo needing some decent scores. Felipe a 6.07 and Miggy needs a 7.67 now that he dropped a 1.1 in his score line. And Bruno, we've obviously seen some great surfing so far, but we are expecting some big numbers by the surfer in the red jersey right now. But it's the Australian and the American so far controlling heat number 12 out here at Saquarema. Rowan Nava coming up in the next heat. Stay tuned. Back in Saquarema for the Corona Saquarema Pro presented by Banco Do Brasil. That's Felipe Neves in the green jersey. Spin it to win it. That is the saying, and he rides out of that backhand reverse with ease. Needing a 6.07 at the moment. Here's the heat leader, Jordy Lawler. He's looking to replace just a 4.4 on his backhand right there. We're going to get the full replay in just a moment. Mitsu Salazar with Bruno Bocayuva with you here in the booth. And Bruno, 12 heats into the event so far. Conditions have not only changed, it has gotten much more difficult than it was this morning. And that's saying a lot, my friend, because it was already tricky this morning.
Yeah, man. It's always a big task to overcome those situations. We have a lot of wind, a lot of... the backwash is always there, so they're trying to do the best with what they have.
And Jordy Lawler looking on point right there, too. Great amount of flow. And then Neves right here on the left. This may be his best wave so far.
Yeah, nice spin, huh? He came from the same area of Gabriel Medina, and Miguel Pupo used to live in the same area of São Sebastião, Marizias, São Paulo. But now Miguel is living in the coast of state of Santa Catarina, in Balneário Camboriú.
Yeah.
It's the hometown of William Cardoso,
And
the Panda.
A former co-worker of ours too, Ícaro Cavaleiro is also from Balneário Camboriú, I believe.
Yeah.
Here's Miggy. And ask and you shall receive, my friend, because number 6 in the world was able to tear that wave up. And we mentioned that he not only had his first CT win this season, was also able to garner his best result as a full-time championship tour surfer at number 6. Just barely missed out on qualifying for the Rip Curl WSL Finals, Bruno. But would love to win here in Saquarema.
Oh, for sure, man. Such a gifted surfer. I remember once I was interviewing Rob Machado back in 2009, and I told him, hey, you know what? There's a little guy from the São Paulo coastline that surfs a lot, reminds me a lot of you surfing. And he said to me, I know. He's called it Pupo Pipa. He didn't know to say the name properly, but he's there.
Well, here's another kid with great flow, too.
Nice, man.
Jordy Lawler going to town. Did improve his situation on his previous wave. Was a 4.6. And you have to be thinking here, Bruno, this is looking to be maybe the best wave of the heat so far. Amazing amount of flow. And how about the technique to draw off of the bottom, too?
Yeah, I loved it. The last turn, like how he kept the speed going. Look at that, this sequence. Bang.
Yeah, there was never anything major about that wave, but he linked everything together and made it look beautiful too. So let's see where that score goes. Just under 10 minutes to go. He's still in first, and Hushman so far has only caught 3 waves. He's been effective in the wave that he has caught though. The 5.17 and the 3.6. The third wave, just an attempt of a maneuver. But when you look at what Neves has done, did get a 4.03 on his last. Mickey just dropped a 4.33. You got to be thinking you like the effectiveness that Cole Hushman has had out there in the first 21 minutes of this heat.
Oh, yeah, for sure. It's a different mindset, a different strategy, but he's doing great anyway.
One of the more renowned surfers we've had in North America in a few years. Our head judge from WSL North America is a goofy footer as well. And, you know, both him and I love talking about surfing and admiring goofy footers, and he told me, every time I judge Cole Hushman, it's tough for me because with kids his age, he was always more powerful and stronger, and sometimes it is hard to score him. And there he is, looking to better a 3.6, the 3-turn combo on the backhand, the third one, the strongest out of the 3, and that's something difficult. I went through that process too. I wasn't as talented as this kid on screen is, but being a larger guy, it's difficult to stand out when so many of these smaller guys are doing maneuvers in spaces that you can't.
Yeah, man. It's a different dynamic.
Very talented, and then, as you can see, loves to have fun, has the smiley face on his hair too in the back of his head. And he's looking to better a mid-3 as we catch up with Miguel. He rides out of that at the end. Took him a little bit, but he rode out of it at the end, and with 7:50 to go, it really might come down to these last few waves ridden in the last 8 minutes of the heat, Bruno. Hushman looking to better a 3.6, probably going to do that, but both Miggy and Philippe don't need much. Each of their scores needs to be in the 4-point range.
Yeah, the door is still open for all of them.
Here's Miggy's last, Bruno.
Yeah, nice. Top turn, second one, and the third. Didn't have the time to do a proper bottom turn. It was good, at least 3 turns.
Yeah, so if you interviewed Rob Machado in 2009, Miggy was around 17, 18 already.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure he was already riding for Hurley at that time.
No, he was about to be hired.
Oh, he was about to, okay.
Yeah.
So that's why. He was probably like, I probably got him to be sponsored.
That's it.
Yeah, it's Felipe Neves finishing up right there. A couple of carves on the backhand. Hushman improves the situation, gets a 4.43. That means that both Neves and Pupo needing a 5.57 and a 5.27 respectively. And you look at Miggy's last wave, it's not out of the question whether or not he's getting that score, Bruno.
Yeah, it would be a tough one. No? And Cole is trying to defend himself from the attack of Miggy's or even Felipe.
So it seems like Lawler not only improves his situation, he extends his lead, a 6.17 on his previous. The last one just a 3.63. Neves gets a 3.2. We kind of saw that coming with the two carves and a more shouldery off wave. But what I'm interested to see here, how do they score Miggy's last wave? Scores coming through, it's going to be very close. And it's just enough, a 5.47 for Miguel Pupo. So he moves Cole Hushman down to third place. Cole does have priority, but with 6 minutes to go, that was a game changer of a wave, Bruno.
For sure. Could be a hard pill to swallow, huh? Was doing good. Cole was doing good since the beginning. And Miguel was trying to figure out a place to stay, waves to serve.
And here goes Miguel again. Cole let this wave go, told Miguel, you can have it. Beautiful below tail to start things off, kind of wraps it back, more of a setup turn. And once again, ditches the fins. Now that I look back on that wave, I kind of think to myself, why did Cole let that one go? It maybe didn't seem like it was going to offer up the sections, but you're also talking about one of the best surfers in the world right there, too.
The potential of the wave wasn't much there, but he did it great. Like, I love the bottom turn of the last turn, like how he pressed, like put a lot of pressure on the bottom turn, compress the body, and then go straight up. Look at that. Very expressive in each and every. Look at that, how it goes from the bottom to the top, huh?
He almost tries to make things look harder than they actually are, right?
Yeah.
And he adds that little extra body language, and it's worked out for him. I mean, he did get a 5.47 on his previous wave. He's looking to improve on a 4.33 and make things harder for both Hushman and Neves. As they're seeing Jordi Lawler on screen, he's still in first by a decent margin too. So even if it gets knocked down to second place, Hushman and Neves would need some pretty decent scores to move up into the top two. And it seems like we got a recap of heat number 12 so far. It really has been the dominance of Jordi Lawler in this heat, Bruno. Not only did he start off selecting a decent left, was bettering his scores each and every wave after one.
Evolving during the heat, huh?
So goes for the throw tail there on the left, and then this was his best, the 6.17 on the right-hander.
Yeah, great combo, huh? Look at these last two turns. Managed to do well, even with the backwash.
He's got incredible technique too. And then Miggy, he came back from the dead too, got his best wave here, a 5.8.
Out of nothing, like.
And I like the house music in the background too. Give me some more of that. 3 minutes to go. Hushman in third now, needing a 6.1. He does have first priority. Felipe Neves in fourth in the green jersey, needing a 7.24. And both Jordan Lawler and Miggy Pupo have an 11.27 heat total. But because Lawler has the higher single wave, he is in first. And it seems like he was up again during the recap, Bruno.
Oh, nice wall. Good turn. Long ride, huh? Man.
He hasn't really made any mistake in this heat, you know? He's looked on point. To me, he looks like one of the best surfers of day number one, no doubt. And based off of what I'm seeing, not only did he better his situation, he got his best wave, a 6.77. It seems like he's adaptable to these kind of conditions.
He moves himself like a loco, yeah.
Seems like he's one of those people where he's just in tune with the ocean and maybe with the conditions at hand. And coming from Beach Bricks himself, he did win the Australian Open at Manly a few years ago. That is a very difficult wave to compete at and maybe even succeed at. But he's done well so far. Just under 2 minutes. Miggy, a quick in and out. The real question, where is Cole Hushman? Here he is. Oh, big layback snap right there and kind of throws the fins afterwards. He needs a 6.1 with 1:40 to go. That was a mean turn.
Yeah, even the last one, he did all that he could, like going for broke. Like,
well, it's all he can do right now.
Yeah.
So here's the full replay, Bruno.
That was the first one? Yes. Tons of water there.
Man.
It's a challenge.
I
for
don't
the
want to be a
judges.
judge right now.
Yeah.
And then a chop hop from Neves. Seems like he's almost given up a little bit right there. Just over a minute to go. 6.1 is what the surfer in white needs. It would have to be his best wave. I mean, you look at the amount of speed, the power, the precision that he put into the one turn. Is it better than both Miguel Pupo's scores, though? Is it better than the 5.8? Is it better than the 5.47?
I think they're comparing the waves, like watching the replays with a lot of attention.
And that's why surfing is such a difficult sport to compete in, because in the end, it is subjective.
Yeah.
You're thinking, do you like the combination of the surfer in red surfing in comparison to the surfer in white's one big turn? What's more difficult? What's easier? What's less difficult? Too many questions to ask.
Yeah.
And now Miggy playing some defense right here with first priority. And even if Cole gets the 6.1, you know that Miguel is trying to better his low score. A couple of floaters right there on the backhand. And time is going to wind down.
Yeah, it's going to be about the last wave from Cole.
Don't think that Miggy will improve with
Yeah,
the right either.
I don't think so.
So just some defense right there. This heat's going to be decided on the beach, Bruno.
One more.
Seems like he's riding those DHD fins by Futures. Some of the best we have. And, you know, for the most part, a lot of surfers only riding either FCS2 or Futures. Personally, I tend to ride a lot of Futures fins myself. I like those fins for this break. A little bit more power, more push, Bruno. You kind of want that stability. Boy, but we're still waiting for that one score for Hushman, though. What does your initial reaction say, Bruno?
Oh man, he put a lot of energy in the moves. Like, it was a short wave, and he was going to be just tiny little short to what we need, what he need, but he did a great job.
Oh, and it is just under. It is
Yeah.
a 5.83. A couple of judges did say yes, but the majority said no. So it's going to be Jordy Lawler and Miguel Pupo moving through. Great performance, though, from the youngster from San Clemente, Cole Hushman. We'll be seeing him at Haleiwa. But a huge, huge momentum builder for this man on screen, the young Aussie, former Australian Open of Surfing champion Jordy Lawler. He'll be moving into the round of 48. Don't go anywhere. More action from Saquarema coming up next.
Como Saquarema é lindo.
Nossa, o Caio voltou.
Such a special place, such a beautiful village.
You can watch Lay Days by Corona all on WorldSurfLeague.com. And Caio Belli has an extra episode out there that you can watch. Round of 96, heat number 13, Caio Belli in the water in red, Jorgen Kuzene in the blue jersey, Reo Inaba from Japan in the white, and this man, Leo Casal from Brazil, is in the green. And Bruno, we've been talking about, the development of the Corona Saquarema Pro presented by Banco Do Brasil, how important it is to have a Challenger Series back in Brazil. But I got to tell you, I think we have a record-breaking event here. 35 Brazilian men within the draw out of 96 surfers. Just over 1/3 of the surfers out of the men are Brazilian. So not only do I think we're breaking records, we're also seeing some excellent performances by a lot of these Brazilian men, but not this gentleman. That's Reo Inaba from Japan. Two beautiful carves to start things off for the surfer from Chiba, Japan. And Reo's been around for a long time, still uses boards by his shaper, Wei Tokoro, from the east side of Oahu. How'd you like this one, Bruno?
I like the two first turns, huh? It was a bummer that he didn't make it the third one, huh?
Absolutely. I was right there with you. Probably going to see something still in the average, maybe in the low good range. And then this young surfer from Brazil, Leo Casal, strong young surfer.
I'm calling him Little Waki from a couple of years. He's from Santa Catarina.
And then Jorgen Kuzene, who has been very close to qualifying a few times before.
Oh, I like it, the way he surfs. Huh?
Yeah, the surfer from the French Caribbean. And boy, in 2019, he had a heartbreaker. He was so close to qualifying. A lot of people thought he was there already. But you know who's almost there is Jordan Lawler. He's up on the beach on the glass.
Yeah, Jordan Lawler is right here. You were leading the heat since the beginning. What was your strategy for that?
Oh, was I? I just couldn't really hear much, to be honest. I sort of just wanted to get like a bunch of waves and not sit too much, because I know you can sort of sit out there and look for something that's not going to come. So, yeah, I sort of like the ones I got, they sort of helped me out by having sections, and I was stoked because sometimes you like take off on one and it does the opposite. So I'm just stoked everything went my way, and yeah, hopefully do it again.
You were in tune with the ocean. Did you have the chance to prepare yourself and train in this way a few days ago?
Yeah, I've been here for like 4 days. It's been super fun. I think when that happens is when you're really enjoying a place. And as soon as I got here, I was like, oh, this place is amazing. So I think that has a lot to do with it.
Except for this wind, how has Brazil treating you so far?
Oh, yeah, I love it. It's actually, the beach reminds me a lot of home. So it's like really cool. And yeah, it's really beautiful here. So I'm just so happy to be here.
Congratulations, you're in the next round. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Rachel. Congratulations to Jordy and everybody back home. Probably very proud of the young Australian moving through, and probably a good recipe for success, don't you think, Bruno? Moving around, not waiting for those waves to come to you.
Yeah, I like the interview, man. I like the expression that he used it, like, don't sit too much in these conditions. It's a good tip, huh?
Right, especially at a beach break, too.
Yeah.
I can maybe see that at a point break, but here today it seems like conditions are changing just a bit too much. That man on screen, no stranger to competition here in Brazil. Caio Belli, once again, finishing the year off strong. And then the surfer in blue, Jorgen Kuzene from France. Already his second scoring ride, Bruno.
Yeah, sharp as a knife, huh? Like a knife.
Like a hot knife through butter.
Yeah, that's it. We use that in Portuguese. Faca quente na manteiga.
You're going to have to write that down for me, and I can learn later. 24 minutes to go. Kuzene takes the lead with a 5.23 and a 4-point ride. Ibelli gets the best out of the initial exchange, 6.17. Reo Inaba with the one fall at the end, 5.17. And Casal just a couple of small scores in the 2-point range. This has quickly become one of the most competitive heats out of the first exchange. You see the fives And the 617, everybody except Casal right now has a decent score.
Yeah, just out of the gate, so fast. And there's Caio.
Caio Ibelli once again, former World Pro Junior champion himself, and isn't able to ride out that last maneuver, literally right on the sand, but this kid's been around for a long time too, was able to win that World Junior Championship in 2011.
Yes.
Actually had to, so back then, there were a few years where you'd only surf in one event, and then there were several years where it was either 2 or 3. The year that he won, it was 3 events. He won the middle event here in Brazil over Jack Freestone, and then he needed to have a surf-off in Australia against Garrett Parks.
That's it,
to
the young
determine the
gun,
World Championship, yeah.
The young gun, Garrett Parks.
And since then, it seems like Caio's career went up.
Yeah.
And Garrett's career, didn't necessarily go downhill, but he didn't have the same amount of success that Caio had in comparison to him.
And we have to remember, Caio was there on the under-16 World Finals in Hossegor in
2009.
2009, yeah.
The King of the Groms when he lost the cave.
Yeah, the 20-point.
And here's Jorgen again. Oh, man. Finds 2 big sections.
Flying through the section.
He loves that wave, and so do we. A lot of speed, and that is a big guy out there in the water right now, too. Rory Nava on screen, the Japanese surfer. Great bottom turn, and somehow is able to control the landing, too. This is a competitive heat, Bruno, out there in the water.
The rhythm, huh?
Is it me or conditions maybe getting better, more consistent?
Maybe.
Or they're just reading things better?
The tide is changing and have the effect on the conditions. Like even we feel like a effect, like a fog effect.
Well, we did have a high tide at around 12, 3 feet. Not huge, but the low tide is just a 1.9 low. And then Kuzune with the strong combination right there on the forehand. I'm telling you, I think 60 to 70% of people that watch the WSL know how to follow points and directions in terms to qualify for the Championship Tour. Thought that Jorgen Kuzune was going to qualify in 2019. Where I live in Southern California, one of my good friends that surfs, he's a chiropractor, Dr. Lewis Rice. He works with Jorgen, he works at Italo Ferreira, he works with several different surfers when they're there for the US Open and whatnot. As we're seeing Leo Casal catching up to this wave on the shoulder. Nice little blow to right there to finish this wave off. Might have one more and he fits it in. And as Casal finishes up, just to kind of finish that story about Kuzune, you know, they were there. Jorgen was as fit as it comes. He had a couple of great results. I believe he made the quarterfinals in 2019 at the US Open. So he had a consistency throughout each and every event. But then he hit Europe, and he wasn't able to make a heat in the last 3 events of the year.
In his home field, home water.
So he had France, Portugal, and then Haleiwa, where he wasn't able to make a heat. As we're seeing Casal's last, there's a good young surfer coming out of Brazil right now, Leo Casal, Bruno.
Yes. He's training a lot in São Paulo and competing a lot in the QSs, 1,000 points, and he's building his skills, like evolving each and every season.
You know what city he's from?
He's from Florianópolis.
From Florianópolis, Santa Catarina.
Yes.
Yeah, I saw this kid also at the ISA World Juniors in El Salvador, month of May. Short, stocky, strong surfer, has a very good base. Has a couple of sneaky airs in there,
yes. Too. He won the special session here in a couple of weeks ago. Yeah, last week, 10 days ago.
Oh, impressive.
From the QS 5,000.
Not easy to beat the guys that were in the draw either.
Yeah, man.
There's some big names out there. And Kuzune does better his situation, gets a 6.03 on his previous ride. Inaba gets a 4.2. That momentarily moves him up into second place. Caio just a 2.87 as his backup. He's in third. And Casal gets a 2.93, his best. He still hasn't been able to get out of the 2-point range so far, Bruno. But he's been looking to better those low scores one after the other. 18.25 to go. You look at Caio, what he's been able to do with priority, not only, you know, throughout his championship tour career, I think when it came to the Pro Junior victory too, he kind of understood how to use priority at a young point in his life as well.
He's very smart, man.
Here's Reo Nava. Starts off with a strong forehand carve into the lip a couple of times. And just like most Japanese surfers, has great technique, beautiful timing, and precise surfing, Bruno.
He turned on like from one to the other without pumping. Look at that. Nice stance too. The knees are almost tied.
And I love his style too. I was able to compete against Reo a few times when we were younger. I think he's maybe a couple of years younger, so I want to say 26. But Inaba is one of those kids out of Japan that I think not only has he gotten better with his age, his equipment has been a little bit more fine-tuned, and that's the good thing about working so closely with your shaper too. Wei Tokoro, I'd have to say one of the best surfer shapers out there. If you see him surf, excellent surfer. So he knows what he's shaping too. And he's obviously working very closely with a lot of his athletes as well. As we're seeing Kuzune up and out real quick, 17 minutes on the clock. Don't you think that's something important though, that a lot of these shapers are able to actually feel what they're giving their surfers?
For sure. The relationship like Felipe Toledo has with Márcio Zovi, the head shaper from Sharp Eye. They just have, they develop a relationship very close, and the result is there, you know, and everybody seems to follow.
Yeah. Well, Sharp Eye did win Shaper of the Year.
Yeah.
Márcio Zovi. And guess what? The Dark Arts did win a world championship this year too. So something's working right. 16 minutes on the clock.
We can't deny it.
No, you can't do it anymore. 5.47, the last of Inaba. Keeps him in second place. Makes the requirement higher for both Ibelli and Casal. Caio now needing a 4.47. Leo now needing a 7.71. And that is a big number that is required for today's conditions. Meanwhile, Kuzune is still in the lead. He's looking to better a low 5. And, you know, we were mentioning the Euroforce in 2009, the 9 surfers that they had on the championship tour. One of my favorites was Tim Bull. I used to love his style. And I think now you're seeing maybe slow progression when it comes to the European contingency. What do you say, Bruno?
Yeah, man, I can tell the same. I don't know why, but it's true. You can see by the numbers and the position they have now in the tour.
Before, maybe what used to happen with the old format is that they could travel to any event, just like anybody else, right? You could sign up in the event if your ranking was higher, if you had a good enough seed, if it was a 4-star, a 6-star, 6-star prime. If you're getting in, you're going to compete. And what used to happen, I think there were a lot of beach breaks scheduled on the WQS. And personally, I always felt like it kind of benefited those surfers from Europe, because most of them come from beach breaks, including the Japanese surfers too. As you're seeing Inaba again, looking to play some defense here. Strong combo to start things off. He's going to kick out, though. Doesn't seem like that wave will better his situation. But still 14:35 on the clock. And, you know, I haven't really seen one person in the last few years from Europe that I'd be saying, okay, this person is a top 5 surfer, you know, top 10. He's looking to really fight for that championship at the end of the year. There's a chance, though. I mean, there's a couple of kids coming up, a few in this event. Tembiso.
Yeah, I was thinking about him.
You have Gatien Delahaye. He got second place in Bolido to Rio Aida. But, you know, nothing like the name of Frederico Moraes or Thiago Pires or
Leo Fioravanti.
Yeah, and it's tough to say that they're qualifying because they're really requalifying. They've been there already. A lot of these new people haven't. As Leo Casal exploding on those 2 turns on the backhand, and one more for good measure. And he loves that one. The surfer from Santa Catarina in the southern part of Brazil. He's happy about that one, Bruno.
Yeah, he saw the opportunity coming, and he prepared himself for the last one.
He anticipated the movement, yeah?
That's it. It's a smart move to anticipate, like in the mouth of the alligator. We call the last section there.
Jacaré.
Yeah,
right?
boca do jacaré.
So the strong combo to start things off, and this is what you like right here. Where he was kind of able to maneuver up and over that little section at the end.
Even without too much speed.
We almost had to garner some speed to just pump over it.
Yeah.
But should be his best wave. I mean, only has a 2.93 as his best at the moment. 12:45 on the clock. And it's been Caio Ibelli who's been quite patient after knowing that he needs a mid-4 to move back up into second place. I'm trying to think, you know, since Ray Navas had his couple of 5s, how much time has actually gone by since Caio has actually stood up on a wave? I want to say maybe 10, close to 12 minutes. You know, he had the strong start, the best wave of the heat so far, the 6.17. But besides that, he's been quite patient.
He's a cold blood surfer.
Yeah. There's been a few like that on the championship tour before. I remember the surfer by the name of B. Durbridge used to be that way.
Yeah.
We called him the silent assassin, Bruno. So Jorgen Kuzene is still in the lead. Rui Nava in second. It's the championship tour surfer Caio Ibelli in third, looking for a score to move up into second. And the local boy Leo Casal in fourth. Marco Giorgi coming up. Heat number 14, gonna hit the water in Saquarema. Back in Saquarema for the Corona Saquarema Pro presented by Banco Do Brasil. There's Edgar Grosjean, the local boy who's going to be coming up in the next heat. And I would have to say one of the nicest people I've ever met in my life, Bruno.
Very humble, nice guy.
And a great surfer too. Besides last year, he had not competed outside of his native Brazil a single time. Saw him on the Challenger Series at the US Open. Did quite well for his first year competing outside of Brazil too. And now a lot of people are saying that he's kind of the next person to qualify for the championship tour out of the country too.
Yeah, that's it, because Amy Broad is going back there. So he's already been a top surfer. Eddie is trying to be there.
Is Eddie his nickname? Do people call him Eddie? Okay. That's good to know. I'm going to be like, hey, what's up, Eddie Murphy? But it's actually Eddie Grosjean. That's Caio Ibelli, though. And with 9 minutes to go, he was only needing a 4.47. And to me, that looks like it's going to be more than enough to get him out of third place and into second. And, you know, we were talking about the development of surfing in Brazil. It's been 13 years since a regular footer has won a 6-star prime here at Saquarema. This could be the gentleman that does it for the Brazilians.
Oh, yeah. You have the tools to do it, huh?
Yes, he does. And and the level of experience that you need to win these kind of events too. And let me put it this way. Since 2009, 4 surfers that have won here in Saquarema, whether at a QS level, a 6-star prime, or a challenger, have been Brazilian. So it's been good for the surfers that are native to this country. A lot of them have also made finals as well. Raoni Monteiro's one of them. There's Jorgen Kuzene with an uncharacteristic fall with just under 8 minutes to go. And we're still waiting on Caio Belli's score that we'd be thinking that it's more than enough to move him back up into second. Raul Nava still in second place with priority, and scores are coming through. It seems like it's going to be pretty close. Here's Leo Casaldo on the back end, and maybe just going for a bit too much right there with the blowtail reverse at the end on that right. Scores are in, though. It's a 4.9. Ibelli moves up into second. Inaba now down to third, needing a 5.61. And Casal needing a 5.51. So those surfers in third and fourth needing mid fives, Bruno. Not impossible, but you also got to consider the fact that both Kuzene and Nibeli will more than likely better their low scores too.
Caio knew that he had the best score in the heat, so it was just a matter of time that he got the second one.
And this was Casal's last attempt.
Yeah, the spin was not maybe the right decision to do it.
For not that section, it didn't seem that way, no.
Maybe a top turn, he entry would be better.
Well, he's kind of digged himself in a hole right now because up until his previous wave, he hadn't had anything better than a 2. And there we're seeing Peterson Crisanto. This is basically an all-Brazilian heat, the next one. Marco Giorgi does compete for Uruguay. He is born and raised there, but he's been living in Brazil for quite some time now. Traveled mainly with Brazilians while he was doing the QS in order to qualify for the Challenger Series. So it's basically a hometown heat, the next one. This could be a Brazilian Surfing Federation heat.
Brazilian affair, for sure. Marquinhos Jorge, he's living in Garopaba, Santa Catarina ever since he was 11.
He's a cool guy.
Yeah.
Great surfer as well.
Yeah, good in barrels.
Oh, he charges when it's big. There we see Leo Casal. Smaller wave, did as well as he could with the sections that he had on hand. 6 minutes to go. And we're going to see the global superstar, Matteo Serdi, coming up as well in the next heat. Here's Caio Belli. Nice crisp round wrap around. And just kind of tagging the lip in each one of these sections. He's going to fall off at the end, though. But it's not normal that you usually see a cutback like that at a beach break like this.
Roundhouse, huh? Hitting the foam.
Yeah, all the way.
Yeah.
We call that a figure 8.
A figure 8.
Because it makes like an 8, like it's the infinity signal.
That's it.
Well, here's the replay, Bruno.
Look at it. The way he moves, like that hit on the foam, like preparing himself to the other 2 moves, huh?
Well, his 4.9 was quite a well-surfed wave, but we shall see whether or not that improves his low score. And this wave much smaller from Casal. It was decent surfing, but just don't see the real sections there that will help him out. It's a 4.07, so not enough. Still needs the 5.51 at the moment. Inaba needs the 5.61. And now Kuzene still in the lead with priority, and it was that quick start for Jorgen that has kept him in first place the entire heat, Bruno.
Yeah, for sure. The first half. Huh?
Yeah, I actually just got a text from one of my friends, a journalist as well. He's from Duque Surf, Pablo Sanoki. He's from Uruguay. Loves covering surfing, loves to travel to events too. And he's like, oh man, you remember Tim Boll? And I'm like, yeah, I was 15, when Euroforce was on the championship tour. And Tim Boll, not only one of my favorite surfers, as a goofy footer myself, used to love Mickey Picon. And I see Jorgen Kuzene, I'm like, man, where's the next Euroforce? You have Leo. Besides that, Freddie's been on there. He finished in the top 10 last year, but there hasn't really been the one surfer that I've been thinking, okay, this person could potentially be a world champion at the end of the year. But Jorgen Kuzene trying to do everything in his power to qualify for the championship tour and eventually become a world champion. Oh my goodness. Nice blow to reverse with the spin right there at the end. had the strong combo before that as well, Bruno. And he got dropped down to second place. Needs a 5.25 to recover the lead. Might just do it here.
Yeah, yeah. Nice dynamic, a duel between Caio and Jorgen.
Right.
You know what? I met Timbo's father once in Panama.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, he grew up in the French Caribbean, and I think they sailed a lot as a family when he was younger, too. Boy, but Jorgen Kuzene, and that is a tall dude out there in the water right now in blue as well. It is not easy to do what he just did on that wave. And scores coming through might take him back up into the lead. And it seems like it will. Still waiting on a few of them from our judges. But everything indicates that he will move back up into first. 2 minutes 35 to go. Inaba needing a 5.8. But that just changed because Kuzene drops a 6.23, the best wave of the heat so far. Rayo in third now needs a 5.81. And the local boy, Leo Casal, now needing a 5.71 himself, Bruno.
Yes. Those 2 last minutes.
2 minutes in, you're going to be thinking here, okay, Inaba, mostly a rail surfer, has a decent air game too, but we normally don't see it. Maybe not as consistent as somebody like Gaetan Osborne or Miggy or Samuel Pupo. As we're going to see the recap of the heat, it's been really all rail since the beginning, but then Caio eventually made a comeback. But Inaba, the Japanese surfer, had a couple of decent waves at the beginning.
Yeah, I like the way he moves, like stylish surfer.
And then Kuzene with the strong 2-turn combo right here. This came in as a 6.03, Bruno.
Yeah.
And then his last one, a 6.23, the best of the heat so far.
Nice spin. He kept the speed during the entire wave.
And then Caio Veli's opener, a 6.17. It kind of set the pace for the heat.
Yeah, standing that first like snap.
Not a very tall surfer either is Caio, but he uses that kind of slight height difference between him and a lot of surfers to his advantage most of the time.
Very technical.
And I'm going to say one thing that it's not necessarily an unpopular opinion. I think he might be one of the best barrel riders that we have on the championship tour as well.
He had a 10-point ride to prove it.
In Tahiti.
Here in Brazil.
Oh,
yeah.
well, here and then a couple of years ago in Tahiti too when it was big and massive.
charges.
This year, he's always been a good surfer at Pipeline. Love to see him compete at Sunset Beach as well. I mean, look at it this way. This kid wasn't on the championship tour when the year began. He qualified with the first 2 events alone.
That's a beautiful story.
And here's Kuzene with 20 seconds to go. Inaba needs a 5.81. He's nowhere to be seen. And Leo Casal needs a 5.71. So Kuzene, just a throwaway score for him right there at the end. And don't have eyes on Rayo or Leo. Do not know if they have a chance of getting that score. Inaba's up and riding. So this wave counts. But based off of the body language, it didn't seem like it was going to be the score that he was requiring in order to move up into the top 2 spots. So it's going to be the Frenchman and the local surfer, the Brazilian, moving through. But here's the replay from Rayo's last.
Trying to find its space.
Man, and he surfed a great heat too. Close to 11 points, a couple of mid-range 5s, but it just wasn't enough to move him through. This gentleman, though, has his eyes set on qualification at the end of this year, though. Jorgen Kuzene, 12.126. Caio Veli, 11.27. Good heat by both of them, but it's the Frenchman with the victory, and we'll be talking to him after the break. Don't go anywhere. Heat 14, it's an all-Brazilian affair, and you have Marco Giorgi in there, the surfer from Uruguay, coming up. Corona Saquarema Pro. We'll be back right after this.
I'm Matias Herdy. I'm 21 years old. I'm from Florianópolis, Brazil. I think the World Tour is the place to show, the progressive of surfing, and try different grabs and try different things. And I think that's why those guys, Gabriel, Philippe, and John, they're on top, because they show this. And I think that's what it's about, I think I'm born to be part of that.
Hearing some words from Matheus Herdy as he is the top seed in this heat as we return to action at the Corona Saquarema Pro presented by Banco Do Brasil. It's Kaipo and Marita talking you through the action, and this is a really, really good heat, Marita. We got Matheus Herdy, we got Edgar Gorgia, who's been putting on a show throughout this whole season. We got former CTer Pedersen Crisanto and Marco Giorgi looking at Matheus right now, setting up on the inside, has to hippity hop through the flat section, redirects, and that was a lot of work to get to nowhere. So slow start from Matheus Herdy. Edgar Rogia, he's been quick on his feet every single time. We see him in a jersey, hot in the action here, throws the tail, wants a little bit more, but that's all he's gonna get. So opener for Rogia, a 4.83. Opener for Herdy, 3-point ride. And Pedersen Crisanto just with a little fractional score. Matheus quick to his feet again. That's gonna be wave number 2 for Matheus Herdy after he opened up with that 3-point ride. So we already see what the strategy, I think, is for Matheus, is to catch a lot of waves, give himself a lot of chances.
Yes, sure. Good start up the heat. Like 2 good waves surfed. Another one now for Matheus Herdy. Let's see what the judges. And again, Edgar Groja.
Edgar, same. I think he's got the same philosophy. Ride a lot of waves, gives himself a lot of chances. This time going backhand, he opened up with a 4.83, and now he's already got a backup. Both Herdy and Grogia doing that within 5 minutes, which is that quick start. That's got to be a strategy.
Yeah, for sure. We've seen this before here, like surfers looking for many opportunities, and now is Pedersen Crisanto.
Pedersen Crisanto did a good job of timing the backwash there for the finish.
Yeah, very good finishing maneuver. The heat started very fast.
Well, Crisanto, he's battled his way onto the championship tour, so he's had a taste of the Dream Tour. I'm sure he wants to get back on that after a couple of years on the CT. Here's a replay of Pedersen.
Yeah, little turn then he found this last maneuver. Powerful. Let's see what the judges think.
And Matheus.
I like this style.
Little grab rail.
Yeah, the grab rail.
Quick backhand here for Edgar.
Yeah. Very strong and sharp. And he could manage this backwash.
So Maria, you can help me with some pronunciations right now because I want to get this right. I'm getting better at my Portuguese, but I have a long way to go. Edgar Grogia?
Yeah, Edgar Groja.
Edgar Grogia.
Groja.
Grogia. I'm going to get this right. Matheus.
Herdy. Herdy.
Herdy.
Yeah, we don't say the H, so we say like Herdy.
Herdy Groja.
Groja, yeah.
And Matheus.
There's some people that call, like here in Brazil, Grogia, but I think it's Groja.
Groja.
Groja, yeah.
And Herdy is Herdy.
Herdy.
Herdy. Okay.
Yeah.
Pedersen or Pedersen Crisanto?
Pedersen Crisanto?
Pedersen Crisanto. So I've been saying the Pedersen for right?
Yeah, yeah, sure.
It's been a couple years on championship tour. I'm glad that I got that right. And we all know Marco Giorgi from Uruguay. He's been on the qualifying series for years. Such a good surfer. For a while when he had that long mane, had some of the best hair on tour as well.
Yeah, Marco Giorgio, he speaks Portuguese as well. I think he's half Brazilian, and he serves for Uruguay. So Yeah, he's been for a long time on the qualifying series, but now he hasn't like too many good results this year, so he's looking for a big one now. Let's see.
One thing impressive about Marco Giorgi is he's kind of sneaky good at heavy waves like Pipeline. A lot of people don't realize that, but he comes to North Shore every single season and he charges. Here he is charging on our screen, and unfortunately that wave did not cooperate for Marco Giorgi. Scores in. Edgar Grogia is at 4.83, 5.73, so a quick start, and a good quick start for Edgar. Do you know much about Edgar? Because I didn't know about him until the start of the Challenger Series this year, and then I was so impressed. I'm going to get back to that conversation because we got Mateus live action here, just weaving through the sections, connecting the dots, and really had to work for that. But that was a pulled back approach, I feel, from Mateus, but smart contest surfing because he wants to start putting up some numbers and not take too much of a risk. So smart surfing.
Yeah, it was. And now you see Patterson Crisanto as well.
Patterson, nice couple arcing turns, and he's able to complete his ride through some difficult water on the inside. Seems like it's non-stop, so let's get another chance to see. Here's Patterson.
Yeah, nice quick turn, and then another better one. Third maneuvers, like 3 maneuvers. Let's see what he probably will put on scores because he has a 0.57. So, and this one is Mateus. A lot of waves ridden.
A lot of waves ridden, and judges still all the scores for Mateus as well as Patterson. And then we can give you the situation in the water. Mateus being the top seed in here, he's number 19 on the rankings coming into Brazil. So he's right within that shot to get into that top 10 finish and get on the championship tour full time. He's had some wild card experiences on the championship tour. You know, 2021, he surfed brilliantly in Mexico, went from a wild card, a sponsor's wild card, all the way to the semifinals.
Yeah, and he had a good experience as well here in Oihu Pro.
Yeah.
He made to the quarterfinals, so he has a lot of experience here in Saquarema.
He's confident too. Speaking of Mateus, you know, I was complimenting him on his surfing in Mexico, and he said something back where he's just like, you know what? I got more. You guys haven't seen some of the stuff I got. I was like, whoa, kid, you got more. All right, I like to hear that from an up-and-comer as we take a look at some stats here for Patterson Crisanto. 30 years old, ranked 86 right now on the Challenger Series, so he's going to have to do a lot of catching up if he wants to make it back on the championship tour. But I think it's just Patterson staying busy and staying relevant within pro surfing. And relevant he is because he finished off with 5.8. Mateus setting up for something big on the inside. The ramp's there, and that wave just split into a bunch of different pieces.
Yeah, incomplete maneuver for him. And as you were saying, Mateus is a really progressive surfer. He has like a lot of airs on his feet, under his feet. So look, maybe he was trying to find a ram and then he found it, but then he couldn't land it.
Yeah, it happens sometimes where there was so much anticipation and a lot of kind of forecasting through the wave, just waiting and waiting for that ramp, but he got all the way there and went incomplete. But still early days, lots of time. Mateus currently in third place, needs a 5.45 to move into second place and advancing. Again, 4-man heats. We take the top 2 out of this round of 96 to move on into the round of 48. Edgar Grogia with a brilliant start, a 4.8 and a 5.73, and now he's able to be patient. He's waiting out there with priority and the lead.
Yeah, it's true. But then Patterson Crisanto made his answer, and he now with the best score of the heat, 5.8, put him on the second spot of the heat, and left Matteo Zergi needing 5.45, and Marco Giorgio didn't find himself yet.
Yeah, Marco Giorgi, and just a couple of incompletes for Giorgi, which is not a good start because no real scoring waves as of yet. And because of a couple of those bad starts, ends up in third in the priority, so he's actually back in the list. The priority system right now with this jumbled up waves, I don't know how much it's going to matter at the beginning of the heat. It could matter at the end, but right now it's kind of a free fall.
Yeah, it's true. Like so many peaks and very messy, so you have to put yourself like in many waves to create opportunity to build some momentum. That's the way that we've seen the surfers that won the heats. That's how they did.
Yeah, just staying busy out there, giving themselves a lot of chances and a lot of opportunity. You might be tuning in and going, why are they running right now? Well, we got a lot of surfers to get through in this Challenger Series. We start with 96 men, and then we go through the next round. We keep on cutting our competitive field in half, but we got a lot of hours of surfing to get done. And Maida, we're expecting maybe some even worse weather tomorrow.
Yeah, bigger waves, but worse weather, so the organization is kind of worried about this. And this is Edgar Groja. He was expecting the backwash. We have a few waves written right now, some scores to get in.
Yeah, 16 minutes, so already, 14 minutes swiped off the clock. We start with 30 minutes in all of these heats and start counting it on down. So we're near the halfway mark. Edgard with a really, really good start with a 4.83, with the 5.73, and calculated surfing from Grogia. Now, I want to get back to the subject. Can you tell me a little bit more about Edgard as far as where he's from and because I'm already a fan of his surfing. Well, we'll get back to that conversation because waves continue to be ridden, and the convergence of two waters right there were snapped on by Pedersen Crisanto. So good job reading the wave, Crisanto, and then hopping over that double up. He's going to have more opportunity on the inside here to get some more busy work done. And he's not giving up on this at all. Takes it all the way to the beach. A lot of effort from Pedersen.
A lot of effort. He could he surfed this wave completely, like the fullest. He couldn't do anything. Look, one good snap. And then from here, he found another little one to connect. And then he threw 3 more maneuvers, I think.
Yeah, that is working over a wave right there. And it was impressive for him to hang on to that snap with those two waters kind of converging in bumpy waters. Real difficult to ride out of a maneuver like that. Rode out of the maneuver and then found a little double up. Here we go with Marco Giorgi on the backhand. Winds up here and hooks it on the back hand to finish off. So I like the quality of that final turn. Don't know what he really got on the outside, but the finish looked good in my book. Edgard.
Yeah, one very strong maneuver. And this heat is firing.
Well, I mean, I think what the surfers are feeling, that sense of urgency to keep on catching waves and, not to just sit out there and get lost at sea, because it's not like there's a real clear peak. It just seems that this short interval, almost like wind swell right now, just gives you a lot of opportunity, but it's not like a long period swell where you have a clear set wave coming through.
And also the wind is making it worse. So, but let's talk a little about Edgar Groja. He's from São Vicente, he's São Paulo's coast. He's really close to Guarujá and Santos, where I was born in Santos. And he's been like really good on the last QS here in Saquarema.
Oh, I guess
Okay.
we're good. We'll take a break. We're going to get back to that right after this.
Okay.
It's the Corona Saquarema Pro presented by Banco Do Brasil. Opening day, opening round for the men. Heat number 14 in the water. And Mateus Herdy in action. Unfortunately for the young superstar, not able to put that one down. He's in third place. He's got some work to do right now because Pedersen Crisanto, a veteran in this heat, is currently in second place advancing position. Marco Giorgi, as we see him kicking out, representing Uruguay, is unfortunate for Marco. He's just been a little bit lost in the lineup so far in this heat. What do you think, Maria?
Yeah, I think so. He didn't find himself. He just surfed a 4.67. Was his best wave, and actually the only good one. And let's see if he can change this situation soon, because we have 10 minutes left.
Yeah, 10 minutes. And you know what? Throughout the day, we've seen heats completely get flipped in the final, let's say 5 minutes of the heat, maybe the last couple minutes of the heat. So keep you on the edge of your seat because anything can happen still in this jumbled up wasteland today. Here we go, Marco Giorgi. He wants to make a comeback. And again, the frustration you can see, he has to kick out his board as that wave just closed out.
Yeah. And who is in trouble as well until now is Mateus Herdy. He needs a 5.68. And yeah, he has to throw away these 3 points. Sometimes I feel that Mateus Herdy stays a little nervous under pressure.
Yeah.
Because he knows that this heat is very, very, very important to him if he wants to qualify this year.
There's a couple things I've seen with Mateus is, you know, get the nerves, and then sometimes he's such a talented surfer that he tries almost too hard to really blow. You know, he's going for the 9 when, like, hey, a 6.5 is going to get it done. You know, as we see Alonso Correa out of Peru getting ready for the next heat. He'll be with Morgan Siblick, Lucas Silveira, and Zach Hedeman.
Yeah, while we talk this, Edgar Groja is staying busy.
Yeah, we're just got. I mean, it's one of those things. I mean, it's turned with the onshore wind. Our playing field has turned into just a free-for-all in a way that these guys are just continuing to catch waves and hoping that one of these waves that they catch will open up and give them a wall. There's no way you can predetermine that. There's no way you can predict that taking off on these waves in these current conditions. Like right now, Marco Giorgi, he found a little gem there, took off, and that wave happened to double up and give him a line. Here we go with Crisanto. Oh, and that was a great start, but then just got caught up in the Pedersen Crisanto. He's currently in second place. He will remain in second place unless Marco Giorgi scores a 6-point ride on this last one. We'll go to the replays. We'll start with Pedersen.
Yeah, really nice turn there, but then he got stuck there.
Now this next one is a key wave right here for Marco Giorgi.
Yeah, nice turn over the top, and then another one. Nice spray, but we couldn't see the end of the wave. Let's see what judges think about.
All right, well, we asked it. He needed a 6.3 or something. He got a 6.37, and Marco Giorgi found that little left after a really slow start of this heat, and now Giorgi finds himself in second place in advancing position. Matheus Herdy, probably the favorite in this heat, needs to make a comeback and needs to make that comeback right now. This is a surprising turn of events for me.
Yeah, it is for sure. Matheus Herdy, we were hoping that he
was a favorite for me, like out of the whole competition. Like he was one of my top 5 guys. If I had to guess coming into this event and pick my 5 favorites, Matheus would be one of those 5 out of 96 guys. So I'm very, very surprised what's going on in the water right now, and that just shows you the playing field is very unpredictable.
Very unpredictable, and like many strong guys surfing, so very, very difficult. You have to be like in tune with the ocean, like Edgar Groja did. He started the heat like in the beginning, and looks like he's very in tune with the ocean. And this is Marco again.
Again, finds a little gem. Went down into the coal mine and came back up with a little diamond right there, a little gold chunk, whatever you want to call it. Found a little inside runner, and that is going to help him. He needs to improve upon his low of 4.67. I think he got the job done right there. We'll see what the judges think.
Yeah, maybe.
Smaller wave inside, but clean face.
Yeah, literally he was like almost sleeping in the beginning of the heat, and then he turned the button and doing a good job right now, Marco Giorgio. The last 6 minutes of the heat, the last wave he surfed, it was like 6 minutes left on the heat, and now he has still a score to put on board.
Yeah, but, you know, we were talking about that at the beginning of the heat, how things change so quickly out here, and sometimes it's in the last 5 minutes. Take another look at this ride from Marco.
Very clean maneuvers. Yeah, let's see what the judges think.
Yeah, the only thing that could hold back the score a little bit is just the size of the wave. As we cut to live action here, hopping through this flat section, Matheus, and doesn't look like there's a lot at the end here. Goes to the air and really forces that punt. Wow, that was a lot of effort, and that was a manufactured maneuver because he had to work hard to get to the end there and really force that air. That just shows you the talent of Matheus Herdy. He needs a 6.02 to get into second place in advance. We'll see if that was enough. Now that 6.02, by the way, is if Marco Giorgi does not improve upon his score. But here's another look at the effort by Matheus Herdy. Also, he got outside.
Oh.
And that's exactly why he put so much effort into connecting the dots.
Yeah, we didn't see this before, so the first maneuver, so that's why maybe he can find this score.
Well, he's going to need a little bit more. He's going to need a 6.74 at this point to go into second place. But I call it bookends. Starts off with a big maneuver, ends with a big maneuver. Not a lot going on in between, but it may be that start and that stop that's going to earn him the number. We're still waiting for the score for Mateus Herdy.
But did you think that the second maneuver counted? Because it seems from one angle that he landed behind the
Did it
fall.
right out
Yeah,
in front of the whitewater. You know, we're going to find out when the judges put their number in, and you know what? A keen eye, Maida, in that the judges obviously did not deem that second maneuver complete because he only got a 4.63. Here we go. Edgy, our heat leader, looking strong, looking quick, snapping on the inside there. Solid finish for Edgy. Pedersen throws the tail into the layback. Some flexibility on display for Pedersen for Santos. So back-to-back impressive rides.
Impressive rides. Edgar Groja looking so sharp here and so in tune with that. Maybe it's because he was third on QS 1 week before, so he's very adapted with this Itona.
So he got third at the Saquarema Surf Festival?
Yeah.
Awesome.
He was third. So.
Well, look at this. I mean, look at this surfing. Snappy, quick, connecting the dots.
Powerful.
And power. Big finish there. And he feels it too. You can see by the body language. Pedersen, this wave showed us some flexibility.
Oh. Very strong abs.
That's a sit-up, isn't it?
Yeah, sure. 1 minute 30 left.
Catching up with Mateus. And he must have did something good because he's raising a fist. So all four surfers need numbers from our judges. And this heat is going to be decided probably after the buzzer because we're down to only 1 minute and 10 seconds.
Yeah, very close heat, like many waves ridden. Very interesting. They made these conditions completely interesting for us.
Yeah, an entertaining heat in some junky surf, but the effort has been outstanding by all four of the competitors in this heat. 45 seconds on the countdown, and still, judges owe us a number for every single one of the surfers in this heat. So things can change right after the buzzer, and we're going to be waiting on those scores.
Yeah, this kind of heats sometimes makes you feel like, oh, what a pity, because everybody surfed really well. So let's see who's going to win.
Yeah, you can see all the surfers in the lineup. The new heat out in the water, maybe surfing a different bank. We'll see how that transpires, but right now, all the attention to Heat 14 in this round of 96 because a lot of things can change. Edgy, currently our heat leader, but that's not a guarantee. Horn sounds, and we're still waiting for scores, so everybody stand by. We don't know who's going to advance out of this heat as of yet.
Yeah, I didn't want to be on judges' skin, like many waves to look for. Look, there's some.
You're very nice, because I'm telling the judges, hurry up, give us the numbers. We want to find out who came out of this heat.
Yeah, Edgar Groja, it was a 5.67, so it doesn't change his situation. But Peterson Crisanto took a 5.63.
Oh, boy. Georgie with a 6.47. Mateus Herdy needs a big number to advance. Needs a 6.87. We're still waiting for that number from the judges for Mateus. This is going to be all the difference. 6.87. Mateus is going to come under. It's not going to be enough for Herdy. 5.13, not enough. So it is done and dusted. Marco Giorgi had an extremely slow start. Back half of the heat made it happen. He won the heat. Edgy, Grogia, second place. Edgy's going to move on into the round of 48. There's all your numbers on the screen. Wow, that was a back and forth seesaw battle in this heat 14 in the round of 96. very, very entertaining.
Very nice. Very entertaining. And what a pity that Matteo Zergi.
Yeah? Well, more surfing coming your way. More surfing. A day full of surprises. We just saw Matheus Herdy eliminated from competition, and that was a big shocker. We're on to another heat. This is heat number 15, the round of 96 at the Corona Saquarema Pro, presented by Banco Do Brasil. Morgan Siblick on the water, along with former World Junior champ Lucas Silveira, Alonso Correa representing Peru, and Zach Hedeman from Hawaii. 28 minutes on the countdown, and I believe Zach Hedeman, coming out of Hawaii, is the son of former championship tour surfer Hans Hedeman, who was one of the Kailua kids and a pioneering pro surfer as pro surfing started evolving into kind of the global stage in the late 70s, early 80s. So good to see Zach out there. Alonso Correa, he's a warrior. Team Inca out of Peru. He can do it on lefts, he can do it in barrels, he can do it on rights, he can do it on small waves, he can do it on big waves. A well-rounded surfer in the way of Alonso Correa. Lucas Silveira, he's a kid that had so much expectation from him after he won his World Junior title, and still needs to fulfill some of that expectation. And then Morgan Siblick had an incredible rookie year on the championship tour, finished 5th in the world, rookie year. Sophomore jinx happened to Morgan Siblick, didn't make the mid-season cut, and now he's fighting his way through the Challenger Series to get back on that championship tour.
Yeah, this is really, it's common. Like, you have a very good rookie year, and then in the second year, you don't.
Happens in surfing?
Yeah.
And it happens sometimes in bands and albums. Usually, like, the first album's good. Second album, sometimes with a lot of bands, not as good as the first album. It just happens in a lot of things. It's called the sophomore jinx. But you know who wasn't jinxed? Marco Giorgi. Luck was on his side because he found some gems out there, and he won his heat. Let's hear from Marco.
Marco Giorgi, yes, that was a really entertaining heat, right? You were placing 4th, then the last wave, you got the first position. How are you feeling?
Yeah, feeling good. It was really hard out there, actually, like one of the hardest conditions I ever had to surf. Like from the beach, you see certain waves that look okay, but once you're out there, like nothing looks like anything, and like you're like floating. And the first 25 minutes, I didn't know where I was or which way to cut. It was a really strong current. I don't know if it was the wind or something. But yeah, then I got two savior ones, and I'm happy I made it.
Yeah. And do you have any ritual you practice before every heat or something?
I don't know, just listen to some music and just try to imagine yourself surfing, I guess. and just trying to imagine yourself surfing good and loose. And then just, I don't know, just, the normal music and get out there and try to find a wave.
It was not easy. And besides the tricky conditions, did you notice any mistakes you have to look over and improve for the next round?
Well, like today is one of those days where like you can make a mistake and then that mistake could become, you can get on a bad wave and then suddenly you're on the right wave, So I think like conditions like this, you have to keep movement, which at the beginning I didn't. I was trying to look for a wave that looked like it had something, but you have to sometimes just catch waves and then you'll find yourself in a wave that is worth it. So I think that's what happened to me. I started catching waves, paddling, looking around, maybe a left, maybe a right. So I think that's what happened to me. But obviously, if the conditions get a bit cleaner, maybe sit more and wait for the right one. But I don't know. I fell on my last wave at the end. I don't know. I just couldn't hear anything. Didn't know what was going on. So just I'm happy. Yeah.
Now you can enjoy your family and see you in the next round. Thank you. Back to you guys.
All right. Thank you. And here we go with Zach Hedeman with a quick one there. And Marco brought up a good point. With this wind, it's probably hard for the surfers to hear their scores and their time out there.
Yeah, he said that was really hard and the conditions looks uglier from inside. He said that harder. He couldn't find a wave in the beginning of the heat. It was really interesting how he turned this heat.
Zach Hedeman unable to hold on to the finish of his opening ride. And Marco also would talk about prep, listen to some music and stuff to get in the mood. Maida, do you listen to music before you go surfing to kind of get you into rip mode?
Yes, for sure.
What do you like?
I like more mellow music because I surf. I'm a longboarder, so
You want to be smooth?
yeah,
Like some
smooth
bossa nova
and
type of music, or what kind of music?
maybe sometimes or a reggae or something like this. So, but I think puts you on a good mood. But probably they listen to something more stimulating.
It depends
Yeah.
on the individual, yeah.
Yeah. But it is interesting to know what they hear before heats.
A lot of guys with headphones on before their heats, that's for sure. Here we go with Morgan Siblick. So incomplete rides from Alonso Correa, Zach Hedeman, and Morgan Siblick, an illustration of how difficult it is out there.
Yeah, it's really difficult. And Morgan Siblick, he needs a good result. He comes from Ediceda with a 5th place, so quarterfinals in Ediceda. So now, and he's in 10th of the ranking, number 10 of the ranking.
He's right on that cut line, right? So this is a must-do heat for Morgan Siblick. And who would have thought? You're flying all the way over to Brazil. You got your place. You've done all your preparations in Saquarema. Now your heat comes up, and the torrential downpour comes in, as well as onshore wind to add to that challenge. But that's when the competitors have to come out, and that's when you have to buckle down and make it happen. So this is going to be a test for Morgan Siblick. Let's see if he can rise to the occasion.
Yeah, we've seen like many of them that are pressured about the rankings, and they didn't find well.
Yeah, you can get a lot of that noise in between your ears. You can start thinking a lot of kind of thoughts and kind of get lost. Alonso Correa on the backhand and just has to kick out.
But it seems to be a little harder when you lose in conditions like this because, yeah, when you have opportunities, you do your best. Okay, you did your best, but then when you don't have opportunities, maybe there's
Hey, it's the Dantes
Wiggly.
boys, Wesley and Wiggly Dantes. Talk about some powerful goofy foots. That's a pair right there, talking over some strategy with each other. I'm a big fan of both of their surfings.
Yeah, really powerful surfing from Ubatuba, Tamambuca.
So I'm looking here. This is the blue jersey of Lucas Silveira. Couple of snaps there before the wave turns into a soupy mess on the inside. So we'll see what the number comes through for Lucas Silveira.
Yeah, you said before that Lucas needs to do something bigger for his surfing, but this year he's struggling a little bit. He had a daughter, so I think his life changed.
That'll change your life.
Yeah. Changed a little bit. Yeah. But he's a really, really good surfer. From Rio, actually, but lives in Floripa for a long time, and also in Portugal. So I've seen him surfing a lot of good waves in Portugal, in Ericeira, where he lives there. He's a very sharp surfer. He can adapt to any conditions. I saw him winning like in waves like this, really small, and I saw him surfing pretty well in bigger waves.
Yeah, he's had some great performances at Sunset Beach on the North Shore of Oahu. Here we go. Siblick finds one and puts together a line. So good job for Morgan Siblick to hang on to that bucking bronco of a wave through all the undulations, ups and downs, weaving through those sections. And that was a difficult wave to surf, but Morgan Siblick rock solid and got the finish. Here we go, one more time.
One more time. Let's see. Good quick snap there, and then a big finish. Yeah. Let's see what the judge thinks.
Well, I'm thinking that was the best wave surfed so far in the heat, and we'll see if the judges agree with me on that. It was a sizable wave. There were some difficult sections, but Morgan Siblick was able to glide through that, and an explosive finish always helps your score line.
I think the judges agreed with you. Some scores, yeah, now a 6.17.
6.17, so Morgs comes through with that. Here we go. Correa. Nice snap on the backhand for Alonso. Looks down the line, gets another snap, so count 2 for the Peruvian, and that's going to be another meaningful score as well. So Alonso Correa, he's going to get in the game.
For sure, it was a good wave. Not many good waves ridden until now, Kaipo.
So we'll be waiting for that score for Alonso Correa as he makes his way back out. Let's take another look at this ride for the Peruvian on his backhand.
A quick snap there. Oh.
Different angle
Yeah,
here.
different angle. And now he found a good ball, and then another one. Yeah, I think this was a good wave for him.
Yeah.
For sure, he's gonna put on board.
Great effort for Alonso. You know, in 2019, Alonso was on his way to qualifying for the championship tour. That's when we had the qualifying series and the Triple Crown, and the last qualifying event was a big 10,000 at Sunset Beach. He was ripping Sunset Beach, making it through all his heats. He had to actually leave competition to represent Peru in the Pan American Games in preparation for the Olympics, to represent his country. He put his country above himself because Peru had supported him so much that he knew that he owed it to his country. So he left the competition, got on a plane to represent Peru. So a proud Peruvian and just a good guy with that kind of character, Alonso Correa. And he earned a 5.07 on that last ride. So he's in the top 2 in advancing position, but we're not even to the halfway mark in this heat, so there's still a lot of surfing to be done.
Yeah, nothing is defined because we saw the previous heat completely shift the 5 minutes. So let's see, but that's a very good story of Alonso. I didn't know that.
Yeah.
And look, this is Lucas Silveira.
Lucas, big snap to finish. So now it's going to really tighten up in this heat as we hit the halfway mark. Correa milking this one, redirecting to the left, looking for inside section on this double up. Gets one with the lip, but didn't have the speed there and just got gobbled up in the shore break and the backwash.
And after that, Alonso, he didn't go to the Olympics. No.
Right.
Right? So this is really sad for him. And now is the replay of Lucas' wave.
Yeah, we're still waiting for that score for Lucas Silveira. I don't think this one's going to factor really into Alonso Correa's two-wave total. Might slightly improve his position, but he's going to need to do better than that as a backup for his 5.07. That was 2.07 for Correa. It was enough to nudge him into first position for just the time being. Still waiting on that important score for Lucas Silveira as we see Morgan Siblick wind up and snap it on down there, but looked like he was going to be in clear water, but the wave just ate him up. So that was an unfortunate event for Morgan Siblick. Silveira on the backhand. Inside double up. Glides there. Well timed to get that lip glide.
Very well served. I really like his backhand surfing. He looks very solid. It's a strong man, so look, we can look again. The first one was not that powerful, but the second one was good. What do you think, Kaipo? Do you think he's gonna put on his board?
Well, he needs a 3.28 right now, and I think he's going to get the job done just needing that 3.28, Lucas Silveira, because that was a strong finish. He paced himself well, but here comes Morgan Siblick live action, banging the oncoming section. So it's really hard to keep track of everything going on because so many waves are getting ridden, and that's going to be a shifting in all the standings throughout these heats. So still waiting for two scores, one for Lucas Silveira and one for Morgan Siblick to set the situation. Zach Hedeman just gets a little caught up there, unfortunately.
Yeah, now he lost his priority with the not so good wave. He didn't find himself yet in the heat, but we've seen this before, like Mark Georgia, so nothing is defined.
Nothing's defined. You can't write people off. You cannot predict a finish to any of these heats because we've seen it time and time again today. The decision's coming down to the final couple minutes. Scoring Morgan Siblick, a 5.33. He makes a strongly. Lucas Silveira gets the job done with a 5.77. Silveira goes into second place with 12 minutes and 30 seconds on the countdown. Siblick's out in front. Silveira's in second. Alonso Correa, he needs a 4.58 if he wants to come back. We'll be back with the conclusion of that heat right after this short break. Corona Saquarema Pro, presented by Banco Do Brasil. Opening day, opening round for the men, the round of 96. We're in heat 15 with Morgan Siblick out in front. Lucas Silveira in second place and advancing position. The Peruvian Alonso Correa looking to claw his way back into that top 2 position. Scores just came in for last of Alonso Correa, and he is going to remain in that 3rd position. Correa looking for 4.58 to advance at this point out of this heat. We're down to 10 minutes. It's Kaipo and Maeda talking you through. It's been a long day, and Maeda, I'm actually proud of us right now.
Yes, I am.
We're getting through some of these heats. You know, I'm proud of our competitors too, because everyone's been putting up a fight in some very, very challenging conditions.
Very challenging conditions. Some big losses today as well. Like we saw Frederico Moraes, Evan Geiselman, Mateus Erdi, like many big names falling.
I would call him an upset, yeah.
Upset, yeah.
One person that did not disappoint us was when 3-time world champ Gabe Medina showed up. He did his work in the office today. He's on his way to his accommodation, and he's probably got his feet up, just relaxing right now. Lucas Silveira, great release there on that last turn and timing it with that backwash. So great execution and timing by Lucas Silveira. He's looking to better his score. The way he can do that is if he improves upon his low of a 3.87. We'll see if he does that. If he gets a 5.74 or more, he takes the lead off of Morgan Siblick.
Yeah, I like this wave. There was like a little tail slide in the last maneuver. Let's see it again. Yeah, not a nice turn there, but then this one was nice with tail slide, and he could stick on his feet. I like this one.
Here's what Correa did down the beach. Alonso launches into the lip and puts the board right underneath his feet to stomp the landing. So nice exchange between Alonso and Lucas. We'll see how the numbers pan out. Again, the finish here stomps it.
Yeah. Small free fall there, so probably it's gonna count a lot. And Zach couldn't find himself. Look, his best wave is a 1.67. Almost like 7 minutes remaining. But in the previous heat, we saw like 6 minutes remaining, and Marco George just switched everything. And now he's trying to do the same, but he couldn't find a good opportunity in this wave.
Yeah, Hedeman just zigging and zagging there, but couldn't get a major maneuver in to earn some points. So he's still got some time to get out the back, but essentially he's needs a big score of 7.97. Here goes Wiggly Dantes. Get ready for some spray to get thrown in the next heat, because Dantes has that timing and those heavy feet when he's able to just do those huge backside snaps. Silveira on the backhand, hooks it one time, has to get through this flat section here onto the inside. Another turn on the inside, redirects to the right, and that's going to be the end of that wave for Lucas Silveira. Judges playing catch up right now. They owe us 2 scores for Lucas Silveira, as well as a score for Alonso Correa to see the situation out in the water. Who's going to get into second place? Here's a replay of Silveira.
Nice quick snap there, and then was looking for a ramp, and then a stronger one to finish the wave. Let's see if he can change to his 5.07. No, sorry. He has a 3.87. So probably he's going to change this one. Yeah, look. I think the scores were just released. 4.63.
Yeah, he's going to go to second place, but he's just going to go to second place for a brief moment, because the judges are punching in some numbers for last wave of Alonso Correa. Correa needs a 5.31 to go into second place. And so far, the numbers populating on the screen are looking favorable for Correa. More scores coming in for Lucas Silveira, so a 4.53 doesn't change the situation. Everything hinges right now on one judge to get his number in for Alonso Correa to see if the proving goes to second, and he does. A 5.83 for Alonso Correa situation. Morgan Siblick in first, Alonso Correa in second. Lucas Silveira in third, needing a 5.17. 5 minutes remaining.
5 minutes remaining, and Morgan Siblick is in a better spot right now. He's with priority and leading the heat. So let's see if he can stick with this spot in the heat with the winning.
Yeah, I mean, I call it heat control. When you have the lead and you have priority, you really are in control for this moment of everything that's going on in the heat. You're really able to determine your own outcome. So 4 minutes and 20 seconds on the countdown. And Morgan Siblick continues to hold on to that priority. And a smart game that Morgan's actually playing right now, being a really smart competitor. He doesn't want to waste that priority.
Yeah, and Lucas Silveira with third priority, he will need to find himself, like, now with second, Alonso lost his priority.
Well, that was a priority error right now.
Yeah.
And then look at Lucas Silveira just realizes that. So Alonso Correa with the paddle gives up his priority, and that's going to give a little bit more of an opportunity to Lucas Silveira. Again, Silveira needing a 5.17. He's second in line priority-wise, and he's got 3.5 minutes.
Yeah, he's totally capable to do this. Let's see if he has enough time. And now he took advantage of his priority, but the wave.
That was unfortunate.
Yeah, no, he's.
I'm going to call that a straight bummer. I mean, he had an opportunity. He took that wave. That wave went absolutely nowhere and is giving him nothing. So he's going to paddle back out, and he's going to be on the bottom of the priority list, and he's still going to need the same number of 5.17 Silveira. Let's take a look at the heat recap and how Morgan Siblick got into the lead and kept that lead. Here it is with Morgs, strong surfing in difficult conditions.
Yeah, really good first maneuver, and then this one I like it better. Very strong and solid.
And Morgs again, sure-footed, big snaps, and hangs on once again for the finish. Maeda, Alonso made it happen too, and he had a pretty exciting finish to this ride. Up in the lip, and stomps the landing.
Yeah, stunts with a little free fall there. So really nice what happened until now in this heat. We have 2 minutes left, and Lucas Silveira needing a 5.17 to turn this heat for the second position.
Well, here you go, inside double up left for Silveira. Has to come around the corner here, has to just bank there, gets caught up, catches a rail, and goes down. I thought he was going to sneak one of those inside double ups there, and we saw that work for Marco Giorgi in a previous heat, getting those double up inside lefts that were a little bit cleaner. I thought the same thing was going to happen for Lucas Silveira, but unfortunately, that was not the case. Now less than 90 seconds. And Alonso Correa wants to protect his second place positioning right now. So,
and Kaipo, seems that the conditions has changed again. Like a lot of white water on the inside. And here is Lucas Silveira trying again.
well, nice start with a big snap. Gets a second snap and looks at his watch. 5.17. That was 2 snaps on the inside. Smaller wave, but he's going to put himself within a chance of getting that advancement. We're going to see. It's going to come down to that score. Is it going to make a difference for Lucas Silveira?
I think with his body language, he doesn't believe that much on that wave. But let's see what the judges think. This is Morgan Siblick.
Ride into the beach for Morgan Siblick because we're going to see him in the round of 48. 25 seconds counting down. Waiting for that number for Lucas Silveira still from the judges. Got 2 snaps on the forehand. He's a 5.17. Here it is. Is this a 5.17 is the question.
I like this second maneuver. The same as the first wave that he surfed, that it was like 5.77. The same tail slide. So let's see what's going to come.
Well, it looks like Alonso Correa got out of the wave, but it's not going to factor into his top 2. So it's going to be the same situation out there. Really what it hinges upon is that last wave for Lucas Silveira. Needs a 5.17 or better to advance into the round of 48. We know Morgan Siblick is already going to advance out of this heat, so it's all about who's going to join Siblick in advancing out of this heat. No indication as of yet from the judges, so just hang tight as we're waiting for scores.
Yeah, imagine his heart right now, like just thinking what's gonna come. Big nerves there. He really needs a good result here. But everybody needs, so.
Everybody
Yeah,
needs a good
everybody
result.
needs.
But you know what, Maida? When the judges take this much time to put a score, that means it's pretty close, one way or the other. So, again, a reminder, a 5.17 is the requirement for blue Lucas Silveira. There's Morgan Siblick. He's just walking up the beach right now. He's going to prepare for the next day of competition because he's through this heat. Alonso Correa wants to hear, is he going to go into the round of 48 or not? He's just as anxious to hear for that last score for Lucas Silveira. We all are. We're just waiting. The only people not in a rush are the judges right now as they're looking at replays, wanting to make sure that they get the number right.
Yeah, they have to be really careful to be fair. And look, here is Morgan Siblick. He knows that he's already qualified on this heat, so.
Okay, I'm going to step out a little while. I'm going to shake the judges' tower, wake everyone up and stuff, and we'll see if we get the numbers through here. We can take a dive into the competitors area, and Morgan Siblick's just he's all good. He can relax. We're going to break, and we'll come back with the result of this heat. After this short break, we'll let you know who made it out. Alonso Correa, Lucas Silveira. You'll find out when we return. Stick around. It's a mystery. We'll be back.
Welcome back to beautiful Saquarema in Rio de Janeiro, Brazil. Mitchell Salazar here with Bruno Bocaiuva. We had an excellent finish to that last heat, and guess what? Lucas Silveira needed a 5.17, got a 5.2. He moved on in second place alongside former CT surfer, number 5 in the world, Morgan Siblik. A bummer right there for both Alonso Correa and Zach Hedeman, but Correa was just close to making it through in that heat into the round of 48, Bruno, but fortunately for the surfer from Rio, Lucas Silveira moves through.
Yeah, that was one more buzzer beater to our account. Huh?
We've had a few today, and we have a new heat 16 of the round of 96. Ian Gentile from the island of Maui. Jose Mendes, originally from Brazil, represents Italy now. Billy Stearman, the Kiwi from New Zealand, and Wiggly Dantas, former champion out here at Saquarema, also the surfer from Brazil in green. Speak of him, oh my goodness! He is up and riding. His brother Wesley also in the event. And Wiggly Dantas, ladies and gentlemen, probably going to drop one of the highest waves we have seen all event long. There's a reason why he's the former champion out here. And his backhand is one of the best in the business, Bruno.
For sure. He knows the road to a great result here. And he's so smooth in a way and so powerful at the same time. Huh?
It's precision to me, really. Like his timing, his technique, his precision. But as you said, like he has something that's graceful about him too. Like it doesn't seem like he pushes that hard, but for some reason, he still throws that amount of spray. Here's the replay of the first wave of Jose Mendes, the surfer from Guarujá, Sao Paulo. Just a quick one. And looking at the replay here of Wiggly, what you like about it, Bruno?
Oh, I like the second part of the first two maneuvers, like the way he put extra power on the back leg.
It's incredible, really. I think till this day, I still have to say that he might be the single most powerful surfer I've ever seen. And here's Ian Gentile. He qualifies for the championship tour if he wins here in Saquarema. But the surfer from Maui with Brazilian parents, Brazilian heritage, looking great. Mamma mia, what a wave. Yeah. And he starts off good, too. 6.17 there, Bruno.
Nice way to start, huh? His family is from Ceará, the state of Ceará.
Okay.
Yeah, back up north.
Uh-oh.
Oh, the buoy.
We got the
It's
buoy
surfing.
coming in. I know Kaipo's got to laugh about this one. Here's a live action. Billy Stearman up and riding. The Olympian, the Kiwi, has been around for a long time. One of the more underrated surfers from that part of Australasia. And he's going to get a decent finish, too. This is already looking like it's going to be a great heat, Bruno.
Yeah.
Everybody's got a decent score on the board so far. Gentile has a 6.17. Dantas, we're still waiting on his score. And then Billy opens up with a decent wave on a right as well.
And we can tell the swell is arriving, huh?
It's definitely picking up. And it seems like we have the winner of the last heat, former number 5 in the world, Morgan Siblik, down on the beach.
That's right, Morgan Siblik. Yeah, well, in the end of the heat, you had the lead, you had the priority. What was going through your mind?
I don't know. I couldn't really hear too much out there, and when you could, it was kind of a little bit broken. There's so many waves just going every which direction, so yeah, I kind of could hear that I was in the lead, but I didn't know my scores and what they needed, so I don't know, I'm just super happy to get through that one.
And how much pressure are you feeling to be on the bubble, to be exactly in the 10th position of the rankings right now?
To be honest, like coming into this event, I was feeling a little bit of pressure. I don't know, I just really want to get back, and you know, there's only this event in Hawaii left, so it's kind of crunch time, and I don't know, I just want to get it done.
Yeah, and you had a great and brilliant rookie year, so I can imagine how much you want to come back to the CT, right?
Yeah, exactly, and I know that the new schedule has so many good waves after the cut, so yeah, I just want to get back there and hopefully get through that cut, and yeah, but just taking it one step at a time, so I'm looking forward to it.
Do you want to say something to your family and friends?
Well, if you guys are awake, hello, Mum, Dad, and Em, and yeah, hope you guys are having a good time.
Okay, thank you. Back to you guys.
Obrigado, Rachel, and congratulations, parabéns to Morgan Siblik, number 5 in the world in 2021. In his rookie year, he is, besides Stephanie Gilmore, the highest-ranked rookie at the end of their rookie season. So an incredible accomplishment, not only by Morgan Sibilik. He also has the feat of being the only rookie to do that and then end up being knocked off in the next season, too.
Oh, yeah. The knockoff, I'm not going to compare, but the first season of Mick Fanning back in 2002, he was 5th. So they tied up.
Wow.
Yeah.
And both Australians, too. And the quick speed of Billy Stearman moves him up into the lip right there. A great combo to finish things off on his second scoring ride so far. Willie Danta's score comes in as a 7.33, one of the highest we've seen all day. And still waiting on Ian Gentile's second score. And Bruno, I don't know about you, but this kid went, out of the radar for a little bit. He wasn't really heard of for a while as we're looking at Billy's first wave. This is still yet to come in. Actually, this is the last one, excuse me. So we're still waiting on 2 scores for Stearman. But this is the guy I'm talking about. Almost won the event in Eriseda, had a good event at the Vans US Open of Surfing, and really only qualified because he did well at Pipeline during the QS event there in order to qualify through the Hawaii region.
Yeah, he's good in larger stuff, huh?
He's good in everything.
Yeah.
And this is the one surfer that I think out of his generation, because he was off of the radar for so long, I think a lot of people underappreciated or maybe even forgot how good he was.
Yeah.
He was supposed to be the next big thing, got a huge contract with Billabong, and didn't really even need it. He's talking about just being a free surfer for a little bit, didn't necessarily want to compete, but came back with a vengeance this year on the competitive scene, Bruno.
And you know what? He's working with Leandro Dora now as a coach. So, the father of Iago, coach of Iago.
One of the best in the business.
Yes. He did a great job with Jack Robinson. Huh? Ever since they started, yeah.
I want to say I met Leandro and Iago in 2010, maybe, in Puerto Escondido. And he brought a big group of guys, Lucas Silveira, Victor Bernardo, among others. And he was already working with a lot of those guys back in 2010 when they were in their teens. Here's Wiggly Dantas. And just again, beautiful surfing. He's stoked on that. He's looking good, Bruno, right now with 22 minutes to go. Already has the 7.33. Was only needing a mid-5 for the lead, so more than likely they're going to go up into first place.
Mitch, the guy has an automatic relationship with Saquarema Itaúna.
He makes it look easy, too.
Yeah, man, effortless sometimes.
So made the inside here, Bruno, and then they got the 2-for-1 at the end.
Yeah. Great job, man.
And there hasn't been a regular footer as a champion here at a QS level event in Saquarema. Wiggly Dantas did win the event. What, in 2011, was it?
He won the event
2013.
14. Yeah, he qualified for 2015.
Like you were telling me that yesterday, he beat Keanu Singh in the final, and they both qualified that year.
That's it.
You're right.
You know what? Billy Stearman did a great job back in the same event. I don't remember if it was a 3rd or a 5th.
But he made finals there.
Yeah.
Billy Stearman, as I said before, one of the most underrated surfers from Australasia. Has a great air game, has been around for a long, long time, and being one of the few New Zealanders that has really competed at a worldwide level for a long time, too. Here's just Sam Mendes, waiting for this wave to stand up. Strong combination on the backhand so far. Carves it back once more. And he's going to kick out. That should be his best wave. Only has a 3.23 in a scoreline before that. And looking at Billy's scoreline now, a 6.3 or 5.87. Gentile has a couple of scores in the 6s. But this should easily be just his best wave.
Oh, yeah.
Good patience, don't you think, Bruno?
Yeah. He read the wave in a good way, like going right, and that foamy session, he did a nice snap anyway.
And just a former CT surfer as well. The moment that kind of stands out for me in terms of CT competition for him, he had the one Hail Mary air against John Florence in Karamas a few years ago. That's when John was still at the pinnacle, maybe at his peak. And it seems like with 19:35 to go, don't miss out on the post show coming up later this afternoon. We'll be highlighting all the recaps of the most important waves and moments of day number 1 of competition. So far, this is an important heat, though, because if Ian Gentile ends up winning the event, he automatically qualifies for the championship tour. It would be the first surfer from Maui to qualify for the CT since Dusty Payne did it in 2009.
This is huge. Huh? You know what? He was born in Florida and then raised in Maui.
I don't think that Dusty was necessarily born on Maui either.
Oh, really?
I might be mistaken, but a lot of those guys, their parents aren't necessarily from the island originally. Granger Larson's father originally from Santa Cruz, California. And Granger and his brother Wesley, great representatives of surfing from Maui. You know, it's hard not to think about Clay Marzo when you think about surfing on Maui.
Sure.
Former World Pro Junior Champion, Kai Barger, also from that island. And here's the one surfer that we're thinking so far might have a chance to qualify at the end of the season. Ian Gentile, big snap right there up into the lip, kind of drifts the fins too. And out of the 4 waves that he's caught, only one of them has been less than a 6 so far. 18 minutes to go. And this should be an interesting score for Gentile to really get on board and maybe even better his situation within the last 20 minutes. Bruno, we've been talking about adaptability and how good these surfers are at surfing different kinds of conditions, especially within a single day. What's impressive to me about Ian is that he hadn't really competed at this high of a level for years. And he's within the top 10 right now.
Oh, yeah. Look at that. He went to the 2nd floor there.
Yes, he did. He had to drop a couple of stories, as we say. But that's what happens when you grow up on the island of Maui. You get good at surfing big waves. And for them, this is Maui glass right now.
Really?
Yeah, Maui tends to be a very windy island.
Yeah, windsurfing mecca for a long time, huh?
Hokipa. Yeah, you got windmills over there, which is a great wave too. Lahaina Harbor, Kakalui gets real fun too. Haiku, where Billy Kemper's from, and you see that iconic wave of Peahi, Jaws. But for the most part, you know, let's see, say 10 months out of the year, you're usually having windy days almost every day. Depends on what part of the island you're from, but yeah, it's usually something that's common. And you don't necessarily see that on Oahu all the time. On Oahu, you tend to have some glassy days or days where the wind's super offshore and it's not necessarily bumpy. On Maui, you don't. On Maui, you tend to have a lot of days where conditions are very bumpy on the face.
It's crazy, huh? Not so far, one island from the other.
No.
Yeah.
Not a large amount of distance. 16:30 on the clock. Wiggly Dantas takes the lead, drops a 6.53 on his last wave. That moves Billy Stearman down to 3rd. Ian Gentile still in 2nd. He betters his situation with his 2nd to last wave, a 6.7. And now José Mendez in 4th. Gets a 4.83 on his last, so his personal best, but still needs an excellent score of an 8.6. And even Billy Stearman with priority, 16 minutes to go, he needs a 7.13. We're talking about some decent scores out there right now, Bruno.
From the get-go, you told us your theory materialized.
I think this is the best heat we've seen all day, personally. 13.86, 13.43, 12.17. 12 points would have gotten you through most of the heats this morning.
Yeah, good point.
And Mendez is no slouch when it comes to competing either.
No. We have to remember he was a Triple Crown winner back in 2018.
His rookie season as well on the championship tour. Not an easy feat to do. And especially when you're considering that Triple Crowns are usually won by Hawaiian surfers, it's hard to imagine somebody like José, not necessarily due to his skill level, but because he hadn't had the amount of success that a lot of those people have had at Haleiwa, Pipeline, and Sunset before. But it goes to show you put in the hard work, you get those decent results, and you're within conversation on finals day, and somebody doesn't get the result they need, and you end up winning.
That's it. We are dealing with the best in the business.
And besides the World Championship and, you know, qualifying for the Rip Curl WSL Finals or winning a CT event, that's up there for the most prestigious crown there is.
I agree. Totally.
I mean, talk about the names that have won the Triple Crown.
Derek and Sonny, a lot of them. Huh?
John Florence, Kelly Slater, the great Andy Irons. 14:30 on the clock. Wiggly Dantas in the lead. Ian Gentile in 2nd. It's Billy Stearman and José Mendez playing catch-up here in Saquarema. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back to beautiful Saquarema, Brazil for the Corona Saquarema Pro presented by Banco Do Brasil. Let's go down to Rachel. It seems like we have an update in terms of the contest with Travis Logie. Oh, Maida, excuse me, you're down there with Travis?
Yes, I am here with Travis at Área de Atletas Banco do Brasil. So, Travis, why are we calling off before today?
Yeah, we've got 2 heats left, and we've decided to call it now in this heat just because the wind really picked up in the last 20 minutes, and we've got full-on sideways rain. So it's just precautionary. You know, the visibility for the judges is super important, obviously, and there's also priority. So I was up there with them. We had a discussion, and if it gets any worse, it can get really risky. So we decided not to take the risk, and we're off for the day after this heat, and we'll be back tomorrow morning at 7:30 for another call.
Okay, thank you very much, Travis. Back to you guys in the booth.
Obrigado, Maida, and thank you, Travis, as well. He's got a tough job, that gentleman, and he's going to have a tough job within the next 2 days as well. We are anticipating similar weather in the next 2 days, and it seems like we had an interesting situation here between Ian Gentile and the buoy.
Interference?
So I don't know if those buoys were released by our water patrol or if they came out of the water just naturally. It seems like the anchor did come out, so nothing you could really do about that, Bruno. Things just playing with them out there.
Power of Mother Nature.
Yeah, I definitely am happy to be here in the booth and not surfing out there right now because it looks like a hard time, and it goes to show you the talent level of these 4 surfers out there. If you're getting a couple of 6s out there in these kind of conditions, you'd probably be getting 9s and 10s and perfect kind of waves. And boy, props to these surfers out there right now. They're making things happen.
Yeah, they're doing some sort of magic.
So Wiggly Dantas, the Brazilian, still in the lead. The former winner of this event in 2014 has priority as well. 13.86 heat total. Ian Gentile, the kind of freak surfer from the island of Maui, not only a very talented performer within heats, but I think some of the best free surfing clips I've ever seen in my life. When he was a young kid, he went to a beach break that I know very well, Pascuales in Mexico. Surfed with Brian Colony, big wave surfer there, and Brian used to tow him in and do step-offs with him. And Ian was probably 12 or 13 years old, and we're talking about 10, 12 feet Hawaiian, you know, so faces close to 20 feet, Bruno.
My goodness.
Loves to surf Pipeline, Sunset Beach, Haleiwa. Expect big things from him at the last Challenger event in Haleiwa, too. Should be excited to see not only him, but the rest of the Hawaiian field compete there at one of their home breaks. I'm excited to see the youngster Shion Crawford compete there again. He had a great performance last year. He's a local boy. And the House of the Eva Bird gonna host the last Challenger event of the season as usual. 9:30 to go. Stearman still looking for the 7.13 and Mendez needing the 8.6. Bruno, when we talk about consistency within heats, this is one gentleman that always comes to mind, Billy Stearman. This is a frothy wave, though. He's looking to make something out of nothing right here.
Yeah, so foamy.
And he kicks out because of that. 9 minutes to go, and it's hard to recognize the good waves out there. As Travis was saying, it's gotten much more difficult to surf.
Yeah.
You ever see anybody kind of succeed in these conditions before?
You know, the locals like Raoni Monteiro, the late Leo Neves, he died in 2019 here surfing a local comp.
Right.
Former city surfer for 2 seasons. They deal with this kind of conditions with very frequently. Used to deal. Yeah.
A pioneer of Brazilian surfing is Leonardo Neves, or was Leonardo Neves. There's actually a surfing institute here in his memory, in his name, isn't
there? The training
there?
center, it's named after him.
It's good to see.
And his one of his sons
is running it.
Yeah. He's running and is becoming a professional surfer.
Okay.
Yeah, he competed on the QS 5,000 points this week.
Was definitely one of those surfers that always looked to give back to the community.
Oh,
too.
for sure.
You know, very nice guy, very polite, and when you spoke to him, he was not only very well spoken, but it seemed like he enjoyed what he was doing for a living very much.
He was a true surfer. A big heart and always trying to help everybody around him.
Right. Make everybody better.
Yeah, and protecting. You
Yeah.
know what?
I like
a lot
that.
of stories.
7 minutes 30 to go. Let's look at the recap of heat number 16 so far. It's really been a battle of attrition between three surfers, Donta Stermund and the surfer in red, Gentile. But Wiggly opened up with one of the best scores of the day, Bruno, a 7.33.
Yeah, fluid, powerful, and precise.
I love his technique, and as you were saying, the precision, the timing really is impeccable on behalf of Wiggly. And then the Maui surfer just going to town on these rights, and a lot of the best scores had been on lefts. He's been looking at the right so far.
Oh yeah, 3 big moves, huh?
Good amount of consistency in those waves too by Ian Gentile. And then Wiggly was able to find patience in this wave. And fortunately for him, the wave stood up on the inside and he was able to capitalize on a couple of big turns right here, Bruno.
Good rhythm too. Was aiming the second session to bang like 2 times, back to back.
Yeah, I love that though, where it's bang, bang, it goes straight one after the other. There's no downtime, and it kind of gives something refreshing to a lot of the judges too. Normally you see, time in between maneuvers, 5 or 10 seconds. It obviously depends on the section and the wave, obviously too. But for here, you're normally seeing something at a beach break where you're in a much shorter area, much shorter perimeter, and you have to fit those turns in. That was great surfing there by Wiggly Dantas, and he's obviously been rewarded on his 2 best waves.
Oh yeah, you have to be fast and precise.
And he's like a cat, always finishes on his feet too.
Yeah.
I rarely see Wiggly Dantas fall.
Yeah, a very powerful stance. Like.
Well, speak of him, and he shall appear. He's up and riding again. On the first left of the heat for him, a couple of nice roundhouse cutbacks. And then he's going to finish that wave off, looking right. He'll kick out. 5:35 to go. Priority now with Ian Gentile. Still haven't seen Billy or Jesse really get in the mix in the last few minutes. And they're needing some decent scores, a 7.13 and an 8.6 respectively. And it seems like not only has obviously local knowledge prevailed in terms of the excellent surfing that we've seen from Wiggly Dantas so far in this heat, but that big win in 2014 might just help a little bit more right now.
They have the muscle memory, like.
You ever been in that position yourself where you kind of had those good memories at a certain location and it helped you out? Maybe not competing.
Yeah, in my skill level, yeah. We all the surfers, I think, in their levels, they can feel that.
Mm-hmm. You have a good connection with the plays, good memories. It kind of reminds you of certain spots where you had maybe a smile on your face.
You feel more free.
Yeah, that relaxation factor, believe it or not, is something that I think a lot of surfers, you see it, or you used to see it a lot when the CT was still at Snapper Rocks. And those local guys, Mick, Joel, Dean Morrison, the way they drop in front of the rocks, boy, it's scary back there. And they take off with no fear.
Yeah.
And now you're seeing a bit more, I think, at Pipeline. Guys like John, Baron Mamiya, who's the prodigy. He's incredible, too. A very promising young talent coming out of the Hawaiian Islands as well. And I think you see it a lot with Zeke Lau, too. He kind of portrays that confidence in every single heat that he surfs. And it's something that I think a lot of the younger kids can kind of look up to and maybe become one of those people themselves.
Yeah. We have to have those role models, huh?
Absolutely. Here's Mendez. Needs a score, an 8.6 to be precise. Gets the foam climb in the first section. And a decent snap to finish. So definitely not the 8.6 that he needs, but could he break the mini combo that he's in right now, needing that excellent score? Potentially. Just over 3 minutes to go. Now priority is with the surfer in white, Stermund, and he's still needing the 7. And time's winding down. Here's the surfer in red, Gentile. It seems like he's on the southern part of Itaúna, where he's been catching these long rights. He's looking at better a 6.7. Doesn't seem like he's going to do it there, but he's just been in position for a lot of these good waves in these last 30 minutes of this heat.
Yeah, he's still aiming the rights, but I like the expression that you use, a mini combo, for Jesse.
Sometimes you have to think that way, right? You can't be thinking, oh, okay, I know that I'm capable of doing it, but is the wave really going to permit that?
That's it. All day long, we didn't see too much opportunities to high scores like that.
Yeah, because an 8 right now is a big score.
Yeah.
It always is, but today...
It feels like a 10.
It does. Absolutely. You're kind of thinking, okay, is it almost a perfect wave right now? 2 minutes to go. He still has a chance. It's not enough. It's a 3.0, so he's still looking for that mid-8. And Sterman with priority. He's just going to live and die out the back and potentially wait for that one set wave to come through. You see him there on screen. Gentile paddling back out too. And Sterman has a real good balance in terms of what his skills are on both the right and the left. Great airs on the right. A lot of beautiful blow-tail reverses on the lefts on the backhand. And he's going to go for this right here. Up and riding. Big section ahead. He really needs this wave to cooperate on the inside. Carves it back. Frothy section here on the inside. He needs a massive finish for this to be the 7. The requirement at the moment, a 7-1-3 for the Kiwi Sterman. And unfortunately for him, that's not going to be it. With a minute 20 to go, he might still have enough time for one more chance, Bruno. As we're seeing Gentile, he's been in, as soon as I was about to say that he was in rhythm all heat long, slips right there. So maybe a missed opportunity for the surfer from Maui, but either way, he's in second place. So he's moving through. 55 seconds, though. Do both Mendes and Sterman have enough time to get the scores required? 45 seconds times the enemy right now, Bruno.
Oh, for sure. I don't think Billy will have the time to reach the lineup, the takeoff zone there.
Well, Mendes is outside. He's got second priority. The real question is he going to have enough time with 25 seconds to go in order to get that 8.6 that he needs. We could see a combination of maneuvers and get that excellent score. We could see maybe the one Hail Mary maneuver like he did against John years ago at Karamas. Get that one big score. It just doesn't seem like it's going to happen as we're counting this heat down. Sterman was up and riding before the horn, though. So that wave will count. He needs a 7-1-3.
We have to know what he did before, huh?
Wasn't a bad finish.
Yeah, we saw just a fraction of the wave, huh?
And it was a decent-sized wave as well. But was it a 7? And, I mean, you got to look at the high 6s that we had on the heat. The 7 that we had from Wiggly Dantas, the 7.33, which obviously was very impressive. So waiting on that score, and it doesn't seem like it's going to be enough. At 2.93, it's going to be Wiggly Dantas, the former champion out here at Saquarema, moving through alongside the Hawaiian Ian Gentile from Maui, who at the moment is within striking distance in the top 10. If he wins this event, he qualifies for the championship tour, and he would be the first surfer from Maui to qualify since Dusty Payne in 2009. But guess what? Wiggly Dantas doing what Wiggly Dantas does out here at Saquarema, Bruno.
He can do great, huh? He can go all the way with this kind of surfing.
Definitely can.
This approach.
Well, he obviously has the experience too when it comes to competition at high levels, and he knows what he's doing out here, specifically at this wave of Praia da Itaúna. Billy Sterman and Jose Mendes out of the event. Not for lack of trying. Sterman put up a great heat total, 12.17. Mendes, 9.43. But they are out of the event. It's the Brazilian in green, Dantas, and the Hawaiian Gentile in red moving through. The Corona Post Show coming up next. Don't go anywhere. It's going to be Kaipo, myself, and Bruno on the call.
nothing lose now. Everything to prove now. Long as I'm alive, I'ma fight back. My fire never cools down. I'm about to catch fire. Yeah, I'm about to catch fire. Get ready for the new me. Get ready for the new me. Try to hold me down and I go high. Try to put me out and I go wild. I'm a fighter, a survivor. Stand back when I catch fire.
Welcome to the Corona post-show, day number 1 of the Corona Saquarema Pro, presented by Banco Do Brasil. And we had a wild ride today. You know what? It was a lot of effort, but we did have some brilliant moments out there. I'm Kaipo, joined by Mitchell and Bruno, talking you through all of day 1's action. And I'm going to start with you, Mitch. I mean, there were some moments of brilliance out there, and this is when things get grindy. You know, this is what surf competition sometimes is all about.
It turned into a real QS today. I felt like it wasn't even a Challenger Series event anymore. It was really just the QS. And if this were Virginia Beach back on the East Coast in the United States, we'd probably be running 3 different podiums out there right now. But today, these men did their jobs, Kaipo.
Yeah. Hey, look it. It wasn't easy. They got the job done, and that's what surf competition is all about. Showing up and blowing up and doing it within that 30 minutes. And you know who did it within the 30 minutes? He actually made it look good out there. Wiggly Dantes. He won the last heat of the day. The conditions went crazy, but that didn't deter Wiggly. Let's hear from him.
Yeah, Wiggly, the swell picked up a little bit, but crazy conditions still. So how did you manage to find these 2 good waves?
Yeah, the swell is building, and it's super fun to surf like Itaúna with this big. It's been windy and bumpy, but it's still fun. When you catch like the good ones, like make big turn, and get a score. So I'm super happy to like find 2 good ones in the end, and super stoked to make my heat. Feel good to be here in Itaúna.
Nice. And what kind of equipment did you choose for this condition?
I use my normal board. This board is pretty much I've been like work with Havenga. I've been like trying like different boards and stuff, and this one is brand new board. I used like 3 times and worked super good. So this one's like the magic one.
Nice. And how good is to be here with your brother?
It's good. This year I supposed to compete more events, but I have like a test for COVID like 6 months ago, and my back is being like sore and stuff, but I'm just back like training healthy and being surfing like super good. And my brother's been pushing the limits too, so it's been like super good to be with my brother and surf and have a good time.
Okay, thank you very much, Wiggly. So with you guys in the booth.
Thank you, Maria. And you know what? Gosh, Bruno, we had some surprises today, but one thing that didn't surprise us was the performance of 3-time world champ Gabe Medina. He came up and he did what Gabe does.
Yeah, we use the expression the alpha dog, and he work as the alpha dog. He surfs pretty good, confident, and did the job done, let the job done in minutes.
Yeah, right from the beginning of the heat. And,
Yeah,
and that's what, you know, that's what champs are all about, Mitchell, is guys that are on that another level, and Gabe Medina shows up, and just like that, the switch is on.
Well, his empirical knowledge is the most impressive thing, right? Because he's able to do that within the first 5 minutes, get those 12 points that he needs in order to make it through. And after that, he's just really looking to better those 2 scores, but sometimes he doesn't even need to. I felt like this was one of those examples, Kaipo.
Yeah, well, let's take a look at heat number 8 in the opening round. Gabe Medina's back in the jersey. He's back at Itaúna, and he put on a show. Normal focus and warm up for Gabe Medina at the water's edge. And then right like this, Mitch starts off with a 7 6.67.
Yeah, good score. And I mean, we're talking about one of the highest scores of the event so far. Beautiful combination of backhand turns right there. And then what I was able to see from him is that he's motivated to win here at Saquarema because he hasn't done that before. And then the New Zealander, Kehu Butler, with a nice little comeback. But this guy, Kaipo, was definitely the person to watch all morning long in this heat.
Yeah, Bruno, this is how you work for score right here. Tough wave to surf, but Gabe Medina adds his own little flair.
Yeah, he put his backhand and managed to do some magic there. Huh?
So Gabe Medina and Kehu Butler moving out of that opening round into the round of 48. And Kehu Butler, Mitch, he's one to look out for because I think that this guy's been under the radar for a while, but he's a super talented surfer, this Maori surfer.
For sure, for sure. I love that he brings that kind of passion and culture into his surfing too, and that was a huge upset at Quasi Piccolo Pinto too, one of the promising surfers out of North America right now, and he made that happen, and he didn't even concentrate on getting first.
Well, let's set up, where are they going into the round of 48 as we look. Medina going to be in, wait, actually, we're gonna go with this heat. Heat number 1, that was Jadson Andre. That's how we started the day. Jaddy Baby made his way over here and handedly won his heat. But as we look into the round of 48, we're gonna see Medina, Schilling, Wakita, and Gunderson. That's gonna be a matchup when we resume competition.
All goofy footers too in that heat.
I like it.
Yeah, it's gonna be a good one, especially with the increase in swell. I think we're gonna see some good action. Should definitely see some of the best surfers come out in that, in terms of the surfers that probably practice more in bigger and heavier waves. I think Gabe, Jet Schilling is not necessarily somebody that comes to mind when it comes to heavy surf, but he's got to impress us and he's got to impress the judges out there in order to make it into the round 24.
Yeah, that's right. Well, another guy he's good in heavy conditions, but he's also light-footed when you need to. The big Hawaiian Ezekiel Lau, Bruno, he showed up and he got the job done today.
Oh, he's so confident, huh? And he won the US Open. He's find the rhythm, the momentum, and he's building to be again on the top level, like in CT level.
Yeah, I mean, Mitch, Ezekiel Lau, a good finish here. We may see Zeke Lau qualify for the 2023 championship tour right here in Saquarema.
And I think based off of today's performance too, I wouldn't be surprised if him actually clinching enough points to requalify for the championship tour in 2023 here in Saquarema. But the one thing I will say is that he's not only been nimble and quick when it comes to those small conditions like today. When it gets big out there, he's one of the standout surfers that you need to watch out for. He's probably going to post excellent scores every single heat that he has out there when it's big hypes.
Yeah, that was heat number 4 today. Let's take a look at the performance from Ezekiel Lau. It's cold outside, but Zeke's all warmed up, ready to go, Mitch.
Yeah, and it was a good battle too, but he just seemed like he was in rhythm from the horn and, you know, dropped the 7 on this wave right here on the left. And how much has he improved on both the rights and the lefts too, Kaipo? That's the thing that's impressed me the most. He's a student of the game and he's evolved just as much as every other surfer on the Challenger Series and even on the CT too. I mean, look at this finish right there. Just a banger right there for Zeke Lau.
Yeah, he looks fast and lighter and faster than ever.
Marcus Correa put on an air show.
Yeah, and this kid came in as a wild card too. He has nothing to lose, everything to gain. So a big win there for Marcos Correa moving through.
Showing the fins, huh?
Yeah, getting loose out there as we look at that heat that we were talking about with Gabe Medina. But setting up for the next heat for Ezekiel Lau, round of 48, we're going to want to stand by for that one. It's going to be Ezekiel Lau, Eitan Osborne, Kalani Ball, and Douglas Silva in the next matchup.
That's a great heat. That's a great heat. Kind of clash of styles, too, from all 4 surfers. Everybody's from, like, a different background as well.
Yeah, and Bruno, you were talking about Douglas Silva and his approach.
Yeah.
This is his first Challenger Series event, but he showed up and got the job done today, so we'll see if he can continue his run.
He's very young, but his talent, he's good in larger stuff, in barrels, and he showed today his skills on the air game, like He's doing great.
Yeah, that's going to be great. Again, that is going to be the first heat when we get into the round of 48. We still got some work to do over here. We still got to finish off the round of 96, but I feel, Mitchell, that we got some work done today. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Today was a work day. It was a grindy day for the surfers, but that's what you got to do. This is a surf competition.
It is, and you need to be adaptable to any kind of conditions that they throw at you too. Remember, we have a waiting period, but that doesn't necessarily guarantee that we're always going to wait for those conditions that might be promising in the long scheme of things. You got to be ready from day one, minute number one, to go and paddle out and get a heat win.
Yeah, it's a marathon. It's not a sprint, and we're starting the marathon right now. Well, there were some highlights today, and we got some top 5 moments to go through. And I love going through our top 5 of the day. And we got some great top 5 today to share with you. Coming in, Corona Saquarema Pro, presented by Banco Do Brasil, number 5, Mitchell, Justin Becret.
Yeah, I had a chance to travel with Justin and Next last year after the CT event at Barra de la Cruz, and not only has he improved a lot, I think he's gotten much better in terms of the competitive sense too. Working with Richard Doc Marsh, you see the 2 waves right there, a 7 and a 6 that moved him up into a 13-point heat total, and he easily dominated this heat from beginning to end, Kipes.
Yeah, strong surfing from the surfer representing fans. Bruno, number 4. Ezekiel Lau, the warrior, came out to battle.
It looks like a different situation, a different day of competition. Huh? Sunny, small waves in the beginning of the day, and Ezekiel Lau just took control of his heat. He did a great job. Huh?
Did an excellent job. We'll see him in the round of 48. Number 3, Mitchell, Gabe Medina. What do you expect from a 3-time world champ? You expect him to open up with a bang.
Funky cold Medina for a reason, Kaipo, and just as Tone Loke said, this kid's got skills with thrills and drops one of the highest scores of the event so far, 7.67 with just 2 turns.
Bruno, you called it. The new blood, Douglas Silva, with a buzzer beater in this heat.
Yeah, with the full rotation, like, look at that. Bangs. Just flawless, huh?
This was in the final seconds of his matchup. Got the job done. He was trailing the entire heat, and Douglas Silva comes through. And number 1, Mitchell, David Silva skated through, looking excellent out there and getting an excellent score.
Yeah, and the highest heat total of the event so far, 14 points. How's that combo right there? The amount of strength that this guy has. Has been a runner-up at the CT level before, but got knocked off earlier this year. He's looking to requalify and was able to do it in 2 different types of surfing. One with the rail and then one with the air, and the combos right here, Kaipo. Beautiful double grab up into a couple of floaters right there to finish that wave off.
Ah, just skatey on top of the water, float like a butterfly, sting like a bee. That's David Silva. Whew, what a day. Your thoughts about us going tomorrow, Bruno? I'm going to go with the local.
Yeah.
What do you think?
It's going to be a challenge, huh? The swell is increasing, and the wind maybe is going to be stronger than today.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
We have to wake up and see.
See what the day brings us.
Yeah, yeah.
You know?
The window's like shaking right now behind us.
The wash machine is turning to the at the highest level.
Well, hey, look at hats off to all the competitors that came through today and all the guys who really stepped up and put those performances up, because this is what surf competition sometimes is all about. It's about getting your head in the game, getting the job done, and getting past that round into the next round. And so, Mitchell, we'll see if conditions improve. Could be a delay day. We don't know. What we know for sure is you want to check in tomorrow morning, worldsurfleague.com, to see if it's another run day here at the Corona Saquarema Pro, presented by Banco Do Brasil. I just want to tell everybody, obrigado, mahalo for watching, and we'll see you guys. Enjoy the end of the day highlights. Aloha.
This copyrighted event broadcast is produced by the World Surf League for broadcast around the world and may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without the written consent of the World Surf League.